Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
The pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. So
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographic location. It's me again, Electricity. Thank you for joining, and I apologize that this broadcast should have been held prior to now, but due to circumstances, was supposed to have been held yesterday, but due to circumstances, I've not was unable to to broadcast yesterday. So I'm back today. I'll be joined by my fellow co-moderator by the name Chim. Actually, he is the guest and this evening, and questions will be put to him in respect to the top topic. I have just posted the link out there. Sorry for the earlier one. I didn't post the link properly. So I have just posted the link there for him to join, and for anyone also wants to join. This broadcast is just for the maximum of 2 hours. It's not going to exceed 2 hours under no circumstances. Do I want to exceed the 2 hours? So in one of my broadcasts, it was claimed that we don't talk much about Deborah, and we talk other things. So I disagree with that argument. However, we have to practice democracy. So, in keeping to democratic practice, I decided, okay, let's have a chat on it to know if this is actually true, or to discuss more as to this religious intolerance. Is a death a matter or victim of religious intolerance? While we were waiting for Chim earlier, the broadcast today, I did announce that uh, uh, going forward, it to be a solution-based, it's to be a solution-based broadcasting I will be doing, and God willing, we will find a lasting solution to the issue on ground. Jim, welcome to this platform.
Yeah,
Uh,
thanks for having me.
as it stands, you are the guest, so questions will be thrown at you. If you just, that will save me a lot from talking. So I remember the last time we had this issue, there was a slight altercation between you and I.
Okay.
On Matter, and I've set it up for about a week now. I was supposed to broadcast it yesterday, but I just couldn't, and also I was supposed to do it this morning,
Hmm.
but I couldn't as well because something else came up in my life, so I had
Somebody's
to.
asking for context. Is it
Okay,
the Black Beauty
so
is asking for context?
can you give us context, please, Chim? You are more knowledgeable on this issue. I told you are the guest. I broadcast today, so you
Okay.
spare me that. Please give us context. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So thanks for having me, Andrew, and greetings to every other person who's going to be joining us, especially on the chat section. So I'm not an expert in this, but at least I understand a few things that is happening. So one is Deborah is a Nigerian lady who lives in Sokoto. And I think she was a student of the University of Sokoto, or I'm not sure if it is the University of Sokoto, but the university in Sokoto State. And her class has a WhatsApp group where they share common academic related things. So I think what they do there is they share their assignments, discuss, help each other to improve on academic related things. And then on this occasion, some group of the students began to share prayer related things. I think they were predominantly Muslims, and they started praying on the group. And so Deborah reminded them that this is wrong, that is not why they set up the group. that she's not against them praying, but if they wanted to do that, they can create another one for themselves where they can go and discuss it, because there were other people who were not Muslims on that group. So I think it got messy, and she probably said something that they didn't like, and then they had to go look for her, and they lynched her, and 2-3 of the students were seen battering her, with clubs and all those kinds of things. But for anybody who followed this story, this was before the 2023 election. I think it happened in 2022, and she died. Now, the matter went to court, and eventually those people have been released. Justice was not served on them. And so a lot of us and a couple of other people have questioned if our judicial system is doing its work. So that is the much context without going too far into this thing. A Black Beauty, I don't know if that gives you an idea of who Deborah is.
So someone here said justice for Deborah. I think the guy who came up or who challenged that we don't talk much about it. His name is David, if I'm correct. Even though I tried to let him know that is not the case. 1, 2, there are several deaths in Nigeria beside this one, which also falls under religious intolerance. And if we talk from it to thy kingdom come, only actions will bring about a change. So here we are today, Chief, talking about Deborah. What else can we do besides talking about?
All right. So John Abba has joined us. So at some point, I'm going to have to share stage with him. Yeah. So okay. So first of all, I agree with you that if somebody says we haven't been discussing much of it, that's not true. Yeah, I think we were very fair on this platform. We spoke a lot about her. We've spoken a lot about her. People should also realize that our platform, for now at least, not that we can't take it beyond that. And of course, Andrew, where there are a lot of background work going on for people to be more actionable. You know that. So we're a talk shop. That's why when people come here and say we are talking too much, I'm like, that people don't understand. The media's job is to talk. The media's job is to project issues, to bring it to the fore, to make it something that is being discussed. And sometimes in the course of discussing it, it makes the authorities responsible for either execution or withdrawing the policy. You put them on the what's it called? Puts them on their toes for them to act, which is what civil society media does. And we on this platform, we do try a lot to be able to do that in our own way. But that being said, at the end of the day, it is Nigerians. You understand? Those of people, if I was living in Nigeria, for instance, like when let me take one example, like when Jonathan increased fuel in 2011, 2012, if I'm correct, and people went on the streets. Now, whether we were right then or wrong is a different issue altogether. But Nigerians were galvanized and people hit the streets. So it's also for Nigerians to, when government policies or when actions like Deborah's own happen and they want a change. Now, in this instance, maybe they want to force the government to be able to take the right steps, or you want to force the judiciary to be able to pass the right judgment for Nigerians to hit the streets and demonstrate. We saw that during the election when they came up with all those slogans like all eyes on the judiciary. That's what the citizens are supposed to do. Now, if you do it effectively, most times it actually puts the authorities on the reversal for them to be able to do the right thing. So it is not for this platform to go and do a luta. What this platform is there is to discuss pertinent national issues, bring them to the front burner, which we do, and then sensitize people, and sometimes perhaps influence action, and then Nigerians will now be the ones to take the legwork. Nobody's going to change Nigeria for Nigerians except for Nigerians by themselves. So I think I will leave it at that. Then as we continue...
Thank you, Chin. Thank you for that. Nobody's going to change Nigeria except Nigeria. I would like to, if you listen to earlier broadcast, say you were listening to, but at the point you will understand that I don't do backroom discussion again. I brought I brought it. I think John Abba was earlier. I brought it to the forefront right now, for us to. Yes, it is. We discuss issues here, but let's be realistic that we just don't discuss issues here. We are concerned Nigerians in diaspora that we want to see a change in Nigeria. So we have to go beyond the usual discussion. So we're coming up with a solution there earlier. If you listen to the video again, that going forward, my broadcast will be solution based and action based and everything, because we don't want to sit down here every day talking and not exercising, not using the power that we have in diaspora to help to see if we can effect a degree of change in the life of Nigeria, particularly in the area of awareness, education, creating awareness. I mean, we're not going to buy a bag of rice for them, so that ain't going to happen in a million years. But where we can see, at the moment, we're going to talk about the confab conference document in 2 weeks time. Janaba, welcome. The floor is yours in respect to this. Chim, I'll ask you some questions after Janaba has finished speaking. Janaba, the floor is yours. Thank
you. Good afternoon from this end, and good afternoon, fellow panelists, Pastor and Chim. Deborah issue is whatever you make out of it. It's intolerant, it's ignorant, it's injustice, it's whatever you define it. End of the day, we want to use that just as a contact point to others that are still going through such a painful experience in the religious arena. When I say this, I mean both Islam and Christianity, even the traditional believers, how some people shackled. Even if you go to some areas in Nigeria, you will see what people are going through, and that fall under the category of the ignorance of the people and the injustices that about our judiciary system that completely biased and selective. And also, as we make progress towards perfect union, we must understand that we must carry the women along, because end of the day, women in our society are considered to be less in some ways, some society. So it's all about creating awareness, using this not just because of her, but because of what she has been through. Others should not be going through such untimely death and the horrific, painful death in our society or in under Nigerian space.
Thank you, Janaba. Chim, let me put on my questionnaire gown. I think we all agree that such barbaric incident must be prevented. Justice must be served where possible. But I'm going to take you to, in the context of her being a Christian, a Martyr.
Okay.
Religious, you agree with me, both you and John, Abba, you agree with me that religious intolerance exists. It's recorded in the Holy Scriptures, in the Bible.
Okay, so religious intolerance. I don't know whether I really agree with that, but I don't know where you're going to with this. But I won't say I really agree, but go ahead.
Why do you say you really don't agree?
Okay, because I need to understand the context, and maybe if you give me specific incidents.
Okay.
I mean,
Let me give
yeah.
you specific incidents. The disciples in the Act of the Apostles were jailed for preaching Christ. Were jailed.
Yes.
Some were killed. James and John were killed. Stephen was done to death. Paul was to be killed. He escaped several times because his time was not yet. But there's this particular one, I think it was James, Peter, I can't remember those two fellows. They were flogged publicly and were asked not to preach the gospel. But they said we'd rather obey God than to obey man.
Okay.
Is that not religious intolerance?
Yes. In that context, I agree with you, yes.
Okay. So, Deborah, if that is the case, you will agree that she's in a better place.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Now, I'm going to draw you we've had this conversation before. I'm going to draw, I don't know if it's okay for me to do comparison, but I'll try my best to. Or I'll put it out there. She couldn't escape, according to the reporter, and she was killed. But today, some years back or last year, an archbishop was kidnapped in Nigeria. I don't know if John Abba will know. And a ransom of 100 million was claimed was paid. I don't know if you heard that story.
Is that the one in Abia State?
I really don't know.
The Methodist. I know there was a Methodist.
Yeah, I think it's a Methodist.
Okay.
100 million naira was paid as a ransom. Do you think that is proper?
Okay, so is that a question, or should I? Are you still?
It's a question.
Okay. So here's
in
my
the context of religious intolerance and following Christ.
Okay. So I might not be able to quote it accurately, but I'm sure you know the scripture where Christ was telling his disciples that they will first face persecution. He faced persecution. He didn't run away from persecution. He stood his ground. But you know that Christ came to the world to die. The main reason was to die. So anybody trying to take him away from dying, trying to save him, would have been blocking him from accomplishing the purpose. That which is why when Peter took him away to rebuke him, he ended up rebuking Peter and telling him, Satan, get thee behind me and all that. So Christ came to die. So everything to make sure he got to the cross had to happen. Now, for his disciples, which includes you and I now today, we are also supposed to go through that trajectory. Nevertheless, Christ, in telling his disciples that they were persecuted, said that if they are persecuted in Lincoln, they can run to Aberdeen. If they are persecuted in Aberdeen, they are allowed to run to London. And
can you provide the scripture, please, so that we can?
All right. So, while we're talking, because that's why I told you I'm not able to quote it accurately.
No, we have at least this broadcast is for 2 hours.
No, when John Abba is talking, I will have the time to go and process it and get it. So
okay, go ahead.
So, but the point he was making was that, I think he was talking about with the last days and then he talked about how they were persecuted and they will go from one city to the other. Now, the way the word of God spreads, the word of God actually spreads more if we're paying attention when there is persecution, not when we are in peace. That's the strategy. Unfortunately, many Christians struggle to accept this. Do you understand? You will see that the original modus operandi was the Jews who started Christianity in that days. As soon as they started persecuting them, they now started spreading to other places. And as they were spreading, they were taking the same gospel. That's the way the word of God spreads. The reverse is the case for some other kinds of religion. Now, that being said, if I was, and I'm going to tie it to the bishop, so I'm going somewhere. If I was Deborah, maybe I wouldn't have done it the way Deborah went. You have classmates, you have a forum that is supposed to be for purpose. I won't antagonize them. I might laugh about it. I will allow them. Maybe when I see them on a very friendly jovial note. I feel say, bros, now what for you? Or, those kind of things. Look for a way and get them to laugh and perhaps make the person see reason why they should create another forum to do those things. I'll tell them, actually, what you people are doing is good, but you know what? Why don't you guys create another WhatsApp where you guys, nobody will disturb you? And you know what? Maybe it will work, I don't know. But this is me. This is me. So we all have different temperament. Unfortunately, she went about trying to tell them that what they were doing was wrong. Perhaps she used, and now even though she's late, and that does not mean that they should have killed her. Perhaps she also was too confrontational with them. Remember, brother, good. Remember our brother Stephen. Stephen was saying the truth, but he said it in a harsh way. Even though he died a martyr. But go and look at the scripture. You see that he was quite harsh with those people. And the thing stung them and they got angry and they stoned him. So I wanted to put out that there is always wisdom in trying to do the work. God does not want us not to use wisdom in doing his work. And you said something here. He said they tried many times to kill Saul, but it was not yet his time. And Saul also did a lot of applying wisdom in this. There were places where he was bold. There were places where he was patient. There were places where, depending on the situation and the circumstance, he read the mood of the environment as he was doing the work of God. So we too, as if we're Christians or people who do the work, should apply the same thing. Now, coming to whether it is right to spend 100 million to liberate a captivated bishop, I would say nothing wrong if this person as a minister gets, as long as it's not fraud, though. My tentacles are high now because people can fake their own what is it called, captivity. Only you get what I'm saying, Andrew. People can fake their captivity, get captive, and then go and raise money, and I'm not accusing the man of that, but I'm just saying all manner of things are happening these days. Sometimes we don't even know which one is true anymore. But let's assume that yes, he's been kidnapped, and then people raise money to free him. I don't think there's anything wrong in trying to raise money to free a bishop or a minister of God that has been taken hostage, and you want to bring him back. Nothing wrong with that, because guess what? Maybe in coming back, that might be an opportunity. If he was not doing the work very well, perhaps now this would be a trigger point for him to see how close he has come to death, and then be able to change his ways, amend his ways, and start doing God's work in a better way. So I don't know if that answers it, but that's the perspective I have.
All right, I'll go to Jonah, but I'll come back to you, Tim.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you. Jonah, the floor is yours. Thank you.
But writing it?
Now, rephrase the question again, please.
The bishop that was 100 million was paid as a ransom. Is that proper in the context?
Was he kidnapped because he's a bishop, or is a random pick?
It was kidnapped. We don't know if it was kidnapped, if it was a bishop or not, but it was a bishop.
Okay. On the context that is just a kidnap, and was he the only one?
Sorry, Jonah, Andrew. That scripture is Matthew chapter 10, verse 23. You can read
check it out.
Yes.
All right.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go on, John.
If it's the one that came on the on TV that I saw, that was a group of people together, and he narrated how they take them around the bush and all of that. To me, he was not arrested because he's a bishop or because of the gospel. He was just arrested, and he happened to be a bishop. So even if they pay $1 billion to free him, if they can afford it, and more importantly, if it's not, and I'm not trying to insinuate anything here, if real that that happened to him and people came to his aid and give the money that the kidnappers or whatever demanded, to me, it's not a problem. Thank you.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Apologies, admitted. You
Okay.
said it's not a problem. Even though government, they always say we know that it's not. They don't negotiate or they don't pay ransom to kidnappers. Now, they may say that in words, but behind back doors, we know it happened. If the gospel, like you said, what's your name, Chim? Persecution leads to the spread of the gospel.
True.
So how is paying ransom promotes that, because there is an opportunity for that bishop at that moment, at that time, in that place, to preach the gospel to them. That means the consequences at the end of the day.
That's a question?
That's a question.
Okay, so Andrew, first of all, you remember that we cannot say, I think John said it here now, we cannot say for a fact that the man was kidnapped because he's a minister of God. He could have just been a victim of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He wasn't necessarily doing the work of God. Maybe he's strolling on the road, or maybe he's driving from the church to his house, or maybe he's even driving to a function or whatever. And then, you know, these guys just straight kidnap and they kidnap him, and he ends up being a bishop. Now, that being said, now I don't know what transpires when he's in captivity. Maybe he's talking to them, oh, my children, my children, you know, I know that Nigeria is bad and all those, and he's preaching and he's in the word of God. Maybe he's doing it. We don't know. We don't know. But that being said, the circumstance is not exactly like in the days of Peter, Paul, and those apostles. Those ones were preaching. They were preaching, and people were not liking what they were preaching, and people started fighting them. And in the process of fighting them and persecuting them, they started fleeing. And in fleeing for their lives. So fleeing for your life is the human instinct. When there is danger, you flee. You understand? You flee. That's why we say in local parlance, he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. They flee. But the good thing about their fleeing, where they are fleeing, they're not fleeing and suddenly say, can you imagine? They almost killed me for preaching Jesus Christ. I'm not going to preach Jesus Christ again. No. They flee. And when they get to safety in the new place, they continued preaching the word of God. So in this man's case, he can't flee. What he can do is, if they've hijacked him, taking him into custody, and then he's cooperating with the hijackers, they tell him to kneel down, he kneel down. Maybe there's more than 10 people there. They tell him to sit down, he sit down. They tell him whatever he does. You know, sometimes behavior can make someone to say, despite say this man is an old man. You see, even though when we are commanding him, he's obeying. Maybe that might open the door to say, okay, what do you do for a living? Say, I'm a bishop. Bishop. now they come preach to us. And you say, yes, my son, we try our best. And in the process, perhaps he now starts sharing the word of God to say, but my children, if you guys don't mind me asking you, it's okay, go ahead and ask. Why are you people doing this? Bishop, you're asking, can't you see that there's no job in society? Can't you see? And then maybe, I don't know, he starts trying to mellow their hearts, talk to them in a nice way, and cheapen the word of God. You never know. There was one video I saw. I don't know whether it was a true life story or it was a movie of kidnappers who kidnapped lots of people. And in the midst of them was an engineering professor, but who was a Christian. But these guys were hooded. And then they took the man away, and he thought they were going to kill him, only for them to take him. And then the guy who was asking him questions was asking him, do you remember so-and-so? He said, yes. Do you remember so-and-so? And he said, yes. Do you remember so-and-so? And he said, yes. It ended up being his student. And the man freed him. Cut the long story short, they freed him. The man told him, you know why I'm going to free you? When other instructors were making my life miserable as a student, you were the only one who kept encouraging me. You didn't give me wrong marks and everything. When I saw you among the people they kidnapped, I recognized you. I'm like, that's my lecturer. And then he started begging the man to pray for him, that he knows that he has gone into a deeper mess. And the man prayed for him, and then he freed him. Can you see that that man has done the work of God also there? So you see, the circumstances may not exactly be like Peter, Paul, and those apostles. It could be in a different way. But your testimony will go ahead to speak on your behalf.
Okay. John, do you agree with Chim? Chim, let me see if I'm quoting you right.
Go ahead.
Jonathan, you said we don't know the circumstances. He was kidnapped. Probably find out that he was a bishop after he was kidnapped. However, Jesus said, "Let your light so shine among men that they may see your work." So this could mean, in other ways, be Christian anywhere, anytime, and any day. Would that be correct? So,
yes,
so whether
correct.
they know he's a bishop or not, he's going to be a Christian at that point. Jonathan, do you agree with Chim's argument in that regard that the Christians of nowadays is not the same as it was in those days, even though he's a bishop?
God will remain the same, and it should be treated as it's forever. The Bible said, Jesus, or the word of yesterday, today, and forevermore. So there is no change in time that changed the word of God. But in this context of this guy was not kidnapped because he is a bishop, and he was just preaching the gospel and he was kidnapped. If it was a random pick, and to what I'm understanding is that is the payment of the ransom. Is it a Christian word to do? Is this seems like something like a bribery or something in the context of I will not if you're going to kill me, this is who I am, and I'm not going to give you anything. Is that in that context, is that's where you are coming from?
We don't know if that is what actually happened, but
no,
in
the
the
point
context
is
of
that
him being a bishop,
I'm saying your argument is that is it okay to pay the ransom? That what?
yes,
Yes, and
yes.
my
Being
okay,
in the context of him being a bishop,
being a
not just
bishop.
a random person. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. On that context, depends on what you define what that ransom payment is all about. Do you think if you see that it's a bribe for your life, that okay, please take this, don't kill me, or kill me, I'm a man of God, I will not compromise it, I will not have money to give you, or God that I'm serving is going to save me from this, just like the 3 Hebrew boys were thrown into the dens, and they say, if you are, so how he exercises their faith, should this guy do the same thing, or God should have miraculously saved his life without paying of the bribe or the ransom, or whatever you want to, I think, let's say ransom payment, all of that. You can put it in the context, and some people have died because they could not even afford settlement or whatever, the money that the kidnappers demand. Sometimes people have died in their custody because they couldn't afford it. So I don't know whether the bishop have such faith to say or exercise. I think his faith that saved him was that money. And in the context of Bible, the Bible says money and answered all things. So maybe that's what worked for him in this case.
John, Jonathan, when it comes to kidnapping and paying of ransom, there's usually something at stake, which is life. Do you agree with that?
Come again.
When in the case of kidnapping, there's usually something at stake. Most of the time, it's life, or give me this information, or I'll kill this person, or whatever it is. There's always life at stake. Generally, do you agree with that?
in general, but in this context, these people are looking for money and they specifically demanded for money. So they do not demand that.
Can you imagine that if, I mean, just hypothetically, that it's possible for them to say, if we don't get this money, we're going to kill you? The possibility is that.
Yes, yes.
And so let's also go with the argument that that is what actually happened. That they say, if we don't get this amount of money, we will kill you. We've seen it happen even in Nigeria, in other parts of the world. So we can argue that his life was at stake. We can agree on that, his life was at stake. So as a bishop, should he have paid for that rant? Because I want to put a scripture on the platform now for us to read in respect to this issue of ransom or bribe or to free somebody. So I'm going to ask again, as we all have agreed that when it comes to a case of ransom, life is at stake. He is a bishop. His life was at stake. Should he, or whatever it is, encourage or even told his people to pay that 100 million for his freedom? Go ahead, Chief.
Okay, it's not a very easy fine line to define. Now remember that when you're being kidnapped, I mean, by the grace of God, we hope that none of us gets kidnapped. So I don't have a kidnapped experience to come and tell you. But remember, in that situation, he's not the one making the decision. They take your phone, they seize everything, and they start calling your relatives. They will even ask you, who is your wife here? Or who is your son, or whatever. You will point to that one. And then they call the person. They tell them that they have you, that they are asking for so and so amount of money. If they don't send that money, they will kill that family member. So you are not exactly under control. But to also answer you, because I've had two experiences I know. One was a journalist somewhere in the north who was kidnapped, and they were taking it for days inside one of those forests in the Kaduna-Kano axis. They were taken by. Eventually, he got saved. His family paid ransom, and he came out when he was telling this thing. You could see him shaking. Then the other one, if my mind serves me right, was in the east. In those days when there was one particular character they called Osisi Kanku or something that was terrorizing the Owerri Aba area. And this old woman, her children live abroad. They kidnapped her, retired civil servant lady with finesse, and they kidnapped her and they called her children. And she was put on phone to speak with her children. And the woman, I think the one was 80-something going to 90. And she told her children in Owerri language that they should forget these stupid people. Don't worry yourselves. Go and live your lives. Enjoy your money. Let them kill me, but you will enjoy your life. And the kidnappers were stunned and had to release her because she told her family, don't pay any money. Let them kill me. You understand? So, it's easy now. We can laugh about it now. When I heard that story, I was alarmed. I'm like, they said their mother told that first she started abusing the boys, that they are stupid children that don't have respect and all those things. And, so you see, not all criminals have this soft heart. I think somewhere when they realize that this one is not going to help Martyr, so they release the woman and told her to please go away and not be bad market for them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you see, sometimes depends on the situation, depends on this thing. But like I rightly said at the beginning, the bishop was not the one negotiating. These guys had held him and were negotiating with his loved ones, maybe the church or whoever. And fortunately for him, the money was available for them to raise. They raised the money and paid them, and they made the exchange. It's the same way like what you said, Andrew, that even the US that tells you that they don't negotiate with terrorists. We saw what happened recently when they were all negotiating with Hamas to free people, do exchange and all those things. They do these things. You understand? So it all depends on the situation. But trying to relate it to persecution. Remember, I said I cannot claim that bishop was. This is not persecution. He was just a kidnapped circumstance. It wasn't like.
But we don't know. We don't know if it was targeted, then that will fall under persecution. If it was targeted, regardless, that will fall under persecution. But I think most people. Sorry for interjecting.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think such people, they must have known them or know their kind of their caliber in the society. So not a random person like you. And actually, I've told people anytime I go to Nigeria, I say, listen, if they kidnap me, don't even bother yourself. You want to come here. I will tell them to employ me so that I can join them. No problem. So that you not even bother to take the money. She not go drop for anywhere. You see, why I said this, if you look at that scripture there, Acts 24, verse 24 to 26, emphasis on verse 26.
Okay.
This
I'm
was when
trying to open
Paul,
it where you go ahead.
this was when Paul was in prison.
Mm.
And I think Festus, if I'm correct, was expecting bribe to be given to him so that
Mm-hmm.
he can release Paul.
Mm-hmm.
But the brethren or the Christian there did not bribe or pay any. It wasn't a case of ransom, but a case of let's give you something, so that he was expecting money to be paid so that he could release Paul. But that is not the case. And I think you and I have an issue, a discussion once in respect to ministers of these days
Mm.
seeing themselves above persecution. Any small thing that the people talk about them, they complain or they go to the extent that Suleiman went to court and won a case of is it 110 million naira or 100 million? I've forgotten the amount that was awarded to him.
Mm-hmm.
And Jonaba, I think I had the discussion with you. Let me get Jonaba's view. Was it right to sue the woman, Alima Abubakar, to court, as in the context of what we are talking about? Anybody can sue. Let's establish that. But in the context of a preacher, was it right for him to sue Alima Abubakar for defamation?
Under civil society, a lot of things are done according to the law of the society. But when you talk about in a moral, in a religious setting, where you use a Bible as to judge or to make your case, it's all that you make out of it. I believe that many people should have they take things into their hands, and they contradict to my own thinking. It contradicts even when people kill in the name of God. I don't think anybody should kill for that God that is the Almighty. I think God could have his own way of dealing with issues as a man of God. What is the difference between you in a religious setting and the people that are not Christian, or they don't have that leadership role to play in the society? How do you live to show them example that you let it go for God and let God take control? So to me, I will not do that. And that's what I believe, that I won't take her to court for any reason. I will let it be.
Thank you very much. Seko, thank you for joining. I'll come to you. I spoke about you this afternoon in the broadcast. I reached out to Mr. James. You guys were not here. I don't know if Jonaba was in the broadcast. Mr. James wasn't his character. We all know Mr. James is a cool-headed man, full of history. But there was a bit of altercation between himself and Seko. So I had to reach out to Mr. James because, like I said, it's a characteristic of him. And I didn't even bring the issue up with him. I was just checking on him genuinely. And
Are two of you, are you and Sakol in the same room?
I was the moderator. I was moderating.
No, I'm
them,
saying
so.
right now, are you in the same room? You look like you're in the same room.
Oh, no. Okay, it's just the background.
Yeah.
So he extends his apology. To be honest, like I said to you, even I told those in the comment section, I mentioned names of those who who highlighted that this is not Mr. James. It shows his deep concern and interest for Nigeria, and seeing somebody, even though you are not out of point, seeing somebody to him that appears to be desecrating or pulling down Nigeria in his presence, he got upset. So he was able, I mean, he gave his apology. So I hope he will come personally and extend same to you. So again, I hope you have accepted apology on behalf of the platform, and that's why you are here. Because if you have not accepted the apology, you won't be here anyway. So thank you very much. So where did I stop? I lost my train of thought again. Help me here, Chief. Where did I?
So
Do
you
you
were
remember?
so I wanted to contribute to that. It was you were asking
Okay,
John
about the lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. So you already know my view, which is not too far away from what Mr. Pastor John Abba has said. For me, like I told you that time, if you're a minister of God and somebody defames your character, perhaps I won't go it the way the man has gone, but I'm not going to judge him and say it's wrong of him. You know, the way our threshold for pain is differs. He may feel, this thing is seriously, this is my character. His character is more important to him, and he wants to really clear his name, which is why he went that far. Let me even add this to you, Andrew. You know, assuming I do the same thing he did, and I win the case, and they declare that the man needs to give me 10 million, I can choose to say I don't want the 10 million. My joy is that that I have won the case and my name is clear. Keep your money, I don't want it, and walk away. Do you understand? It depends on your motive. If the motive is saying no, let's not encourage that somebody will just go on a tangent to start just accusing people nilly-willy. I need him to realize that he can't do that. Do you understand? But you're not interested in the monetary compensation that is coming from the lawsuit. That could be a situation. But like I said, sometimes there are people who go out there and just spread falsehood, and they think they can get away with it, that because somebody is a minister of God would mean that the person will not be able to, or might choose not to go to the law courts and all those things. Now, the law courts are there. God does not forbid the law courts. He doesn't. I don't think there's any way where the scripture says we shouldn't follow the law. But like I said again, for me, it is in the context of why he is doing what he's doing. If what he is doing is to get to the bottom of the truth, so that at the end of the day, the world will see that this is the truth, I'm okay with that. But if he is doing it to suppress, I'm a pastor, I have power, I have access to police, to law, I can influence things, that's where I have a problem with the person. Because if me as a pastor, I win a lawsuit on defamation, I might choose to say, you know what, I'm just okay with the judgment, I don't need the money. I don't know if that makes sense to you. This is what I personally would do.
Tim, the lady only went online to spread this news. Would that be correct?
Well, yes, but if we go beyond online,
did she sue him?
Did who sue who?
Did Halima Abubakar sue Suleiman?
No, but it's the Suleiman that sued Halima now, isn't it?
But do you also realize that Suleiman's wife also took to social media to defend her husband?
Okay, yeah. I don't know, but yeah.
Should that not be enough?
Andrew, honestly, it's not for me to say. I don't know whether that's enough. See, and I don't want to drag this for too long.
No, we're not going to drag it for too long.
Yes. So I don't know. Maybe, like I said, it depends on each individual.
Jagun, sorry for interjecting you, Tim. Jagun, we're eating while on the stage. Could you? Pardon? We're not hearing you. You are muted. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah. So I don't want to hold forth for Suleiman. You and I know, I've told you my views. Maybe when they said it, I'm with you. I belong to that your school of thought that says, if I'm a minister and I believe I'm doing the right thing and someone is defaming me, I can choose to leave it for God and say, it's okay, no problem. As long as I know that I'm not doing what is wrong, I'm doing what is right, I will leave it there and let God judge. I'm with you, I will do that. But that being said, I'm not against the person who says, no, come, hold on. Why is this guy spreading lies against me? If they believe his lies, and I don't want these lies to go far. So I'm going to go to the law system and ask for a redress and get this person to come and recant and apologize. And of course, the law being the law now says not only are they doing that, ask the person to apologize, they now award him compensation monetarily. If he is a good man and he believes, okay, what I was asking for was my name, he can say, after he can say, decline this thing, even though the judge has passed, he can say, don't worry, I don't want the monetary compensation. I just wanted my name to be cleared. Now, if his wife was going and clearing his name, but was clearing it and was now using the opportunity to also accuse the lady, and the lady feels, okay, she too has said something that is wrong, then it's within her right to also sue if she wants to sue.
Please, my comment. Sorry,
Go ahead, John.
on that.
Sekou, sorry, I'll come to you. I want to change the topic now, but I'll come to you.
I'll be very brief. The Bible said that God is God of knowledge, by whom action is way. He knows our motive. End of the day, whatever is the motive for both of them, how they go about it, their conscience is where God lives. He will judge them by it. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring the next topic on board, which is this. So we'll time ourselves on this one because I know Sekou have a lot to say about this. The Tinubu government, original report is to reduce, how do you use that English word? Borrow me that English word. Sekou have
cost of governance.
Cost of governance. Thank you for borrowing me the English word. I'll give it back to you someday. Sekou have left, so he will come back. Tinubu and Shettima spent 8.6 billion naira on travel expenses in 3 months. Source, Punch newspaper. Now, we don't have the record to know what did they spend, what did they do for fuel or for feeding or for extra costs or what? But is this money not too much for 3 months? I don't understand. I don't know.
I will you to John first. Let John go first.
John, you start first. You have 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
All right. Of course, if we want, we all know that politicians sell what they want you to hear, but when it comes to reality of carrying it out, it's difficult. In that case, I say talk is cheap, and this is why places like this media outlet here is very crucial, that we enter into the household of people to speak to such thing, that this is unbelievable. People that have been in governors this team for a long time. They have been around in politics for so long, and they know how much they have been spending. And for that reason, that's why they created that talking point that they are going to cut down the costs of governance, but they are not a good example in these 3 months to spend such a huge amount of money while Nigerians are struggling in everything. It's a sign of irresponsible, and it's a sign that these people come to do nothing rather to talk to the gullible Nigerians that and oftentimes they divide us within their own way, what they want us to talk about and not what they are doing that we should talk about. And that's why, to me, so many things that came up before the 1 year anniversary do not pay attention, because these are the things we should pay attention to. This is what we're supposed to talk about. So the issue of national anthem, as crucial as it could for some people, it never put food in anybody's plate. I mean, it's a pride of our country to have things straight up. But these are the issues that are more important to ordinary Nigerians, that these people come to lavish and just to do nothing for ordinary Nigerians. And Nigerians should know that all politicians are liars. Some are just better than the other, and their destiny is in their hand, and they should push back on them in every way, in media, and make the place uncomfortable for these people, because they have stolen so much that they have used poverty and all of these things as a way of taming the society, while you struggle to feed yourself. And instead of you to push back and protest, you don't even have energy to go on the street because you are dying. And this is what they have afflicted their own citizens, instead of living with a good example if they're serious about changing anything. Thank you.
Thank you, John Abba. Chief, let me go to Seko first, then I'll go to Jagun. When Jagun comes back, then you'll be the last speaker. Thank you very much. Seko, the floor is yours. You have a knowledge of Nigeria, even though you are from Liberia. It appears that you hold a governorship position in Nigeria, so you have some knowledge on it. So, in respect to what is on the screen there, what do you have to say?
Can you hear me clearly? Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me again, even though I invited myself. But I mean, thank you for the introduction. Honestly, I thought we are discussing Deborah. That's why I came in.
Oh, you can go ahead. Go ahead.
The flyer about.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Let me put it back there.
It was the Deborah topic that interested me. That's why I actually came.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. So on the issue of Deborah, I think we have to ask ourselves the question of freedom of speech, the question of democracy in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole, because we are speaking at a time when we see the war in the Sahel region, where a group of extremists are trying to take over democratic countries. We should be worried as West Africans and as Africans that in a WhatsApp group, a group of students will be discussing something, and one person will make a comment, and then the next thing the person is stoned to death or even burnt alive. I don't know how it ended. We should be very, very worried that is taking place in 2024, because the freedom of speech is not, it's built upon the idea that I will say something that you don't like, but your ability to tolerate it. And the society that we live in is able to judge between us, not we being taking law into our own hands. So I think it's a question of religious extremism, which is very serious in the northern part of Nigeria, which is being overlooked because most of your southern politicians, they don't like to mention it because of votes. Your southern politicians are coward. I would like to say very clearly to you, they are they are coward, most of them, because they fear the votes, the numbers. Because if you speak against the extremist north, then your national political career is dead. I remember Atiku Abubakar, when Deborah was killed, he tweeted, and he said he was against the killing. And when the North came after him, he said he didn't tweet it. He said, in fact, he recanted the tweet. He said, I didn't tweet that. That goes to show, if that happens, any of us that live outside Nigeria, that live in these Western countries, if that should happen, the entire government will come out and condemn it. There will be solidarity march in support of this person. But what do we see? We see silence. I'm not supporting anyone to insult anybody's religion, but I think if we will live in a multicultural society, then we should learn how to tolerate each other. we should learn how to tolerate opposite views. I think that's why Nigeria, the last time I came here, I asked you whether Nigeria is a democracy. Because if we have blasphemy law in any country, that country is a theocracy. In Iran, you have a blasphemy law because it's not a democracy. So you cannot have a democracy where you have blasphemy law. Okay? I can stand up and say, I don't believe in, I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in Jesus Christ. And I don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God. Should I be killed for that? No. So someone be able to, I think that's the conversation we need to have.
Thank you, Seko. During the earlier broadcast, the broadcast I had earlier, the decision is going forward. It has to be not just talk, it has to be a solution based where we start to act. I beg your pardon, where we start to act. So we're having another broadcast. I'll come to you, Jonathan. I'm just, I just want to bring Seko up to speed. And I hope you will be around next week when I will do the part 2 of that broadcast where we talk more about solutions and how we in diaspora can help to bring about solutions to our people, and where we can have our own say in respect to the voting rights that belong to us, we in diaspora. So going forward, it's not just talk, and it's just solution based. And I did say that whatever financial implication that would cost, I will bear that financial implication on my own by the special grace of God. So, Jonathan, the floor is yours. You wanted to say something? Thank you.
Yeah, in regarding to what my brother just said, I want you to understand that you put it eloquently across well. But it is not about the Southerners being cowardice or afraid of the consequences on the national politics. But also the reality is that we are all African, and we can acknowledge that in as much as what happened to Deborah is horrific, should be condemned in all ramifications, there are brothers and sisters that are chained down in the houses of Kabbalists, in the houses of even pastors in Nigeria right now. So, and some even to death. And some claim that they even heal they are healers and all of that. Sometimes happening in the church whereby even a pastor can just slap anybody. So let's speak that the religious intolerance is one is out there as well, as we all have condemned it. But in fairness to everyone that is going through such oppressive and horrific religious bigotry in our under our watch, we should speak to it, because they also died in another way in such similar issues, sometimes very painful as well. So let's bring civilization to all of those things, and the ignorance that make our people go down to that level. It may not be stoned to death openly, but there are many people that are chained down under the pretense or pastor taking advantage of some family, or that they are doing some healing and they also die in the name of religion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Jagun, do you have anything to say in respect to the topic, or I move to the next one?
Why do you want to move?
Jago, before you speak, Jago, someone said Iran is a secular state. I don't think that's correct. Iran is referred to as Islamic.
I don't think it's correct. Iran is not a secular state.
Iran is not a secular state. All right, go ahead, Jago. Sorry.
You blaspheme in Iran, you know what will happen to you.
Yeah, you're right. We have a supreme leader who is not elected. He's supreme.
Yeah. In fact, it's going to dictate who is the next president, whether I will like it or not. Jago, the floor is yours. Thank you.
You know, somebody mentioned to me, I won't say who it was, but he's on our stage, and he proposed to me personally that there is a giant in the room that we are ignoring. And having listened to John Abba's statement, which was trying, I suppose, to balance things in terms of what Seko said, but I have to really refer to what the elephant in the room is, where Nigeria is concerned in this religious circumstance. Now, I think that we have problems generally with faith, religion, or whatever you want to call it in the country. Having said that, there's a level of intolerance that comes from a particular religion that I don't know why we fail to speak about it. Which is why, in listening to John Abba, I'm thinking, John Abba, man, are you just balancing like everybody's equal? Everybody's not.
No, I think I'm not interjecting you, but I don't want you to get into messing up with your brain. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying that this thing is happening in our country, that people are chained down under the basement in the house and the church, that we should give also attention to it. As it happened to Deborah in the open space, and it's very horrific. But then, if you refuse to look at that, okay, simply because Deborah, I don't want to use the word simple, that Deborah died in our open eyes is still happening today. Whether it's in another intolerance is happening today, we should be more forceful and more. I can tell you right now that not only Deborah, Muslims killed themselves over this as well. So we are trying to say that I'm not saying I'm balancing it. Please don't misunderstood me. I'm saying
No. Okay,
and I have experienced it myself. Not personal that I was chained like that. I have witnessed it. I've witnessed such things.
I fully appreciate you, and what you just said is the same as I'm hearing it before, to be frank. What I'm putting forward is that there is an elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is Islam, and we are somewhat reluctant to speak about it. And I will posit that the reluctance is almost understandable, because for me, who likes to say what I need to say, I believe that this elephant in the room has to be spoken about by those who are Islamic, by those who have that faith. Because really, when I look at the world, today, Islam is an issue. I won't say it's a problem, but it's an issue. And I feel that, again, given the history of Nigeria, there has been a lot of tolerance within the religions at our very beginnings. Most of us have both faiths in our family. Me, as a Nigerian, I have Muslim and I have Christian, and I there are one or two traditional folk in my family. Now, with where I'm from in Nigeria, with the Ifa, with Christianity, and with Islam, it's not that there's not peace, but there is an intolerance. And this intolerance has to be spoken about. Deborah, may the Lord rest her soul, is the most disgusting issue that we can come across, but it happens not once, not twice, it happens often. Now, Nigeria is not as bad as so many other countries. However, we do have an insurgence of religious intolerance, religious bigotry, and religious oppression in the country. And I don't know why we don't want to just be clear. Why can't we be clear? Why do we want to balance everything when everything is not balanced? It's not balanced. Christians do not, in that country, as bad as anyone would want to purport that they are, do not behave like terrorists generally. Now, I'm not saying Islam is a terrorist religion. I am saying it is an intolerant religion. I am saying it is an oppressive religion, very especially to the fairer sex. So I think if we don't say these things, we come nowhere close to tackling the problem. Electricity is somebody who posits solutions. He wants things to be solved. Let's come up with solutions. We can't just be complaining. And I respect that. However, I don't think we're going to get anywhere near anything called solution without tackling the subject matter. Now, the person who said to me that there's an elephant in the room, he was a Muslim, a Muslim. And he put it to me in such an open way and a way that he came across it himself. You know, sometimes we can speak to all people, but the reasoning and the recognition of an issue, of a problem, almost has to come from those who the issue or problem necessitates from. And I think if we're not doing this, we're doing ourselves a disservice. Thank you.
Thank you, Jago. I don't think there is an issue discussing Islam. And like you rightly said, Islam itself is not a terrorist religion, but some people have taken it to the far and beyond and use it to perpetuate, carry out their own personal agenda. However, if we talk about, when we're talking about tolerance, I believe any religion, their main primary teaching is to tolerate one another, regardless. But why is the case that a mention of the Prophet or the Quran often triggers them and they don't tolerate anyone to make mention of that? So tolerance, I mean, their religion teaches tolerance. I believe, I've not read the Quran, so I'm not expert in, I mean, I'm not even anything. I've not seen it before, neither have I opened it. But I believe those who have read it can agree with me that the religion teaches tolerance. I don't think it teaches them that if anyone make mention of the Prophet Muhammad or of the Quran, they should stone the person to death. I stand to be corrected. But until such time that I am corrected, it's subject that we have to talk about, because they will come on this platform. They will be there. Some of them are our co-workers. I mean, it's strange. Even in some of them are our boyfriends and girlfriends and everything. So we have to talk about it, because it's all about tolerance. Let's tolerate each other's religion. Go ahead, Chief. Then I'll go to.
Okay, so I'm going to try to put the two topics together. Let me start from where we left off. Since Sekwa, did I pronounce that correctly? Okay, all right. So I'm very happy you brought that up, and you put it out so well. So here's my submission, because Andrew wants us to be proffering solutions and not just complaining, which is good. The thing with Nigeria is that our founding fathers, especially from the southern part of the country, made too many concessions. That's my reading of why Nigeria is the way it is.
Chief, sorry. I'll give the floor back to apologize.
Okay.
I want to thank Blackstone. Blackstone, thank you for the super chat. And let me say this in respect to the super chat. It's highly appreciated. It goes a long way. And even if it's 1 cent you can afford, even though I know that's not the case, nothing is to don't be intimidated by those of KJ that donate $100 and no, don't be intimidated by them. Some people are here to intimidate people, but don't allow them. So if it's £1, 1 cent super chat you can make, it is all good. So we don't discriminate when it comes to money. So all right, thank you, John Abba, the flyer. Blackstone, thank you, Oscar. Blackstone, thank you again.
All right. So why am I going back to that? Because as soon as the Sekwa mentioned that thing, I've read from Sherry Williams, and her perspective. That's okay. That's why we're here. It's good for everybody to bring up those concepts and their perspective. So, like I said, our Southern founding fathers made too many concessions. At the inception of this union, when we were trying to gain independence from the colonial administration, and the Northerners said they were not ready for independence, I am one of those who strongly believe that we should have gone ahead with the independence of the part of the country that wanted to gain independence. And then when these guys see how we're progressing and they still feel like joining the union, then they would have joined. Perhaps they're joining the union from that angle they would have come in on a different level and on a different basis. But when you started making concessions that were very fundamental, that would affect equity, that would affect rationality, that was when Nigeria lost it. That was when we lost it. And some of those concessions are the things that Sekwa has mentioned, which is why it looks as if the northern part of the country gets away with a couple of things. For instance, you find the issue of 2 children born by parents, even poor parents, and one child is expected to score nothing less than a 250 in the National Common Entrance to be able to gain an entrance into what we refer to as unity schools in Nigeria. While the other one from the other angle, just with even 6, it looks outlandish to say that. Just with 20, somebody is scoring 200, is expected to score 250. I had that kind of grade, but I couldn't make a federal institution. I had to go to a state university because my state was given a very high rate, and I didn't exactly hit it. But somebody from another state whose figures were not in anywhere half mine, scored that thing and still made the same institution I was told I couldn't go to. And that's where we are, which is why, I keep saying it, the constitution, when people say our constitution is a problem, I say our constitution is not a problem. What is a problem is the way the country is being administered. It is not a constitution. There is nowhere in that constitution that we have this thing I'm talking about, that the child from Zamfara should go to federal university with a grade of 12 or the grade of 20. And the one from Ogun State should go there with the grade of 270 something. There's nothing in our constitution. These are administrative leeways that we've allowed them to have. Or the argument that Sherry is making, that mentioning a red flag, something that somebody says is a red flag for him, becomes the basis for him to take laws into their hand to administer justice. But somebody goes into my church wearing his cap is not a red flag for me. For those of us who are Christians, we know that whenever we enter a church, what do? We take off our caps and go in there. But we have people from the north, when they walk into our churches, they don't take off their hats. If they're invited for it, they don't. But they go in there and we tolerate them. We feel okay, because our modus operandi as Christians that's not, for those who understand what Christianity is, it's not all those remove your hat, remove your shoe, lie down 3 times a day that makes you a Christian. We understand it from that angle, but we allow it. So that's what I want to say when it comes to this issue of this. I totally agree with you, Sekwa. In a diverse state, people should be able to air their views, disagree, and then you say, okay, I don't agree with you. That's fine. That's your view. And you leave it there. You shouldn't say because somebody has touched on something you define as a red flag for you. And that now gives you the leeway to lynch them. So it all boils down to the fact that at independence, we didn't design the country in such a way that everybody had equity. That is what we need to go back to right now. Not creating states, not national anthem, is to go back to sit down to say, okay, if we're Nigerians, we must be governed by the same national laws. However, we can allow each of the federating units to own their sub-constitutions, to say that within Zamfara state, because we are predominantly Muslims, we want to be governed by Sharia. But that being said, that governing by Sharia would mean that only those who subscribe to that religion, when they have offended the law, will be judged by that particular type of law. those who are not Christians will be judged by the law that covers the whole country because they don't fall under your destiny. That's what I see in other places. I've visited Dubai a couple of times. When you go to Dubai, you would think you're in the Western world. They have pubs, they have clubs, they have strip this thing. They do. Some of their Muslims visit it if they want to, and those who don't want to visit it, that's fine. But they are allowing people, because listen, I said it here, with all these boxing that promotions that are going on in Saudi Arabia, every year Saudi Arabia wants the big boxing competitions to come to Riyadh or to Jeddah or to wherever they take it in the kingdom. Are you telling me that all those men who go there that love to drink their whiskey are going to Saudi Arabia and they're not allowed to drink their whiskey? Let someone go think about it. Jago, you know what I'm saying? Are you telling me that you take Tyson Fury and take what's the other gentleman, Josh, to go and exchange blows, and then people come from all over the world, Ronaldos of this world, everybody who take alcohol, and they're not taking alcohol in Saudi Arabia? That I'm leaving that for our people to think about it. Now, coming to the other issue of the amount of money that the presidency spent.
No, please, quick. I'm sorry, my brother, because I'm going to go for a meeting. To you, Chim, and I want to interject you on the issue of the score rate of students or people from the north comparing to the south. I want you to know that it was done mainly to encourage them and to come up because they were not catching up in terms of the Western education. And it's mainly even substituted by the state of that. And many of the Southerners have been a beneficiary in many ways in going to school there, because most of their universities, they don't even, they use that to encourage them to go to school. And in that case, if you say that, okay, if you use your influence, the Northerners use their influence to say that the standard of the national standard is like this and you are below, don't get into this, don't get into that. It's a fair argument, but where people use their own state money to encourage their own people to go to school, I don't think that is an issue like you think, okay, that is meaning that they are being cut down. Even in America here, there are places where you go and they leave people from poverty in one way or the other to whether you substitute something, whether you build a school there, just to make sure that the people's life are elevated. So for you guys to think that that is, whether the standard should be higher, we can discuss that. But the fact that they use that to encourage their people to go to school and we still complain, and at the end of the day, we are still the one that call them and Martyr and the rest. I don't think that is fair.
Okay, let me quickly correct something. Thank you very much, John. So I'm very happy to have civil conversation with you, and I'm grateful you brought that up. Now, in trying to encourage people,
sorry for interjecting, Jim. While you are doing that, can you take over the moderator for a few minutes? I'll be back soon.
Okay, no problem. So now remember, John, that you cannot encourage another person by making it difficult for the other person. What is happening now is that if you say, let intelligent people, everybody, once you score, let's have a unified pass mark for everybody. Then you can say, okay, but you know what, because we know that some of our brothers are lagging behind, we can leave some additional slots for them to encourage them. We probably wouldn't have a problem with that. The situation is that you're saying that the man from Abia in the same military school that is run by the federal government, you're saying to him that all his children, if they don't score 250 and above, if the person scores 249, he's out. But you're saying the one from Zamfara, if he scores 6, he's in. So what you're doing is not correct.
And that's not the truth. And you
hold on now, John.
That's not the truth.
No, John, hold on. That's not right. It doesn't let us produce the best. Affirmative action happens everywhere in the world. The Nigerian affirmative process is one of the most horrible ones I've ever seen anywhere. What you do is you let people to have the same baseline, but you can say, because our people, by the way, it's not the fault of the child from the south that the one from the north doesn't want to go to school. It's not my fault. It is left for you and the leaders in those places and their parents to make those children see the need for them to go to school, because it's the same learning process. If they're exposed to the same learning process, they will catch up with everybody. What we're even saying is filling those spaces. People burn midnight oil somewhere, work hard to, and tell the person that he missed it by 1 mark. But you're telling the other one who does not even make an effort. He just goes to the exam hall that day and scores only 6, and you tell him 6 is okay, I should go in. My brother, John, we can have this debate, but I think
let's set it because the way you are fixing it, you are just thinking that you balance it. Let's have this debate in another.
Okay, I'm okay with
while I'm not saying that it's okay or not, but you are missing the point, and we're going to get to the point. And I'm not saying, okay, let's say NDA right now, Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna. So where maybe they say a quota system whereby maybe 15 come from Anambra State and 10 come from depends on the side. Let's say 15 also come from Kaduna State, right? If that is the expectation to say, okay, we have all of this to balance that everybody participated or whatever, and they use that and the child from they bring the 15 people from Anambra State and then the Kaduna State. If they bring them to school based on what the standard or expectation that is not on the federal level, but now these people cannot get to that. You understand that before they are using this to bring their own people, just like it happened in Lagos recently, whereby there are some Northerners that came to join the police, and we say, okay, if the slot is there, nobody is trying to occupy it, and you are faking your name as a Northerner, and you come to Lagos to be recruited under Lagos, that is condemnable, because that is taken out of the number of the people that wanted to join, if I thought they want to join. So we're going to go into this debate later, because the way you are putting it and put it across.
Okay, John, so because my time is running, I'm very open to having this debate later on.
Thank you.
I'm very open. Now, let me go to the other subject, which is on the issue of the expenditure by the presidency. I actually sent Andrew a video, and that is of the president of Kenya. You know, if we've been following what was going, the Kenyan president was also accused of spending some outlandish amount of money on travel. But the man has come out to address it very intelligently and debunked it totally. He actually, number one is that he felt his citizens, he owed them an explanation on the news that was flying about. And he came out and told them he did not spend that kind of amount of money. I've sent it to Andrew. If Andrew feels we have enough time, he can play it. The man said it clearly that, listen, if I'm telling you, Kenyans, he said, Kenyans, be aware that if I am asking you to tighten your belt, be aware and be sure that I, who is asking you to tighten your belt, I am already tightening my own. And he went about to debunk the amount of money he said he spent, and he told them how much he spent and how they arrived at the amount of money he spent, and that was it. In the case of Nigeria, we have a president that finds it beneath him. Beneath him. Listen, when I say these things, maybe people don't look at this, but look at this man from the angle I look at him. Look at his mannerism. Look at the way he talks. It tells you that he just look at like the issue of the national anthem. What did he say? He said, it's not a priority for you, but it was a priority for me. Your president who is representing you says what majority of Nigerians are saying they don't think is a priority. He says, he's literally saying, stick it up to you people. I will go ahead and do it because it's a priority to me. You are one individual running a country of 200 and something million people. And majority are saying this thing is not a priority. So my point is this. You know, it's good to hold them accountable, but we are being led by a group of people who feel that we are making noise. That they will spend money the way they want to spend it, that they don't care. That after all, they're president, that they have to, what do you expect them to do? Do you expect them to go and ride British Airways? Don't you know I'm the president of the country? That's their attitude. Go listen to them. They don't care. So I think what Nigerians need to do is start asking for more accountability. And I don't know where I was here. Someone said, how do we get Nigerians to begin to... No, okay, it was another forum on X I was part of. They asked Professor Chidi in Canada, what do Nigerians need to do to get politicians to realize You are a servant. Look, we're not here to serve you. You're there to serve the people. Right now, for a very long time, as long as I can remember, we've had political leaders who don't give a hoot on the opinions of Nigerians. They don't care. National anthem, you're supposed to come out and debate it to say, okay, we felt that we should change our national anthem. Nigerians, what do you think? It wasn't thrown open. They just decided amongst themselves and they passed the law. Same thing with this expenditure. The presidency is telling you to tighten your belt, but they're busy spending money. And the only solution is that Nigerians need to start asking for more accountability. Go and ask for a way so that these people cannot just spend money and get away with it. Until we're able to get them to do this, they will do worse things than they are doing now. That's why I'm giving solution, because I don't want it to look like I ranted without giving a solution. Nigerians need to look for a way to get accountability out of our leaders.
Is the solution? Thanks for that. And we have to work on it. So it's not going to be an easy job, but we have to do it anyway. If you can say, KJ, the floor is about real citizens. This is from Obi Ezekwesili. Real citizens are those who know that, as it is in other lands, our democracy gives the people constitutional right to demand accountability from anyone occupying a public service, regardless of rank and position. They can't take the full sentence. So, but I think there is a regardless of rank and position. While I occupy this public office, if it is a public office, it is. I have to give account of my stewardship. All right, KJ, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Chim.
Thank you very much, Chim. I don't really know where to start from, to tell the truth.
Start from anywhere.
Okay, so I will circle back to my dear brother and friend, Mr. John. Yeah, he said something. He made something very interesting, and much as the fact that that is not the topic, but let me start from there, because I grew up much of the north. Much of my life was spent in the north, or I spent majority of my childhood and youth in the north. When we talk about this issue of two sets of rules for we as citizens, it really is really touchy for people like me, because having gone to being born in the north and grew in the north, primary, secondary, and university, I knew the problems I faced. My family being one of the first, very very first Igbo people who moved into the north after the war. They all returned back to the north, and so when you talk about this thing, especially that of the unity school thing, even as at 5 years ago, I couldn't get my nephews and nieces to federal schools because their state cut off, the cut off that they had for their state. They they couldn't go in, even though they had 240 for the particular course. They couldn't go into those schools. They all ended up, just like Jim said, going to state universities, and that issue has remained. And I totally agree with Jim. You see, there's no place where you don't have government trying to intervene. What they call it, I'm trying to remember the name they call it in America. Okay, and that happens, but it does not negate the standard. Okay, it does not stop people from being able to ask. Let me give you a funny story, which majority of people may not know. When we were coming out of secondary school, majority of the states, the states in the east, didn't have school of basic studies because you are not allowed to start school of basic studies. So if you could not score outrightly to get into the university, you couldn't go to school of basic studies. You couldn't go to any of those schools. Okay,
KJ, it's called affirmative action.
Thank you, affirmative actions. Now, you couldn't go into any of those universities if you didn't score outrightly. Okay, and so, but you find out that in the north, we had school of basic studies, which acted like a bridge, okay, for people to continue education. So from a childhood point of view, I saw that as a lot of injustice to me as an individual, because even though I had the scores to go into a federal school, I could not go into a federal school. All right. Even though I had the listing to go into school, and I couldn't make those schools because I was told that I came from educationally advantaged states. Now, 60 years after, we are still doing educationally advantaged and disadvantaged. Is that not fair? Is that can that still be described as being fair? I don't think so. So if we are building equity into the system, if we are building justice and fairness into the system, some of these policies need to be looked at again. And I'll give you an example coming back to, circling back to the topic we have been discussing. Do you know, and I can tell you without, any fear of contradiction, that if it were in the South, that if any of the states today wake up in the South and say, we are now declaring ourselves as a Christian dominated and we're going to run our state by Christian laws, it will become in fact, the army and the air force will move into that state and they probably declare a martial law. But for so long now, they have declared Sharia law in majority of the states in the north, and nobody has said anything about it. They are operating it and doing as they want. They are treating people the way they want according to the law that which they chose. Now the question be, is it possible for a federating unit that some part has a different law and other part don't have? And that's why some of us agitated that we have a confederacy where people can govern themselves the way they want. So if I don't want to come to your state, since you say I can't drink beer, and you cannot sell beer in your state, and I want to drink beer, I'll go to the state where I live, in the state where they drink beer and where they go to disco. Okay? Now, these are the things that are bringing division in the body politics of Nigeria. As for accountability, no, if you see the term accountability stopped with the Shagari administration. It was in Shagari administration that ordinary people, I can remember then a very good friend of my friends, Ape Aku came into the governor, then later governor of Benue State, came into limelight because of petitions he wrote against people who were being corrupt. These days, you can't do that. If you do that, what happened to Abumini in the National Assembly will happen to you. You become irrelevant. You'll be taken off of the system. You'll totally be made to come even back and apologize and kneel down and beg those who you have accused of corruption. So it makes it difficult for you to hold leadership accountable. More so that you can't even hold leadership accountable. As we're talking now, very few Nigerians can even have the opportunity of watching you or even listening to you because they don't even have the money to buy data. Or even if they have data, they can't charge their phones. Okay? So which system, how do you even get to educate or even pass information to those in the rural area? Because 19 out of the 24 hours, they don't have electricity, they don't have nothing to be able to work with. So you find out that since they realize that Nigerians, as poor as they are, cannot hold them accountable any longer, it became they went to market. They went to market with whatever they can do and do. It's only in Nigeria. I keep saying it here. It's only in Nigeria that you hear the government official elected by the people who tell you that these are masses. Please allow the poor masses. Where else do you call your citizens masses? You know what masses means? Have you ever tried to check the meaning of masses? When you address your people as masses, and then the National Assembly, which you are elected, come back and tell you, oh, since you have elected us, you no longer have power. The sovereignty of Nigeria rests with us. So whatever we say is what you do. It is only there. And they say these things and get away with it. Because if you try to fight them, at the end of the day, you yourself will either run out of Nigeria, just like some of us have done, or you find a way and keep quiet because they will have so intimidated you, just like they are trying to do to Obi now. You remember Obi said it here. His friends no longer call him. He can't go to party any longer. Nobody invites him for any occasion. So he has to now be going to rural areas to go and dancing with the rural people because they're the only people who can hear him. His friends have abandoned him. If you don't abandon him, your business will be destroyed. Your economy will be destroyed. Your family will be. In fact, you won't even be able to live There was a time that some of my friends, I won't call their names, when they are leaving their house, they carry all the members of their family in their car and go into town. When they are coming back, they come back with them because you're not sure when you leave your house what will come and happen. And this is the capital, and this is Abuja. So why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say that that is the situation some of these guys find themselves. Coming back to the story of Deborah. See, Deborah was not the first person.
Brother, I interject you. When you fit your political talking point, you grow in the north. When you do not fit it, you grow in the middle belt. Today you grow in the north. Thank you.
The middle belt is the north by Nigerian politics.
I said the day he fit your political talking point is a middle belt. The day it is not in your own destiny is a north. So tomorrow don't say that the middle belt is not a north part of Nigeria. It's you,
No,
and we are here. Don't
no,
worry.
I think
Don't worry, brother.
my brother John.
Don't worry.
I have always stood for injustice. That is a wrong assertion, and I will not
Don't
take it.
worry. I will play it back. I will edit it. I will pay. Make them play it
Please
for you.
bring it on.
And you grow up in the north. You
Constantly
cannot
hit my
hear
hand
come in the.
on my
You cannot
chest.
hear come in outside. You grow up in the north. Thank you.
John Abba, just do the super chat of $200. I'll play the video back for just.
If you want, I can respond to you in Idoma. Apo, if you want, I can respond to you in Idoma.
Just do the super chat of $200 now. I'll play
Yes,
the video back.
leave that
Tell
thing
me
alone.
the date and the time and the year.
Yes. So what I'm saying is this: Deborah wasn't the first person. I remember saying on this platform, I did a story of the teacher in Bauchi State who was eventually killed because she was accused of abusing the Quran, which was not true because at that time the bishop of Enugu was then the archbishop of the Anglican Church in Bauchi State, Bishop Chukuma, who we spoke to, and did our own research in the city. That lady from I think one of the Yoruba states, all right, had only 4 days to do in Bauchi State before she goes to join her husband who had been moved to Lagos, and she was supervising the exam, and she caught the girl cheating in the exam, all right. And when she confronted the girl had books, that she was copying from. So she came to that place, took the books, and went to drop it in front of the class. And then this young girl got up and shouted "La la la la," and then said she has committed. The teacher had committed blasphemy, and then started shouting. So when the uproar became much, the teacher went to the principal's office, and the principal tried to protect because she explained this is what happened. Because having lived in Bauchi State and having been teaching in that school for so long, you know how they regard the Quran. So she couldn't have taken the Quran. She took the exercise book that the lady was copying from. But she said it was the Quran. And that is how the whole school went wide. I'll tell you a story I covered. Now, the whole school went wide. They went to the principal's office, started trying to, break into the door. The principal took the lady, went to hide the lady. They said to the principal, if you don't bring her out, both you and the lady will be in for it. And so the principal was still trying to protect, and they were calling the security officers who never showed up. Eventually, they broke into the principal's office, beat this principal to stupor, beat the lady, took her out, tore her clothes, beat her, and then they called a guy they called Angel of Death. The guy came from, at this point, they were beating her, she was almost, half dead. The guy came from the city bike, and the rest was history. I don't want to go into the public to say what happened. But eventually, the same fate that happened to Deborah happened.
KJ, hold on 1 second. I just want to find out, Forefather, are you backstage? I know you are backstage. Let me see if he's still there. Are you back? Are you coming in, Forefather? If you're hearing me, if you're coming in, let me know, because this broadcast is scheduled for.
That's why I came in, Andrew. I came in so that in case when you need to leave, and if I need to take it for an extra 30 minutes, I can do that.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Let me just going forward, Chim is the moderator. Even though I'm backstage, Tim is the moderator going forward from now till it brings the show to an end if I don't come back on the show. So, Chim, I yield the floor to you completely. I am not highlighting anything again, so it's entirely up to you right now. Gentlemen, I would like to thank you for joining this broadcast and those in the comment section. We are having a solution-based broadcast going forward. There will be one next week. So please endeavor to try. I encourage you to join. Thank you, Blackstone, for the super chat. Jonaba is gone. I'm waiting for us to play that video. You have to donate that $200 super chat, whether you like it or not. All right, Chim, the floor is all yours. Thank you. Have a lovely evening.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Andrew. So yeah, KJ, I'll let you finish, and then we'll go to Sekwa. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I read from the comments. So one Kikelombo is telling me that I'm talking about the story that I covered. There's a documentary on it, and if you can even search the story I'm talking about, it's on the internet. Okay, and it was during I'm trying to remember the governor at that time who handled that issue. He got to the governor. In fact, it was a mess. But somehow the government intervened and tried to, they handled the burial and all that. It's there on the internet. You don't even need to go far to look for it. That's one. Two, the story of Kanu Uka is still there. The one in Kanu, that was also, they did the same fate, and they even took his head around the city of Kanu. So what am I saying in essence? Why I'm touching all these things? Because there's been a precedent that have been set, and so far, government have not taken position. Government has not brought anybody to account. Government is not going to do it tomorrow. It is beholden on the people to decide how they want to hold government accountable. Because as long as you say, Owole Komi, it's not going to commit anybody. We will continuously to suffer the same fate from now till only God knows how long. Okay? And we can't have a nation where you cannot hold those you have elected. Once you elect them, they become Lord and Master. We cannot have them. Somebody who cannot even, live in a two-bedroom, when you elect him, he now gets a mansion and then behaves like he owns the whole world. And that is what government is all about. I remember we did a story. Government about in Nigeria is about sirens. It's about security. It's about four-wheel drive. Okay, and it's about living in mansion. That is all that it is. Once they've been able to give themselves that, then they tell you they are in governance, and that is all they achieve for the time they've been there. If not, tell me, how difficult is it to hold government accountable? Why is that once they get into the government, they turn all the apparatus of government against the people? Okay, and I said here many times, if we were alive to our responsibilities, we should have been able to move a motion by now to turn around the police force. It should no longer be police force, okay, but it's to become more of protecting the people, not the people in authority, but the people of Nigeria. The army, the police, the air force, the navy should not be used as a weapon, an establishment of oppression against its citizens, but to be to defend the people. As long as I'm concerned, as far as I know, till tomorrow, the government still use these agencies as a weapon of oppression and continuously to oppress the Nigerian people. That's why whenever I have to do with poor man, you see the way they handle the poor man. They will beat him to stupor in the street, irrespective of whether he is wrong or right. So it's something that we need to discuss and come to a consensus. If you want to continuously to have a government that don't have respect for the citizens, or do you want a government who will respect and be afraid of those who have elected them into governance? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, KJ. I very, very much appreciate that. I think before I come down to who hasn't spoken, that's Tone. Tone, before I come to you, Sekwa wanted to say something earlier on, so he doesn't forget his trend of thought. Let's hear him out, and then I'll come down to you, Tone, before I come to Jagun. Sekwa, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I will go straight ahead and respond to Sherry Williams. There's some, I don't know why.
Oh, your
Can you hear me?
your network seems bad. Your network seems
Yeah,
bad. Is it?
I don't
Are you
know.
able to go? Are you able to go out and come back? Then I'll once you come back, I bring you in. Let's see if it will get better.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, just exit and come back. Once you come back in, I'll bring you in. All right. So Tone, the floor is yours. Go ahead before he comes back.
Yeah, I was just trying to greetings everybody. I was just trying to catch up on. Are you speaking on the on the girl that was murdered?
So we have two subjects of conversation. The main one is on Deborah. You know who Deborah is already.
Yes,
And then the
yes.
other one is the on the accountability issue with regards to the what's on air. I refuse to remove it. On Tinubu and Shetima spending 8.6 billion on travel expenses in 3 months, and the source is the Punch newspaper. So you can choose whichever one you want to start with, or you can just choose to speak on one. It depends on you.
Okay. That of Deborah is this is the sort of thing that that's it's this sort of thing happens and you start to think, are we really the same in this country? Are we really equal? Because until now nobody has been prosecuted. They know the people that killed that murdered her. I won't use the word killed. She wasn't killed, but rather she was murdered gruesomely. And the video evidence was there. The police decided to look the other way. There was no investigation because it seems to me in the north, the rules and the law, the penal system in the north is quite different from Nigeria. Yet we say we live in the same country, and that's what I want to see Tinubu do. He says he's trying his best. Yeah, I mean, with all due respect, sir, you're not trying your best. You're not doing nothing. Let's even forget the economy for now. So even sanitize the country is in terms of justice, equity, and security. You're not doing nothing. You're just not doing anything. So till now, the poor girl paid the ultimate price for just nothing. And those guys that killed her they're still walking about, still gloating over it. And more will still happen, unfortunately, except a leader that will come out and be bold. Because listen, the situation in Nigeria, you've got to be very, very daring and brutal. And personally, I don't think Peter Obi he will not do that. If Dati was going to be the president, yeah, I'll trust him to do that. I don't think Peter Obi is going to do that. And that is my fear for Peter Obi. Even if he manages to even somehow to go around and beat Tinubu to his rigging and become the president, he's saying that he's not going to go after them, pursue after what they've stolen. I think that's not very intelligent. Because I always say, why these people will always steal and steal and steal, because they know there's no consequence. They will get away with it. The day somebody in government will come and and do something very, very there will be a consequence for what you do and all that. Like, I mean, left to only me, I personally, I'm speaking to myself. This is not the view of Dr. Damages. I think the death sentence should be brought back to public offices, especially federal and state offices, the governors, the commissioners, and all that. You just go. So when you steal money, there's this saying that we have here in this country. If you're ready to do the crime, be ready to do the time. It's just as simple as that. So if you're ready to steal money, be ready to go down, and your family penalized. So that is why they're just getting away with all this nonsense. Now, to the travel expenses in 3 months, are we surprised? We're not surprised. When they were gallivanting, going all the way, look at the party that went to America last time, and they had escorts in their rooms and all that. And yet Mrs. Tinubu cannot talk about that. She came during Children's Day to start bashing girls that were doing hookups and olosho. Her own. Let me not just go there. So the thing is, it's just all hypocrisy. We need at this minute in time in our in our polity, we need a very high-handed individual, a very high-handed administration that will say, you know what, we don't care what the West will say. I know that penalize us, but we are going to get our country right. Today I was going to church. I wasn't driving, I was in train. And I saw this Nigerian man with his two kids. The two of them were so unruly. They were just jumping on people's phones and all that. One of them came, and the way I looked at him, he moved back. But that's part of the thing, because there is no, people are not people, the leaders we have, the leaders that we have had are just not responsible at all. They're just not responsible. Let's even forget party lines, that is APC or PDP or whatever you want to call it. I know that it's accountability. Accountability is not there. Labour Party that we're talking about. Look at the party chairman. Look at that guy. Is meant to be in jail. He's meant to go to jail. Let's call it spade a spade. The chairman of the APC is a big criminal. He was caught on camera putting monies in Babariga and all that. So these things cannot just continue. See, a lot of work needs to be done. That's my take for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tone. I'm going to have a question for you, but I will give you the floor after Sekwa has spoken, because I want to take you on the issue of you said we need a high-handed person. I'll come back to that. So, Sekwa, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Oh, we can't hear you. Can anybody hear him? Do you want to try one more, going off and coming back? Don't worry, I'll give you time to speak. Okay, so Tone, before he comes back, Jago, I didn't forget you, please. Don't, I didn't forget you. So you said we need a high-handed person.
Yes.
Wasn't Buhari supposed to have been seen as that high-handed person? Do you think it's about high-handedness, or what we need is we need an honest person that is ready to live by, what we have is we have leaders who say, do what I say, but don't do, but not as but I'm excused from what I say.
Exactly.
I give you an example. We see our president talking about that he will not, I don't know whether people make those things up. I've seen some highlights that says Tinubu says he will make laws against forging of exams, certificate, and all those things. And you know why I'm mentioning that. I mean, does he have the moral right to come and tell Nigerians not to do that? Do you understand what I'm saying? So, can you speak to this concept of we need does Nigeria need a high-handed person? Seriously?
Okay, I'm happy you mentioned Buhari. I think you and I are one of the few people on this panel that said hands on heart. I think you, or if I'm not mistaken, but I voted for Buhari. I supported him when he came out because of his antecedents when he was a military ruler. I thought this man was going to be honest, at least, was going to do the right thing. But oh my God, how wrong was I? I was so wrong. He disappointed everybody, and everybody that did support him thought he was going to come and do the right thing, put things right, but we were so wrong. Honesty is, I don't know, is there a barometer to measure honesty? Because honesty in Nigeria is like it's a very, very scarce commodity until the man gets there, and then you then begin to say whether he's honest or not. There's been a lot of people now that are in government that we thought they were going to do better, but they didn't.
Sorry, hold on for a second. Please, SMO, I want to bring you on, but we have a few codes of broadcast. I need you to wear a shirt. you're wearing a singlet and it's not good for broadcast. Please, I want to bring you on, please. If you could just put on a shirt or t-shirt or whatever shirt, then I'll bring you on, please. I hope you can hear me. Go ahead.
So yeah, honesty by all means. You need to be honest, but I believe that you need somebody that will not care to who get offended, whether it's an emir, an oba, or an ex-general, and all that, and just do his thing, regardless of who you are and all that. If you have to go to jail, if they have to try you, yes, so be it. The problem is that we respect criminals too much in Nigeria. We say, you can't touch him. Oh, he's an oba, he's an obi, he's an ex-senator, he's an ex-general. That is a problem we have in Nigeria. Remember that general that stole? We've almost forgotten about that money. I think it's about $200 million. I know that some deal some time ago. I think that revelation came out in 2023. That matter had died. So we actually, that's why I say we need someone. I mean, look at Better Edu. Better Edu supposed to be.
Sorry. Sekwa, is your volume back now?
I think so.
Okay.
We
can hear you.
Brilliant.
All right.
Okay.
So please, let's quickly let him speak, because his stuff keeps going off and on.
Yes, no. Let this guy finish now. You're breaking him midway. That's not nice. Let him finish his sentence at least.
No, Jago, what we're trying to do is we're trying to be sensitive. No, Jago, please, understand me, eh?
Okay.
Sekwa's been having technical issues. That's why we just want to quickly. Now we have him. Let's just let him speak, and then
go on.
Yeah,
it's
please.
fine.
My apologies,
Yeah,
please.
so
No intention of cutting anybody short. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was responding to one of the comments from Sherry Williams, saying that we need to respect people's red lines, because the Christians in the South don't respect the red lines of other people's religion in the North. Yeah, yes. So I want to say that if you take
Williams,
and write all your red lines as a person
in the comment section,
write down all your. Hello? Is it going well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
go on.
So if you write down all your red line as an individual, and you go out in the morning, you will find out that there are many things that offend you from other people every day. Okay, and you wouldn't want to say each time somebody offend you, you want to react or you want to take a life. Then we now live in a jungle, not in a civilization. Okay, so I'm saying if we have a country and there are laws, if someone thinks that somebody has broken the law, you call the law enforcement agents. This jungle justice that we've seen in the North is not acceptable. It is something that we all need to talk about, that is not acceptable. Because of my network, I wouldn't want to stay longer. I want to say something very quickly, that the main problem we are having in Nigeria and many post-colonial African countries is the issue of fundamental values for a state. What are the fundamental values? Because for our people to come together and build a state, there are some fundamental values that they need to have. If you don't have those values, it's very difficult. Let's take Canada, and for example, where I live, they have two different values in the beginning of building their country, the Catholics and the Protestants. So the Catholic were the French-speaking people, the Quebec, and the English-speaking people were in Ontario. So what did they do? They came together and said, you know what, we have to agree on certain things. One, the Queen will be the head of state. We have to agree on that value, that the Queen will be our head of state. We have to agree that no religion will take precedence in our constitution. They agree on certain fundamental things before they build the country. Even though today liberal democracy have taken over all of them, they put religion as secondary. They focus on liberal democracy, science, and rationality is what they focus on to build their country. That's why all of European countries, they speak of Western civilization, which has to do with democracy, human rights, freedom, and all of these fundamental values. But the problem I'm having with Nigeria and many African countries, we have not established any values in building these states. There is no way you will have a theocracy and democracy in one federation. It won't work. It won't work. You have to really answer this question. What are the fundamental values of our elites? And what do we consider right or wrong? If these things are not answered, then we are building a country where someone can be put to death in one place, and in another place, it doesn't. If you overlook it, you overlook it, but with a country like that. So that's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you, Sekwa. I appreciate that. So just to address people, he's been having technical issues. For those who just jumped in and what kind of moderation is this? I mean, what I really don't want, what I really don't want. Well, I really don't want to go into that. I really don't understand. He was speaking and he had an issue, and we're trying to give him precedence to be able to complete his line of thoughts. That's why, and thankfully, Tone conceded to that. It wasn't intentional to jump anybody, because actually after Tone, it should be Jackson speaking. But we decided to let him speak so that he can finish. And like if you were listening to him, you would have noticed that even as he was talking, the line wasn't very clear. But thank you very much for that. This thing, forefathers, welcome to the program. We've been looking for you. I don't know where you went to. So, but anyway, Jagu, the floor is yours. Sorry, before Jagu, Tone, do you feel compelled to want to finish your thoughts, or Jagu can go ahead?
Let me just to sec. So what I was trying to say is, in other words, we need someone that will be more firm, assertive in as a president, as an executive president. But then again, you'll find out that he will be sort of handicapped by the system of government. So I personally, I think we need to tear down the system of government that we are practicing. Democracy is not good for Africans. It's not good for us. We need to build something that is tailored to our politics, our culture.
And what would that be called? What would that be called?
Yeah, I'm coming to you on that, please.
I'm asking you. I'm just asking you a question.
My dear brother,
I'm coming to you on that.
My dear brother, Jago, I wish I know. That's why we need a think tank. That's why we need to put our heads together, because this system of government obviously is not working. It is not working, and it's too expensive. By the way, it's just not working. I wish we knew, but our brother Sekus made some very, very salient points about people understanding. But Tinubu and his guys and all that, are they lettered? Are they educated? They don't understand what a statesmanship is about. The same way of thinking, the Agbero kind of thinking that they brought from Lagos State, there is now in federal capital, and that is why they're having problem. They thought, yeah, he came with a swagger, say, yeah, city boy, we're going to do it and all that. Right now, they're now throwing towel in. Even the CBN governor says that he's got no clue, that we should give them time. Give you time for what? You grabbed it, you rigged it, you stole it, and then you've got it now. You don't know what to do with it. And you are so arrogant even to reach out to the people that may give you some helping hand and suggestion, so that we can get Nigeria out of this mess and all that. Forget politics and all that. They're so arrogant. Thank you.
Okay, so Jago, the floor is yours. Now, what I wanted to kind of dovetail into you was, in his closing remarks, he said democracy is not for us, it's not working. In the light of everything we're discussing, you can go about it whichever way you like. Do you really agree with that assertion?
Never. I don't. I think the assertion that democracy doesn't work, it just doesn't work, it's too expensive. It doesn't have to be. It just like that in a country that is basically not functioning and not constituted to function. Democracy doesn't work because it's called democracy in Nigeria. Democracy doesn't work because of the people handling this democracy. When I look at the world and I see how countries function, under all kind of auspices. You see, it's not unfounded that some great philosopher, some great mind can come up with a new way of erecting leaders, a new way of running a country. That is not beyond human beings. But we must stay within reality. And to throw out, I mean, in Nigeria, if we don't have democracy, then we have some level of autocracy, some level of dictatorship, some level of oppression that is more than the oppression that we're feeling under this democracy. So I say that it's rather unthinking to throw out democracy just because of Nigeria. Nigeria is not working, not democracy. Democracy is working in other countries. It's just not working in Nigeria. So that's the particular thing that I think we've got to focus on. You know, with all what we're speaking about in terms of freedom of speech, in terms of the right of an individual to live and think as he pleases, in terms of the rights of the different aspects and the different ethnicities, the different religions, there are differences, and all these differences need to come under one banner that we call Nigeria, in a way that we all would like to function well. Now, we espouse the reasons why Nigeria doesn't function well, but we like to blame a lot without enough reasoning, which is why I asked the question: if not democracy, then what? What do we do if we don't have a democracy? We've had military rule, and military rule does what it can, but it is extremely oppressive, and it's not really geared to grow our nation in the way we would like it to grow. So again, you know, based on it's not I don't have a lot to say, but I'm just trying to ring down to what it is that we're speaking about. Now, Tinubu and Shettima are spending 6.4 billion as written here. These things don't shock me. They shouldn't shock any of us, as much as they are shocking. You're saying that this is the expensive over 3 months. Let's say it's a year. Even over a year, that money for private individuals, because that's what they're spending, that's how they're spending this money, as private individuals, and not as agents of the state, as they should be functioning. It tells us of the individual greed that we all have. I always wonder about Nigeria and the way we look at the politicians. And I wonder about us as individuals. I dare say any one of us, as honest as we believe we are, almost any one of us, if we're in that position, if we're in the parliament and we reach some level of dead end, it's either we leave that position, which seldom we see that, or we continue the campaign of corruption to one level or the other. You know, in the past, you know, I'm an old boy now, but in the past, when I looked at Nigeria, I always wanted to look at it in a forthright manner. And my sister was telling me, if I'm in Nigeria, I go steal. And I'm thinking, what are you talking about? How dare you? What nonsense is that you're speaking of? But then I took a moment and thought. I said, in this Nigeria, if you get there really, really, in the climate that we're all in, it's very difficult to not follow suit. You'd want to look after your family because everything around you is crazy. You'd want to look after possibly your village or your region of Nigeria, and you may change your philosophical mind into looking at what you can do for self. And this is where corruption begins. So sometimes, I'm not saying that we need to understand our politicians, and just like Tone has remarked, I'm kind of revolutionary. I would like to tear the system down and to build it up from the ground. And I feel that's what he needs to do. And as I said, as our man said before, our man Seko, who has just left, you know, we premised on a philosophy, and Nigeria doesn't have any philosophy. It doesn't have any political ideology. And I believe that if we look at revolution against, I always have trouble with this word, revolution against restructuring.
Evolution. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Against
restructuring.
Reformation. A revolution against reformation of our polity, which is not to break everything down, but to bring it to a point where we can rebuild it, we tweak here and there. Now, the aspect of Obi, he seems to be more somebody who looks at again, I've just forgotten it like that. What did I just say? I beg your pardon.
Do you mean rehabilitation?
No, I just said the word and I've forgotten it already. I don't know why.
Reformation.
Thank you. Right, Obi seems to be a reformist and somebody who can come in and reform what it is that we have so that we don't tear everything down. And I think that's valid. But I also feel that Sowore is somebody who is a revolutionist and he wants to look at revolution. And there's so many things within his mindset about what revolution means that I tend to agree with. The candidates in themselves, I'm not really here or there on. I don't. If they stay, fantastic. If they go, fair enough. But the philosophy of revolution against reformation. Reformation. It just leaves me. I'm so sorry. Revolution against reformation. I think that is a great beginning point for real conversation and real change in Nigeria. What it does, it makes us ignore the status quo. It makes us ignore the people who are the Tinubus of this world. If we came to a point where 2027 was somehow made legitimate for us to vote because we were confident that our vote would count. If that was the case, I would suggest that revolution and
reformation.
Thank you, bruh. Thank you. Reformation would be the way forward. So that's where I land.
Okay. So we have forefathers and Local P in the house. So just to bring you guys up to speed, and then I think from local, then we go to forefathers. We started discussing Deborah first, and talking about how we have this two-tier system in Nigeria, which is largely what has enabled those guys who committed that atrocity to get away with it. Because if we didn't, we wouldn't have a situation where people lynched a fellow citizen, and somehow the law has skipped them and they've been let free, which is what Sekwa was trying to address, that you can't have a two-tier system where we have to make a call. Do we want to be a secular state or a theocratic state? But you can't have both at the same time and expect that we'll have equity and justice. So from there, we now move to what you see on the banner on the screen on Tinubu and Shettima and the issue of accountability. So I don't know how any of you wants to go about it. It's free, go about it, addressing it whichever way you want to. So forefathers, will go to Local P first, and then we'll end with you if you don't mind. Local.
Yeah. Okay. We're back again. Yeah. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Yeah. For the Deborah Summers issue, I think it just shows the direction with which Nigerian is heading or is at the moment. Saying that we're really not a secular state, we're just an Islamic state. You understand? Whereby when you say something against Islam and the law of being an Islamic state is to lynch you, and that's the law, and you go scot-free. That's just the definition of what it is. Deceiving ourselves that no, it's a secular state, it's not a Christian state, it's a Muslim, it's not that. No, come on. You understand? We still have history whereby we pay our quota, our contribution to is it IOC or OIC? They call it, yeah, Islamic community. Yes, and we still pay till date, and I don't see any counterpart religion whereby Nigeria also belongs to in the Christian side that will pay such levy. No, it's not. It's only the Islamic side religions that will pay whatever level we pay to them. You understand? Given the fact that if you are a Muslim, you can say some certain things, threatening another tribe, the police or the security will not come after you. But if somebody of Christian, what's it called, origin or region say such to, like, hey, this and that, they come for you and they tell you you're inciting violence and they arrest you. We've seen that several times. So that just shows that the arrow of the law when it comes to religion is just pointing to one side, that this religion is supersedes this other religion, and that's just it. So for Deborah Samuel, so fortunate that her faith ended like that. And in fact, this is not, in fact, Deborah Samuel's case is not even the first. I remember this woman in Abuja that was beheaded in Abuja way back before this whole nonsense started. In Abuja, she was preaching. Abuja is even the capital, not even called not now, called Muslim state capital. Where used to have at least some large number of Christians and whatever have you there. She was still preaching and she was beheaded. Broad daylight. Still, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Way back. I remember in Abuja then. Beheaded. Nothing happened. That was why I was angry at some what's it called? Some Eastern cleric, I think Catholic priest, when they were kidnapped or something like that, and they came out, they were having procession, demonstrating on the streets, like, yeah, that they are asking the government to do something, whatever. So me, I was totally against them. I was even swearing for them that God will punish all those Catholic priests having possession. That because I'll tell you the truth. Because this has started a long time ago. Because it now happened to one of your priests, that's why you're not coming out. When it happened to that woman in Abuja, when she was beheaded, no priest, no Catholic or Christian, whatever the religious body came out. Even did not even came out to say, like, no, we are aggrieved. They didn't make any position for that woman. Her family bear the cause, and that was the end of it. No Christian body, this CAN or PFN or whatever, Catholic, whatever, nobody came out. Nobody protested. They didn't even make any statement. Oh, police, you are the investigating, and that was the end of the matter. So when it got to their own turn, when one Catholic priest was beheaded, all of them came out, started protesting. No, we are this way. They're like, shut up, because it's one of you now you're coming out. So the other woman that happened to, because she's nobody, nobody cared. That's the country that we have in Nigeria. That's why I said the arrow of religious whatever points to the north, that the northern, the Muslim are the real ones, because we've seen the excesses that they've done, and nobody has come, no security agencies has come from them or arrest them or contain them or whatever. But if it's any statement made from the Christian side of it, you see them say, yes, it's maybe cyberbullying or yes, anti-violence, and they come after you. DSS, first thing tomorrow, they know where to find you. Military have come and made several statements threatening against some certain region in this country. Nothing happened to them. It's not the first time now. So we know this over and over happens. So if it happens once, it's a mistake. Second time, coincidence. Third time, man, this is real. This is the real deal. There's no mistaking about it. So, like I said, there were some sorry for the family and sorry for the losses. It is what it is. We're just a victim, and that's it, of the nonsense country that we find ourselves, and nobody's doing anything about it.
Okay.
So for the
on the second one, hold on. Let me help you and forefathers. There's a video I want to play. After that, then two of you can comment on it. Just give me a second, please.
I am a very responsible steward. Believe you me. There is no way I can spend 200 million. There is no way. In fact, let me disclose here that it costed the Republic of Kenya less than 10 million. Because, let me tell you, I am not a madman. When I was told the cheapest plane was 70 million, I told my office, go book Kenya Airways. Yeah. So when some friends of mine heard that I was going to travel Kenya Airways, and we have built a big reputation as a country. We have built friends. Some friends told me, how much do you want to pay? I said, I'm not ready to pay more than 20 million. They said, bring 10 million, we will give you the plane. Look at me, Kenyans. Look at me again. I must lead from the front. As I tell others, to tighten up their belt, mine must be where to begin.
So guys, I'm not going to preempt what any of you is going to speak. I will say what I think about the video at the end. So I just wanted to give you that context, and then from there, maybe we should start with Forefather. Since he hasn't spoken, then we'll come back to you, Local P, and then go around, if you don't mind.
For this, speak for this second topic, or
yeah, this second topic, because that's what I played that video because it relates with the second topic.
Yeah. No problem.
Okay. Thank you for having me, Chim. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, the viewers. I can see Local P is there. That abandoned me in cold violation of our covenant. You abandoned me. It's all good. All right. But regarding the topic of
before I forgive you, go ahead. I tell you, because I was pained. You reached my blood.
Oh, so I'm sorry. You see, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. But regarding this matter of the lady that lost her life, I think most people have said, what needed to be said. We all know there is a problem to an extent in the way a lot of some people choose to pursue the Islamic faith. That is true. That stands out actually even more than the way some people, hunt witches in the south, or somebody that is accused of killing a husband and stuff like that. Because they actually kill Muslims too. In that same year when that lady lost her life, there was another Muslim that died because he said something wrong about out of place, and some of these extremists attacked him. It's a problem. It's a problem globally, not only in Nigeria. And it's one of the reasons why a lot of people just put up their back against some Muslim nations, even when it doesn't make sense. This is what they are reacting to. And I think in the context of Nigeria, we have to understand how to take this part out of it and leave the part that makes them Nigerians in place. Because it's a very Islamic people that are into that faith, they hold very strongly to the faith, and the only thing I see that can get them to at least see reason to an extent is to let them understand that they have to learn to put their people first. And to do that, you have to show them that, hey, look at all your fellow people in the Ummah. They are all doing the same thing. Don't make any mistake. So, because now you're not measuring them against Christians, you're measuring them against within their faith, the things that are going on within their faith. You're just pointing it out to them so that they can see for themselves that Muslims are being killed in Sudan because they are not Arabs. Why? If that is so-called the Ummah, why are you killing fellow Muslims? Because they are not Arabs. And that should let them understand that they shouldn't be killing their fellow Nigerians just because they are not Muslims. It's not worth it. Because those some people that you are killing your fellow Nigerians for, tomorrow they could come and kill you. Or maybe your children, or your children's children. Because by that time they would have spread down here. Because they are not Arabs. The entire North Africa has been Arabized, and they are coming south. So I will leave it at that on that one. I think the other, what was the other topic again? I think I missed it apart from Ruto. Was there something else apart from Ruto?
Yeah, so it's tied to Tinubu and Shetima spending 8.
Ah,
I know that one. I think what God Jim, you would have been the first one to start now, since you say it's a
No,
new.
I've spoken on it already because
Oh,
the
okay.
broadcast was started by electricity and I spoke, but
Oh,
he didn't have the video. I just added the video, so I wanted to give you context to help you in addressing it. So yeah, go ahead, for fathers.
yeah. Okay, billion naira. That's almost 5 billion million dollars. That's a lot of travel expenses. To go and make what money in a world where there is Zoom? I don't know. And most of these travels, I don't know what the point is. You go and ask for people, and most of them don't show up for years. You can send very few people to go and have meetings, and they talk. The people that are decision makers can discuss. And if there is something to really sign off on, you go. I think our president seems to think that traveling around, meeting people is how you generally make things happen for your people. How you make things happen for people is, first of all, you have to decide that you want to fight for your people. And this money, in the bigger scheme of things, it shouldn't matter too much. That's my take. Because for me, when I look at the kind of funds other people spend, sorry, there's an echo there. Yeah. When I look at what other people spend on travels, it's quite a lot. The problem is that we are not making money. We are not generating wealth in this country. We are just spending. And it means that every little you spend matters a lot. 8 million this thing, naira. What that could have done a lot. I can assure you, you could have done a lot in Nigeria, solving a lot of problems for a lot of people. But they choose to use it to waste it on transportation, going all over the place. If they were going there to go and even bring something really important, most of all this meeting is just to go and even further sell us out. And from there, it goes to his own healthcare treatment, and they come back and pull the bills on us. It doesn't, in the end, for me, I'm not even looking at the money. I'm looking at what did he come back with. Because people can travel and they can bring 20, 30 billion dollars worth of business from that this thing, $5 million junket. And if they bring that kind of business back to Nigeria, it's what they trade, because the profit from those businesses will eclipse 100 million this in naira a year. So it would have been worth the traveling, and the jobs and all that stuff that will be created will be worth it. But how many of those people that he has gone to has brought business back to Nigeria? I don't see them traveling to China. But it was the Chinese that were building a lithium factory in Nigeria. They didn't travel to China. So what happened? They managed to use Zoom for that one, but they didn't use Zoom for all the European countries. They are traveling all over the place. I've not seen Tinubu travel to China once. But the Chinese people are here. So what does it tell you? It means that you can do business without necessarily traveling. So that is some of the stuff you see that this one is just a symptom. I think the reason why we are picking up on this is a symptom of a government that seems to be inflicting suffering on the people. The people, I'm not even sure they understand why. Even if they told them that, okay, things are going to be difficult when I come in, I'm going to remove subsidies, life is going to be difficult for a bit. But they don't understand the level of suffering, what is happening now. I can't even believe it, because I think when Jonathan came in and he removed a little bit of the subsidy, there was a lot of protest. People were really angry. But this one, the suffering is on a totally different level. And the drop in living standard is on a totally different level. And you don't see the type of reaction that you expect to see. For better or for worse, my thinking is that the reason why you're not seeing those reactions is because Nigerian youths that are supposed to be protesting, they are occupied with other things. Social media, bigger economy, and looking for jackpot. Some of them are in politics. This is what they are all doing. They don't care about all these details. How many people do you see protesting about their national anthem being changed without even them being consulted? In Nigeria, a national anthem that you sing to, they didn't consult you at all. And I think in terms of, I think somebody was discussing something about types of government. I think it was a circuit that said something about types of government. Some people believe in this one. I'm really passionate about this one, because it's quite important in terms of ideology that we are going to need to go forward with. If you want to transform this country, you might need a new ideology. Just saying that you're just going to come and remove corruption and all the rest may not be enough. You need something that the people will buy into. They will believe. I say, you know what? This future looks like it's going to be far better than what we have now. And I don't think if you tell them that you're going to be a dictator, they're going to buy into that. They're not going to buy into that. But if you tell them that they're going to get a more advanced form of democracy that puts power in their hand directly, which they call direct democracy, like the type the Swiss practice. If you tell them that and you start working hard towards that, one election after the other, I can guarantee you within 10, 15 years, you're going to have the transformation you see in that country, because that is very appealing to people. Because every single time they go to vote and they see that their democracy is not yielding any good dividends for them, they are going to start thinking we need something to empower us to take control of this government. Because if we had direct democracy, if Tinubu passed this bill, the people can remove it. But now the people can't. That is what direct democracy can do. Every single day you push that idea and you remind them that you look at the ridiculous stuff the government is doing now. If you had direct democracy, you will be able to change it. But you don't have it. But if you tell them that it's a dictator that is coming in, it's going to be hard to convince them. Dictators, you can't convince people to have dictatorship. It is forced on them. That is how dictatorships work. So I'm going to leave it at that. I think regarding that, I just think that we have to come up with an ideology that is far more appealing to the people to be able to, for them to buy into it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, forefathers, for that. So, Local P, before I come to you, Augustine, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, so I'm sure you probably know the subject we're discussing, so we'll come to you as soon as Local P makes his point on the next issue. I'll come straight to you. Local, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Tinubu and Shetima spends. I mean, this is not news to us now. Why am I getting over?
Let me.
Okay, that stopped. Okay, yeah. So, like, for me, it's not news to us. Like, in 3 months, come on, we've been doing. Somebody spent $90 million to send somebody to promote your religion, to go to Mecca or for pilgrimage. That money just went. Natural deaths. The money did not bring anything back to the country. Just for some group of persons to just go and say Allah and this and that, and the money just went. And nobody in Nigeria even said anything. The youths are there doing TikTok, doing skit making. You understand? Meanwhile, their future is being mortgaged for God knows what. Whoever is spending the money, the future of their children is secured. So for me, it's not news. And back to what you guys were discussing now, what somebody else, their tone was saying that if democracy is bad for us or whatever. For me, I think it's just like Jago said, it's just application, method of application, because military can also be better if it was applied the way it's supposed to be applied. Democracy can also be better if they are applied the way they're supposed to be applied. You understand? It's just that the kind of demonic leaders that we have that do not give a hoot about whoever they are leading. That's why we see ourselves where we are right now. And the thing is, it's not even their fault, like I said. It's just the people who they are leading. The led are not even prepared to fight for their rights, to fight for whatever, because they think everybody's going to social media right now. They are hearing what their colleagues are making $20,000 dollars a month, $30,000 a month. They're like, wow, yeah, YouTube, man, we die here. So everybody's now abandoning what they're supposed to fight for, and everybody's going to social media because they think they can make quick money and settle their life. And that's it. So for me, I think it's something, people who have head on their shoulder should, keep on hammering on, talk about, so that at least maybe larger population of Nigeria will, come to terms with it one day, and we'll all do the right thing and fight for the country. Other than that, what we are seeing right now, spending money will always be happening, year in, year out. The time they spent, how much was it? 160 or 190 $190 million or $1 billion for SUVs, for the legislature. It's everybody shouted. Where is it today? It died natural death. Last month, yeah, they said they spent how much for pilgrimage. It died natural death. This money you're still talking about, how much? 8.6 billion for just 3 months. Give it 2 months, it will still die natural death. We move on. You understand? So until we start saying something, elected people or people come out to say something, we will always be seeing news like this and nothing will happen. So that's why I'm still begging. We in the diaspora, we have to do something, not just talking. We have to act, sacrifice ourselves, at least sacrifice our comfort. Not really our comfort per se, but at least do something. If it's only the embassy we can shut down, because I'll tell you, Jim, this will not stop. Trust me. These guys are also grooming people like Yaya Bello, Dino Melaye, you understand, whatever, who will still come and continue where they stop. So it's a never-ending cycle. It's a never-ending cycle. It will continue until we do something. The people in Nigeria, pity for them, they can't do anything, because if they try anything, they have the money to bribe some youth to fight them. They also have the command, command to talk to army officers to shoot whoever they want to shoot. They can do it. You understand? So since we are here, we can't go there and fight, because we know we'll lose our life. What do we do from here? Yeah, we are talking. People will definitely talk to give some people orientation, but everybody must not talk, because everybody would not, be able to articulate the right, put words in the right articulated manner that will make people rise up to fight for themselves. You understand? Everybody will do that. Some will talk, but majority of us that are here can also act, not by talking. Because, brother, trust me, it will continue like this. And now, look at the fact that what Europe is going down, because America is going there right now. Look at the way they're doing the politics. Europe, we all know they are going down. Soon enough, those of us in the UK will tell you things are not okay here in the UK too. They're also going down. And for them to survive, they're looking at Africa, looking at Nigeria to leech on, to survive. So are we going to fold our hands because of our bad leaders and allow these people to come see and leech on us to survive? No. You understand? So we all have to do something, please. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Eluko, for that. So for Austin, that just came back in, and then I played the video of the president of Kenya, who also, by the way, let me just say, so some of these expenditure things we're seeing, we don't have facts yet, especially this one. I don't know, although it says source, the Punch newspaper. Now, my perspective to this is the president of Kenya was accused of spending 70 million. I think that's what he said if we listen to him. I played the video now. And the man quickly said, no, I didn't spend 70 million. He came and he addressed Kenyans. He said, Kenyans, I'm not a madman. I'm not a madman, I want to assure you. And he explained to them how much he spent, that the country spent 10 million on that and not 70 billion or million as was suggested. And he also told them the process he went through. Now, whether the Kenyans bought it or not, but he felt compelled that he is a servant of the state. He needs to explain himself to the people. And he did that. There have been allegations and rumors of our president. We don't hear him or his people coming to say, Nigerians, please, so I'm not the one who bought the forerunners for the National Assembly people. They already had a budget and they spent that money. Count my government out of it. But I agree with you people, perhaps we should start spending on our local manufacturers. If it happens to be that our government officials need those vehicles. My view is that, because Stone said democracy is not working. Is it that democracy is not working, or is it that the people called Nigerians, anything they touch, that works elsewhere produces results? Dictatorships have produced results in China.
Exactly. Military reserve. They have.
No, I don't even want to say military. I'm just going straight to say dictatorship
they have.
has produced results in Singapore, in Malaysia, in China, but dictatorship did not produce in Nigeria. Democracy has produced results in other places. It didn't produce. Is it the system or is it the people? So, Austin, in discussing it, can you tell us, is it the system or is it the people?
For me,
Yeah.
it's the people.
Thank you so much, Chin. And to be candid with you, when I saw the topic, I was like, oh my God, again. And what came to my mind, I never knew. I never saw the video you played. That was exactly what came to my mind. And it's not even his refuter or his detailing that accusation that touched me. What touched me, say, Kenyans, look at me. He said, look at me, my people.
The humbleness, it was humble, it was respectful.
So for a leader to say, look at me, it goes beyond, no matter what happened, that language, look at me. How many of our leaders can stand up and say, look at me? And you see, when you ask Nigerians to go on the street, heaven knows, I will plead with any soul in Nigeria not to try it these 4 years. Please, let Tinubu finish. How many of us that will remain at the end of his tenure? Oh, where is he coming from? How many of us that will remain at the end of his tenure will now decide how to move on? Do you know why I say so? The highest revolution was last year. Nigerians had given up. Nigerians would have gone to the street. But the INEC came in and said, we have gotten everything right. And people spent their last energy. People were awakened. And people went in. And people did their best. I am not saying that Tinubu won the election or did not win the election. That the process did not go through. And the people kept calm, thinking that they had a means to make them understand what happened. We thought that the court would have explained what happened. And what happened in the court is a shock to me till tomorrow. That when the appeal court refused to listen to all the cases, we got to the Supreme Court, the highest of it in the Supreme Court. They had given a date. But the moment the Chicago story came out, they changed the date. In Nigeria, instead of going forward, they came backward. And they declared, go and read that judgment again. And you see the kind of gang during the military regime, people that were going to the street, they were on the street believing that the court will save them when they go, when the government, the military government comes on them. But now that everywhere have been bought over, a gang has taken over everywhere. I am pleading with the few alive that they shouldn't go to the street. I will plead with anyone in Nigeria. If people in diaspora, which you have seen some of us here, we are very comfortable. So many Nigerians are very happy what is going on in Nigeria because they want to be the richest in their community. They even want the dollar to go to 5,000. So that when they come home, everybody in their community will be bowing down to them. So they don't want Nigeria to be normal so that people will be happy. So many people in diaspora love the game. They will even do more to destroy Nigeria. So if those in diaspora feels that we can do something, then we can. But anyone living in Nigeria that is surviving, please don't go to the street because they will kill you and nothing will happen. And when you start reacting, they will call you a bigot. I listened to Kashim Febua. I thought Kashim Febua was smart. I thought he was something. But I listened to him on this guy, Shegu's platform. I became ashamed of him. I became so ashamed of him. He was talking about religion and telling me that politics is not where you make heaven. Look at a man in that class telling me that politics is not where you make heaven. Who is talking about heaven or talking about standardization? And you're telling me you're into politics to favor your people. And at the same time, you are suppressing other people not to favor their people. So, beloved, I'm pleading. What happened in Nigeria is still a shock. Where we are in Nigeria today, it will still review more. Look at the amount of money, and they don't even care. After 1 year, civil servants are still being played down on. The police, the military that handle this gun, nobody is sitting down to have a conversation with them.
Are you done?
my brother, I will come back later. I'm still in shock. I mean, I don't, you see, it's just like when you have a hug in your neighbor, and you're thinking, oh, this hug might be a virgin. You don't talk about that. These guys in government, those that know them, if you read the history of them, you know that you won't expect anything from them. You won't, and you can't hold them accountable. If, like I said, I don't have any. If Tinubu says, "Hey guys, I want to explain to you what happened. The accusation in Chicago was a false, or I did it when I was a youth. Now I am leading you people with a sincere. I will buy in for him. I will support him. But him not making any utterance about all those allegations, I'm not expecting anything from him. I am not. I'm not thinking that he can do anything better. That's my position."
Okay, thank you very much, Austin. So, welcome to the program, Golden Mind. But before I come to you, Jack, would you have anything to say in furtherance of, especially after playing the video, or would you want me to go straight to Golden Mind?
No. Please go ahead. I'll be here after him.
Okay. All right. So Golden Mind, welcome to the program. You know the topics we're discussing. So I don't think I need to bring you up to speed. We've talked about Deborah. And from Deborah, we went to what you're seeing on the screen. We started discussing Tinubu and Shettima spending that amount of money on travel in the light of their so-called calling on Nigerians to tighten their belt. But in a sister African nation, there was a similar allegation. I'm not sure if you saw the video, and their president has come out to address it. So you can take the conversation whichever way you like. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, panelists. Well, yeah, I think I started listening about an hour ago, so I captured lots of the things you talked about. But the story of Deborah is just the story of Nigeria, where thousands of things are swept under the carpet. What happens is that something happens today, people will make noise about it. Tomorrow, something else happens. They forget the thing that happened today. It has been the story of Nigeria. So I'm not surprised because in the first place, we don't have the people and the system to effect any meaningful change in Nigeria. And it's going to be like this for a very long time to come. Those who are the helm of affairs don't care. In fact, they don't even know that we exist. We just are making noise. That's what they think we're doing, right? It's going to take something radical, clearly radical, to change things in Nigeria. Somebody was saying that if we have an opportunity to just take high school students in most of these developed countries to go and replace everybody in position of authority in Nigeria, things will change. Because the thing is that it's just like having a dog or an animal, right? And you say, okay, this dog, this animal, I want you to perform this miracle, a task that is completely beyond the capacity of the dog. It's not going to work. It will never happen. When you go to Nigeria and see the kind of leaders people elected at the House of Representatives, Senate, for instance, men and women who are supposed to be in the village organizing village meetings. And these are the people you want to change Nigeria. That's not going to happen. Most of them are there to serve the interests of the president. That's why a lot of times if you watch them, they sing about your mandate. I mean, if the president brings any bill, they'll accent to it without, any kind of deference to the people that they're supposed to be serving. So when we say Nigeria is bad, people just don't understand that it's not easy to fix Nigeria. Because if you think that there are people who care about Nigeria, wait till the next election. All the things you talked about, cried about, will repeat themselves. They're going to happen again. They'll be cheating, people will be prevented from voting, and a whole lot of stuff. And somebody was asking a question: is it the people or the system? Well, I think primarily it is the people. For some reason, people don't like this when I said this, because we did conduct a kind of survey sometime, and we found out that the way a typical Nigerian or a Black African thinks is quite different from the way a typical American or British thinks. They're quite different. If you post something on the internet, let's say somebody kills somebody, that this person kills somebody, a rational mind will first of all ask, is this true? That's what normally happens. But Nigerians will come there and say, oh my God, yes, I thought it, I knew it, I knew, I mean, stuff like this, without doing this kind of due diligence. So when we talk about IQ, I do think, and I think I mentioned this last time, if you look at the list of the least developed countries in the world, these are the countries with the highest level of corruption and the lowest level of IQ. That is a big part of it, but people are not thinking about it. Because I don't think that you can have bad leaders when you don't have bad fellowship, followership. Bad followership brings bad leadership. You can have good followership with bad leadership. It doesn't happen, right? So a system where you have people, the leaders don't check themselves, it's supposed to be that way, that the legislature will check the executive, judicial will check the legislature, and like that. But that doesn't happen in Nigeria. So one thing I need us to really start to think about, or to begin to face that unfortunate reality, that it boils down to IQ, emotional intelligence. Intelligence quotients and emotional intelligence. Because when you have these people, a bunch of people with very low, people might argue, but they haven't proved me wrong, right? That a typical Nigerian doesn't have that analytical skills, very low, poor analytical skills, problem solving skills. We don't have that mindset. Maybe we're not wired to solve problems, because I think that most problems, there are problems.
So hold on, Golden Mind. Sorry, hold on, Golden Mind. So
yes,
I hear you. I hear your argument. Quite interesting. So are you suggesting that, because you said we don't have that mindset, that intelligent quotient, that IQ? So where do we get all these other Nigerians who, like in the diaspora, are you saying these are just outliers?
Oh yeah, they are. Now let me tell you something. I know that question was going to come up. And just because we have engineers, scientists everywhere, that doesn't. Of course, as scientists, when we talk about this average Nigerian, it just means the majority. There are people who are on the both ends, who are really low, and those who are really high. Now my observation also, even if when you come to maybe Nigerians in diaspora living everywhere, I've been a part of them, and it's the same problem. The same problem that if you go to a typical Nigerian association, they're always fighting. They are fighting. People don't come to meetings with the aim of solving a problem. I was opportune to be, teaching high school for a long time in this place, and I could see the way high school students think. And you now take that same problem to a group of Nigerians who call themselves professionals. It's fights. Fight everywhere. People don't want to listen to each other. People listen to respond to what you're saying. They don't listen to understand your point of view. That is the issue. So that's led me to say, what? It's not really about education, right? Because you can take, how do Americans say it? You can take the village, a man out of the village, but you can't take a village out of the man, right? So these problem solving skills, because I believe that if most Nigerians have this mindset of problem solving, okay, here are the problems, how do we solve it? But my challenge is that even the basic, the most fundamental, simplest of problems, we cannot solve. Tell me one problem we have solved in Nigeria since 1960. Tell me one problem we have solved in Nigeria since 1960. None. The same problems we've been complaining about in 1960, these are the same problems, electricity. And anytime we see ourselves struggling to solve a problem that has been solved elsewhere, then people are the problem. Are you telling me that no African country with steady electricity? There are. Why can't we solve it? Despite the fact that we say we have a lot of people educated, people who are scientists, or whatever, everywhere. Nigeria has a
Very
lot of
much.
medical doctors, healthcare professionals, but the medical system in Nigeria is in shambles. What is the problem? Right? You have all these Nigerians trying to solve problems, help other countries solve problems, but you go to Nigeria, it's a mess. It's a complete mess, right? So the system, first of all, the system and the people, right? I was saying the other day, say, now, as long as, and I think that is a more practical way to start, but the question is, how do you get this started? Let's have a political system where we make sure that the right leaders are selected. That selection process. Because if you have three parties, and these three parties give us very good candidates, even if my candidate doesn't win, then I will not worry about the other person leading. But the situation, look at Nigeria. Since Yar'Adua, we have been having sick presidents. Sick. Apart from Jonathan. Yar'Adua, Buhari, and then
Jonathan was sick.
Sorry, hold on, Austin. I'll come to you. Let him just finish, please.
I wanted to probe him in his thoughts. Yeah.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that the problem in Nigeria is just beyond the people will take 80% of the blame, because if people allow those leaders, they'll go there. Everybody's scared in Nigeria. Aisha just went to a party and refused to stand. It's a topic of discussion in Nigeria today because she refused to stand for the national anthem like this past weekend, right? Now, and why is this happening? Because we have a president, like somebody said, does not think that the people are important. He can do whatever he wants. Compare with Kenya and some of these East African countries, where the presidents and elected leaders are more responsive. In Nigeria, we have the most irresponsible, arrogant people as leaders. And because we let them, because we allow them. Why are we allowing them? Again, because of that thing I talked about, our emotional intelligence, right? We're scared. Why are we scared to challenge these people? They've been causing all these problems since 1960, and nothing seems to be changing. So let me conclude by saying this. Problem-solving skills, critical thinking, paying attention to details, these are some of the things that we lack in Nigeria. In terms of, most Nigerians have psychiatric issues. If you don't know it, most Nigerians have psychiatric issues. We're not critically minded. Most Nigerians are criminally minded. No checks, nothing. So it's a bigger problem. I've been thinking, what will be the solution? And I was thinking it has to do with a political a revolution first. A situation whereby Nigerians will be forced to join political parties and make sure that they are selecting all these primaries that are conducting. A politician gives them money, they'll just give us a criminal candidate. Okay, so three parties will give us criminals, and we are, we are condemned to select one of the three criminals.
Thank you very much, Goldmine. That was quite interesting perspective you came from. I know Austin is waiting to probe a little bit, but Austin, let me just throw one or two things in there, and then you take off from there. So, listening to Golden Mind, and I don't know whether I want to push back on this IQ thing because I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. So even though I am intellectually agreeing with him, there is a part of me that is like saying, this guy is pointing a finger at me also, and all those kinds of things. Now, my question is this. We have a system. I was at a family function, family friends in the last 3, 4, 5 days. We had back-to-back get-togethers. And I said something to the effect that we have elders, because I'm also saying this, I belong to my community development union WhatsApp group, and I have issues with people in that place. Some of them may be listening to me right now who do not want to, they are knowledgeable, they are successful in their professional fields, but I also see in them an arrogance of not wanting to be wrong. You're in a group, you've come into this group, yes, you're an elderly person, but you've done things that are not right. But you want to gloss over it using that you gave somebody a job a couple of years ago. You see people boasting, when I gave this person a job when I was in XY bank or this. And because of that, they use that to come out, sort of mask their wrongdoings. And it's not only with the elders from my community. This is a general Nigerian issue. Eldership. Because Tinubu also is an elder now, and he feels that, I'm the elder. Why are you talking to me anyhow? His foot soldiers feel offended that you're talking to Baba. So my question is this: is it necessarily the IQ? Or is it the fact that we have this part of our culture called respect, but we stretch it too far and it doesn't let us hold leaders accountable? Because I believe that even as a leader, as an elder, you should be humble enough to be able to admit mistakes. You should be humble enough to be able to say, I got it wrong. Because that is pretty much what Ruto just did. Do you understand? Where he felt compelled, he felt I owe Kenyans an explanation, even if he was lying, even if he was doing it for the optics. Is it a function of the IQ, or is it a function that there's too much of our culture gets in the way of doing things right? So Austin, you can take it from there, and then we go around, and if Golden Mind is still around to speak on this, then he'll come.
You missed me out, too.
Sorry, okay, you want to? Can we? Okay, Jago, please.
Brad, you've done this before. You don't.
I know now, but you went off and came back.
But I went off not by myself. If you wrote, the thing is throwing me off. It's not by. I didn't go and have a sleep before I came back.
Okay, permit me. I'm going to come to you after Austin, please. Don't be offended, Austin.
Yeah. So Jagu, sorry, it was supposed to be your turn, but because I wanted to probe what Golden Mind said, I'm not taking your turn. I'll just be. Golden Mind, I love your argument. I love your position. But I also want you to deepen that research. I'm not against your position. Many people buy your idea. And I look this research, I'm looking at it from the point of inheritance and conscious building. Let's use a company. If you inherit a company, and when you sit down with 5 people, say, let's begin a company. If you inherit a company that doesn't have the ideology that is proper, it is difficult to route it because you inherited it. But if you are building a company, you are putting your ideology. Why I'm using this? I want to use America and China. America is a country that people said, let us build something that is unique and different. You see it from their foundation. Now, China is a country that people inherited, and they have been wallowing. But some people say, no, let's change something. And that is where the leaders came in and restructured. They shot everywhere. People were in pain, but because they were seeing the explanation from their leaders, the movement of their leaders, they followed them. And today, where is China? So what I'm saying here is that when we totally say it is the people, no. The people have gone too much. The people are traumatized. The people have gone, many people do not even know where they are. It is the responsibility of the leaders to refigure a people. If you go to leadership, the people submit their will, consciously or unconsciously. Once you are into a place, you submit your will to those leading you. And it is their responsibility to pilot the affairs of that people. So Nigerian problem, I see it squarely on leadership, because leaders are expected to know more. Leaders are expected. You pay tax in this country for people to sit down and be thinking for you. While you are sleeping, they are somewhere making sure that you are secure.
This is not a probe. This is a whole turn. This is not a probe. You're supposed to question the guy. Bruh, my man, I was going to say forefather. My brother, make you understand what's going on here, or make you read the room very well.
No worry, well, Jago, no worry, I'm coming to you. Don't worry. Let's give me indulge me a little bit. I'm coming straight to you, please.
Jago, I'm seeing his point. So sorry, let me conclude. So I'm looking at it from the point of leadership, sitting down to Nigerians to say, we need to change this thing. But there's no way, even in the United States, there are so many people you will see. You will ask them, when I go to the street and see people, I say, are these people really knowing what they are doing? So there is no way you will get people 100%. But when you have the majority in leadership not thinking, you made a comment. I know some people in leadership as early as 5 o'clock in the morning, they are drunk. How would these people lead the people? And they drive. So when you don't have system that check all these things, we'll still be moving in a cyclic cycle. So I see it from the point of leadership more than on the people, because the same people bring them to where the system is working. My last governor was caught in London in a bus holding his hand. A governor of a state was in London and he was holding he can't do it anywhere in Africa.
All right. Thank you, Austin, for that. So you're going to hold your thought. I'm sure you got the question, Golden Mind, because let's go to Jago and then we'll come back to you and then go around to everybody. Jago, please go ahead.
Yeah, man. What I'm trying to establish here.
I see you. Go ahead, Jago, please.
What I'm trying to establish here is real line of understanding. Where Golden Mind has left it. He said a lot of things that are of interest, and I could agree to a large part. Yet I disagree at the same time. You know, you ask open questions about the black man and the black IQ, which I don't agree with. We are men, just like any other man on the planet. You know, we are not subhuman. And the way you put certain things across is as though we are subhuman. And if we are that we are subhuman, then we may as well just give up, to be honest, and let someone else who is actually human run the show for us. If we can't do it, yes, we are proving that we can't do it, but there are reasons. And if you have an analytical mind, which is what you're underlining, the level of our IQ, then we all know that the case of Africa and the case of black people around the world is rather conjunctified. Much has happened to us. You made mention that we are sick. It was our man up top who said that there's illness within us. Now, I put it like this. Problem solving is the duty of humanity, because with the atmosphere, with the terrain that we live in, it is fraught with dangers. At the same time, it is also lush and plentiful in terms of the abundance of the fruit of the land. Now, where Nigeria is concerned again, globally, you see, we have to really understand. We like just to, you know, when we come to a point, it seems that we put everything there. And that's not where everything is. Where we are contributing a lot to the world, we do it a lot more outside of Africa, particularly outside of Nigeria. But we are still Nigerians doing that outside of Nigeria. So to say that our IQ is low, I don't think that's sufficient, man. I don't think that is even reasonable, really. You know, farming techniques across the world, and when I say across the world, particularly in North American and Southern American states and the Caribbean, most of that technology has come from the African. But because it's so long ago, 400 years, we forget about it. What has happened in America in terms of major inventions that we use today, we don't even know who developed it. The ironing machine, the ironing board, traffic lights, combustible engines, fuel, that peanut fuel that can enter into petrol engines and work. All these are black inventions, but none of us speak about it. What we want to say is that we have no IQ. I beg to throw that away, really. I don't like it. We have IQ. IQ is simply mathematics. That's all it is. Maths comes, where does maths come from? Where's the first calculator? Where was that? You know, the way we read ourselves, I find it quite poor. I don't want to call forefather's name as he's not here, but similarly to him, we compare ourselves, not understanding that we are handicapped. Now, I'm not one who wants to bring excuses, and I'm not one who wants to blame the white man. I'm not really on that level. I am one, however, who wants to be quite particular about who it is that we are. And as I keep saying, because of this identity crisis that all Black people across the world suffer, we don't know who we are. So we espouse all kinds of things that really, for me, it's like, I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that. I don't know how you can conclude that we are basically of low IQ just because of the rubbish that we have assumed. Since Nigeria's development, since Nigeria's beginning, we know there were minds. We know there were great brains out there. However, they were stifled in developing what they wanted to develop. But as you rightly say, because we sweep so much under the carpet, we have actually forgotten more than we know. So what we're using is our lack of knowledge without remembering who it is that we are. And I find this a fundamental error in the way we think. You see, I don't know about you, but I'm quite sure that Nigeria can turn itself around within 5 years. Within 5 years, Nigeria can turn itself around. How? When we are so low IQ. I don't believe that we are so low. I believe that we are totally disorganized as a nation. And that disorganization is stifling us. It is not allowing us to develop. It is not allowing us to think, because largely our thoughts are poor. We have the thinking of a poor man. A poor man is rather desperate. Desperation within the polity is where we are today in that country. It's a desperate state. It's a desperate state. But I don't think we should make all the rather articulate arguments, but they don't really lead us anywhere. They don't lead us anywhere. Because as I said, to say that we are of low IQ as a people really means that we should go to London or go anywhere and give up. It means we should give up and hand the country over to those who we believe can run it. So I'm not in that aspect in thinking that we as a people are of low IQ. I don't know. I went to a school, a private school, full of everybody in the world, or Chinese or Japanese, Arabs, Persian, Pakistan, India, you name it, they were in the school. But when it came to end of year exams, Nigerians, that see Black people, generally Ghanaians and Caribbeans, we ran the show. We ran the show. We ran the show. We beat them hands down in everything. I think the only place where Chinese were above the Nigerians was in physics, maths, chemistry, the sciences, basically. The sciences. They were slightly above us, but we were on par at the same time. That's one. When it came to any kind of physicality, there was nobody in the school that can handle us. Not one race. We like to, because we have big problems, we just like to put ourselves down as a whole. And I don't think it's educative. I don't think it's forward thinking, and I don't think it gives anything to the spirit of moving forward. So I reject Goldmine's position on our low IQ. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jack. So, Goldmine, hold on. I'm happy. I'm seeing you're taking notes. Please, thank you very much for that. But if I jump to you straight off, some of this, my elder statesman here will chop my head. So let me allow KJ speak, and then hopefully we'll give you the space to sum up everything everybody's going to say. KJ, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chim. Goldmine, I appreciate your analysis and what you've come forward with. I totally really appreciate what you have put forward. And it's a good cause for discourse. I mean, very interesting also. And the first time I came across this idea was in the university. A particular lecturer of ours had gone to the college board and presented his college paper, which is entitled that "What is Wrong with the Black Man?" And in going forward, he was able to put an argument forward that because of the heat in Africa, especially Nigeria, we couldn't reason properly, and so the heat was too much and makes our brain not to reason properly. And you see, this guy, to even make it worse, he was from Sokoto State, and it was vehemently rejected by professors and deans, and argued. In fact, some of the professors marked his paper. I still have a copy of it because it was a very hot debate, and for a student, for me, it was, I've not seen that kind of before. The professors tore him to pieces and then marked his paper and gave it back to him to go and do further studies. Now, why am I saying that? We have always had this argument that we probably not, and I agree totally with what Jago has put forward. No, we don't have any lack of ability to think. We're people that have been abused over years, over centuries. Okay, we have even been taught that our names are not fit to be answered. I mean, that's why you tell a foreigner, "What's your name?" And you say your name is Chuku. They say Chuku. They don't know, why not just call it Chuks? I mean, But you tell me your name is in Livingstone, I'll call it Livingstone. I will not have any problem with that. Okay, so we have been bastardized mentally and otherwise, and so we are just trying to recover. And that's why some of us, when we leave and come to their own ground where we now have one-on-one, think about it, my brother. Some of us going to secondary school, not even being able to enter a chemistry lab, not in our ones, never enter a chemistry lab, but will come out, write the same exam that they're writing, come to their nation, where we now, for the first time, see these things with our eyes, and we're able to still beat them on it. That means there's something unique about us. Okay? Now, secondly, the situation we find ourselves in is such that our own people have not also helped us. And that is why you see, leadership is all about pointing people to a direction. Where are you seeing and where are you taking your people? If you notice, every of the leaders in the world have made any difference with their society is people who knew where they want to go. We used to have a bit of that when the military, and that's why I don't have any problem with the military, coming back to Nigeria. We used to have a bit of that when the military was there. At least they were not totally holistic, but they could tell you, oh, you know what, we want a federal capital. I want a particular hotel called Hilton Hotel, and they built it. We want a particular international conference center where conference will be held, and they built it. Now, since the military left, those kind of things we saw have never again taken place in our nation. So when we are discussing this, let's not hold too much blame on our people. We have been abused. Majority of us don't go to bed with 3 square meal. In fact, if you eat one, you are lucky. You praise God. That's one. 2, the black man's mentality has been so bastardized that everything good about us no good. We are called black. The devil is black. Everything that is evil is black. Everything that is good is white. It is a mentality that we are fighting. In fact, to tell you how bad we have been bastardized, even the continent, the world map as drawn by it reduces African continent to a point that it looks as if Africa is so small, but whereas we are one of the largest. Okay, so everything is aimed, and as I'm talking to you now, that wrong education has not stopped. And that's why our leaders, when they come to the West and they mix with people and they feel they have arrived. That's why when you see if America invites our president to the White House, it's like we're going to heaven. They celebrate it and they make sure they go there, even grant interviews. I remember Buhari never granted interview, to his people, but he was able to do that outside of the shores of Nigeria because he doesn't see you people as anybody. And if you don't treat your children properly before me, you don't treat your wife properly before me, why do you think I should give your wife more respect than you ordinarily, giving to her? So I will, as a friend of yours, I will treat your wife the way you treat her. If you used to call her a goat, whenever I want to say, I say, Madam Goat, let me have this thing. You see, that is what I'm just reducing it to a barest minimum so you understand what I'm talking about. It's not about the black person. It's not about that mentality. It's not about, it's not about our environment. It's not because we lack ability to reason. No. After all, one amongst us wrote a book that has been translated up to 50 languages in the world and is being studied all around the nations. So that means that there's something that we still have even in this time. But I can also assure you, that generation that used to feel that way, just like now, if a white man sees me talking racism, I don't understand what they're talking about. I don't even understand the language because I don't have that mentality. Do you think I came through the ships? No. I flew and I landed, in a Boeing 747. That's what I came with. And I have my blue passport. I mean, green passport. So you're not going to give me that thing because I don't have that mentality. And that's how it's going to go down. My son will even be better than me. And his son is better. And very soon, we'll all be at the same level again. What I thought is a problem, why we are not moving forward. And I circle back to Nigeria as a people. Because the leadership in Nigeria do not have one iota of regard for the people of Nigeria. They don't respect the people of Nigeria. They don't regard the people of Nigeria. And the people of Nigeria cannot protest because they don't even have the wherewithal to be able to protest. Okay? I was once doing a story of a woman who lost a husband and she had 8 children. And out of that 8 children, we only met her with 6. 3 had died from hunger. Sorry, met her with 5. 3 had died from hunger. So what you say is, you watch your own child die because of hunger. And I'm not talking about rural area. I'm talking about Kuje. Kuje is just some minutes away from Abuja. I mean, from the federal capital territory, the center is municipal. Okay? So what am I saying here? I'm saying that because we have been abused. You see, it's not just like when you see certain people, they are so abused that they don't even know who they are any longer. You need to. I'll give an example. Thank you. I just got reminded. Look, when God took Israel out of Egypt, okay? Please, I don't know, I'm probably a Christian, but if not, just indulge me this. When he took Israel out of Egypt, he took them into the desert. He had to start teaching them everything afresh. He had to teach them that you don't have to defecate in the place where you are living. If you want to do this, you go outside of the camp, you dig a hole, and then when you finish doing your business, you cover it. You have to teach them manner. You cannot take your neighbors. You cannot do this to your child, your female child. You can't do this to your wife. You can't do this. You have to gradually restore them back to humanity because they have been so debased and abused that they don't even know where else to, where to pull and where not to pull. So this is what I think is going on with the black person, most especially Nigeria. Nigeria, I put emphasis on Nigeria because for us, it's not the white man that have abused us so much. It is our own people that have reduced us to the point where we are. Ordinarily, I think a Nigerian can hold his own anywhere, anytime. And that's arrest on that. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. So, Golden Mind, here's what I want us to do. Is Loco P still there? Okay, Loco, do you have anything to add? And then Forefathers, if both of you have anything to add, you add it. I want him to address everything. We'll give him enough time because he came with a concept that, as much as we might all want to push back, is worth discussing about. I'm totally open-minded about it. I have no problem about it. Yes, I might have my own misgivings, but I think it's something for us to all ponder about. Loco P.
Sorry, bring me to speed a little bit. Sorry.
Okay, so
not only are you lying down.
I wasn't. No. I don't know. I was doing some.
Yes, of course. Absolutely.
Okay, so Loco P, Golden Mind came with a very interesting perspective to our conversation. By way of summary, Golden Mind is saying that we Nigerians, that we have a fundamental issue with the way we reason. And now our reasoning process, our ability to process our reasoning, process issues, is at the core of why we are unable to lead ourselves well. Jago has put up a little pushback to say that he doesn't agree with that although he understands where Golden Mind is coming from, but that he still does not think the foundation on what Golden Mind is building on is correct. And KJ similarly also has pushback. I think Augustine agrees, but Augustine is saying is that our people have been traumatized. And I think that's the same perspective that KJ has, if I'm really reading both of you right. That it is not that we don't reason well, but that our leaders have put our people in a position where our people are so focused on survivalism.
I
If
get
there's
it.
any word like that.
I get it. Okay. I think
So just my opinion to fighting it.
Sorry, hold on. Yes, quickly.
Yeah, just my opinion is that all of us have been traumatized, but leaders who are supposed to have known more to help every one of us to get out of that situation is failing.
Okay.
You did a good job. You did a good job, Jim, of bringing us all into a place.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Now, from what you just analyzed now, I think we are saying the same thing. Because the cause of what Goldman is saying is what Nigerians have passed through. Because if you say we don't reason, yes, he's saying the fact that we really we don't reason. We just act. We just flow. We don't really we just follow the rave. Like hey, this and that. Hey, okay, just move. We can't think. We can't. Oh, pause for a minute. Oh, what if? We just follow the bandwagon. You understand? But this situation of Nigerians didn't just start like that. It's because of some what they've passed through, which is what KJ and this other guy is talking about. Like, no, we are not. We think, yeah, we don't, but we've been traumatized over and over and over and over that this has become normal. Then not being able to reason is not a normal thing. We just follow. I think it's what I'm saying. Because like nobody in his right sense will just wake up and like, because think about it. If I tell you, hey, go to your backyard, right? And everybody say go to your backyard, you see a portfolio of 2 million there. You ask me, you won't follow, just ask me first. You would think you're like, this guy is telling me the truth. Is it a trap? Or is it that you would think? You understand? Because regardless that we follow, they will still think. So, but like I said, that's why I said both of everybody saying the same thing. Like, yeah, because of the way we react, you understand, we just sit this down, just follow the bandwagon without even thinking, because everybody's doing it, we think it's right. We don't pause to think. You understand? But this is coming from the fact that, yeah, over time we've been traumatized and we've now like, oh, this is the way to go right now. So whenever it happens, I want to keep myself with the thing. I bet move jare. I beg the and so if one says yes, 2 say yes, 3 say yes, and truly that means it's yes now. Let's go without even thinking. You know, like so. Like I said, both of them are saying is correct, but one is the end result of what has happened before. So Goldman saying he's talking about the end result, while Chip is talking about no, this is what is costing this your end result. Yes, so it's the trauma that these guys have passed through over and over and over and over that nobody cares about anybody anymore. It's not like survival of the fittest. So whenever something happens, it happened. No problem now. We believe now. We believe now. So not be today. It started to happen now, and not true. Without even trying to think, oh, can this particular one be true or not? So that's why I say, yeah, like both of them are saying the same thing, Brett. One is like one happens or one gave birth to the other. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah.
Forefathers, I'm sure you're following us. I don't know if you have anything to throw in before I hand over the floor to Goldmine.
Yeah, let me add something to it. The idea of this in intelligence, I think we've had, my goodness, we've had a lot of these conversations. And individually, Africans can compete with anyone, subject to similar conditions. In terms of nationally, we do have gaps due to, being strapped of resources. The less resources you have, the more stressed the citizens are. And chances are that you have less people that are highly educated, not to mention intelligent. However, the real issue is not necessarily that intelligent aspect. We have enough intelligent people to transform any nation. I actually think that the British didn't even have that much intelligent people compared to the intelligent people we have in Nigeria now, that made them be able to transform the entire world. If you put it side by side, but obviously times are different. But at the core of the problem is something else. Is what we call collective intelligence. That is where the real issue is. Collective intelligence is different from individual intelligence. It took me a while for my head to get around this one, because every time we keep making it individual, it's not an individual thing. Collective intelligence is different. It's something that occurs when your people are subject to certain conditions. And you can argue that people's collective intelligence improves, example, when they are facing common threats. Can you imagine you are in a house, you're a group of 5, 10 people arguing amongst yourself, fighting over a woman, whatever you want to fight over. Then suddenly you find out that your house has been surrounded by criminals that want to come and rob you. Guess what's going to happen? Those 10 people suddenly will become allies, and they will act intelligently to forestall that challenge. Hence, collective intelligence improves when you are subject to pressure. And I think that pressure is what is missing within our populations. And
can I just put this in for Father? I like what you're saying a lot. But is it pressure or is it a focus to a goal? How do you describe?
That is interesting, actually, that you put it that way, because at the core of it is unity, isn't it? You are right. You have to be focused to a goal, and to be focused to a goal, sometimes, from what I've seen in the world, it seems to have to do with some serious pressure, something beyond what people can actually, have time to intellectualize about. You just know everybody falls in line and we are willing to make the necessary sacrifice. And this is why I've said several times on this panel, I've watched when I was growing up, I was watching all those documentaries, watching how human beings are following orders and killing their own fellow human beings. They sacrifice millions. And you wonder how, why? That is what does it. It gets you to that point where you realize that, you know what? We are not going to die with anybody that is in our way. They will die first. And the pressure will be so heavy. A lot of people are willing to follow that order. It's not because that leader is suddenly gifted or anything. It's because the people are in a place where the pressure is so high. They understand the stakes and they are willing to do anything to get out of it. And they will do anything to get out of it. And this is the area. And I think the essential ingredients is unity of purpose and willing to act. I've tried to find situations where the world has done that without any pressure. Like even America, it took America 9/11 for them to openly come out and invade this in Iraq, Afghanistan, and all the rest of it. Israel, they had to be attacked. Many cases like that, it just keeps happening over and over again. The only case I saw that stands a chance of representing where you bring people together and they actually unite to do something is in Ethiopia, where they kind of came together. The leader told them, you know what, we are going to build this Renaissance dam and you all have a stake in it. If everybody has a stake in the nation, what tends to happen is that they will do anything to protect it, so they unite on that. Especially if somebody tries to threaten it, they will even galvanize together even more. So at the core of it, from the submission of Golden Mind, is the area that I think we lack is that collective intelligence, and there are very factors that can increase it. And if there is a mechanism that can do it peacefully, definitely I would like to hear about it, because I've been looking for it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So, Golden Mind, you've listened to everybody. I just wanted everybody to be able to push back, agree, or whatever. So, my question to you, and then you carry on from there, is: did we misunderstand you, or what we all surmised to think is what we heard from you was not right? Or if that was exactly accurate, the floor is just go ahead. Unmute, please. Unmute.
Yeah, I said I wasn't surprised. Every time I raise this issue, it's been going on for the past 10 years. There's always this pushback by people. And I'm glad that a lot of people are beginning to come to terms with the fact that truly maybe maybe we're not as smart as we think we are. Otherwise, why should we be having the same problem over and over, over and over without having a solution, right? Now, we're living in a world that is focusing on data-driven governance, data science. And if you are having a government and you are not using data to actually inform your actions and decisions, then that's a very unhelpful government, right? I am a statistician, and one thing I have learned over time is that before you say something, make sure you back it up, okay? And that's part of the intelligence I'm talking about. I listen to a lot of people. Last time I was here, I was listening to people, dishing out their opinions, their views, and thinking they are facts, right? Those are not facts. Now, if you go to worlddata.info, it has a list of countries by their average IQ. Nigeria is ranked 113th, right, with an average IQ of 68. There are a few African countries that are higher than Nigeria: Morocco, South Africa, Zambia. These are science. This is not just me talking. My thing was, could it be that because we have this low average IQ, that's impacting? And that makes sense, because if you connect this, these countries with low IQs, average low IQs, these are poverty-stricken countries. These are countries with the highest level of corruption and all those negative indices.
Sorry, can you write down your question, please, so that when he finishes, I'll come to you. I want us to.
The only reason why I'm putting my hand up is because I hear you, but we're all having a conversation. There's only 7 of us here. Thank you very much for what, if you can. I'm just wanting to point him to what forefathers said as to an individual intellect and a collective intellect. How we read data and what we extrapolate. Wait, please. What we extrapolate from it is very easy to say, oh, I've been saying this for 10 years and no one agrees. I expected a pushback. Pushbacks are reasonable in anybody's thinking, unless you're going to just throw away everybody's pushback. Because it's not that you're totally wrong. It's that where you balance our failings, it's not scientific. So I'm asking you to include what forefather has said. Otherwise, we're not really speaking to each other.
Well, again, I want you to understand this very clearly, that I want us to make this an educated discussion. In other words, we want to make sure that when people are saying stuff, that they are backed up by kind of evidence, right? That is what I do. If you tell me something, and that's one of the things I learned early, that opinions don't count, but facts, scientific evidence. That's what I listen to. For instance, if you tell me I'm stupid, I need evidence, right? When I say psychiatric issues, that's a general. I was just trying to say that that's not backed up by evidence. But when we
Golden Mind, when it comes to the world of intellectualism.
Hold on. Let me finish. Now, when we talk about psychiatry, now look at what I see on the screen. Tinubu and Shetima spend 8.64 billion on travel. Do we think that normal people should be doing this? Do we think that people who don't have psychiatric issues will be doing this? I mean, maybe someday I believe that before anybody gets into a position of authority, that they have to go through psychiatric tests. Because when you begin to hear the kind of money that people are stealing in Nigeria, the only thing that can come to mind is that these people are not well upstairs. There's something fundamentally wrong with them. And then some people accept this, right? Now, let me go to some of the issues raised.
Hello, Golden Mind. Are you there? Oh my God. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
What happened
Hello?
to him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you're back.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Somebody said that the leadership, the problem lies squarely on leadership. That is not true. That is not true. It is said that the people get the leaders they deserve. Why? If you have a population that don't care, they are aloof, right? They let the leaders do whatever, then the leaders will do whatever they want. You understand that Nigerians have passed through a whole lot. Some countries also pass through a whole lot. My thing is not about the traumatization. It's about people willingly supporting leaders who do the wrong stuff. Go online and talk about maybe any bad leader. You're going to see that it will be split into half. People supporting. You see, Nigerians are, when I talk about emotional intelligence and IQ, right? There should be a line between tribalism and actually supporting something that is not right. Just because my father is the president doesn't mean that I should support him, in his corrupt acts. These are things of intelligence. Now, when I go online, for instance, I try to collect data, and you post a talk to an American forum, a Nigerian forum, I can tell you for sure that these issues will be discussed differently on these two different forums. I'll give you an example. There was a lady that actually had a wedding. And during the wedding, a musician was invited. And when the musician came, I think it was a Christian musician or singer that was invited, came, and then she left the husband and went and hugged the musician and was doing all kinds of stuff. Right now on the Nigerian forum, they were saying, okay, do you know, they were kind of supporting the lady. You never know if she was in the spirit or something. But the same thing was posted in an American forum. Oh my God, everybody was, especially the guys, that's a divorce right there. The divorce was going to happen there and there. Right now, this is just to show you a kind of a differences in thinking. I'm not saying that this is the kind of intelligence I'm talking about. My part of the problem is documented, unless somebody can prove me wrong, that Nigeria and most African countries, Black African countries, have average low IQ. There is science. I don't know if any of you have taken IQ tests before. As a matter of fact, the IQ test is measured without you knowing it. And it cuts across people living in Nigeria, people living in the United States. And for the fact that you have met, I know people say this a lot of times, all the time. Hey, Nigerians are smart because you see Nigerians here, there. Nigeria is not even among the 20 most educated countries in the world. They're not. Right? So what I'm saying is that when we're talking about IQ, it is an average. Doesn't mean there are no people who have high IQs in Nigeria. There are people who have even lower IQ. But we're talking of average here. So this is very important. So this is something we need to explore. Why are things not working in Nigeria, especially things that have worked elsewhere? Why? Some people might complain about the diversity. There are diversities everywhere. Some people might complain about other issues. Those issues are also elsewhere. So that is something we need to start thinking about, because if you look at the system we have in America or the UK or all these developments, now, if you are not competent, the system will stop you somewhere. You can't get to the very top. You cannot. The system will stop you. But in Nigeria, you have the worst kinds of people getting to the very top. Why is intelligence? Why is it? So a situation where you have allowed people, the so-called people who are not smart, to lead you. How smart are you to allow people who are not smart to lead you? Well, we can make all excuses we want. We have been bastardized, we have been traumatized, but the fact of the matter is that we're allowing people who are not smart, who are not brilliant, to lead us. What does that tell about us? Excuses, right? So that's one. We talked about total disorganization. That's I don't know, I forgot his name. That is a disorganized society. Yeah, that's a function of lack of intelligence. Because when we talk about IQ, it measures everything about
yeah, I see you.
What do you call it? It measures the totality of every aspect of intelligence, right? If you are intelligent, you can't be disorganized. You just cannot. It's impossible. Are we saying that everybody should be intelligent? No. But majority of the people should be able to drive that effort and win that argument, right? So IQ, as I have said, is documented. Unless anybody has anything, any argument about it, that Nigeria for now ranked 113th with an IQ of 68, right? So we need to start asking ourselves questions. I know people always argue about this here because we know few smart people out there. Of course, we make noise. We conducted a research, and they used to say that Nigeria is the most educated United States, which is false, actually. All right. So we have people. One thing about us, I think that has to do with culture. We work hard everywhere we go. Right? And when we talk about intelligence, there is this theory called the theory of multiple intelligences. Because you are intelligent in leadership doesn't mean you are intelligent in one thing. Nigerians, if there's anything like working hard intelligence, Nigeria will rank high. Maybe it's a cultural thing, right? When you go everywhere, you see Nigerians working very hard, making their money everywhere. But when it comes to things that matter in terms of leadership, in terms of organization, nope. I was opportune to lead, just like somebody said, an organization. What I noticed was that most Nigerians will attend meetings whenever there's an issue. A very big issue, they will show up to cause troubles. Well, when it comes to developmental stuff, you don't see them, right? So I don't know. I mean, there's not much I can say about this, but that is something I really think and consider. Why is it that everything that works elsewhere doesn't work in Nigeria? Why is that? Why do we keep on electing bad leaders? Is it because, let's say Tinubu, for instance, Tinubu emerged the presidential candidate of APC. Why was it possible that everybody that went there, most people that went there elected Tinubu? Was it because they were corrupt, or they were not smart enough to know that Tinubu was not good for Nigeria? I don't know. So I don't know. Let me see if I missed anything.
Can I, whether bro, you can come back.
I think that's it for now. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, do you mind, Chim, if I have a little 2 seconds, 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'm going to give it to you now. Just a second. Let me just add something, and then you take off from there. So, Golden Mind, thank you very much for that exposition. Someone's asking if there is a link to that. If you could share the link on the private chat. There's a link to go read up some of these things. We'd like to have it. That's one. And then the other thing I wanted to say before Jagu takes up the floor is, if I'm following your logic, let's look at what's happening in the United States right now. You said if someone is not intelligent and his IQ is low, that the system has a way of throwing them out before they even come to the fore of leadership. Now, full disclosure, I have sympathy to Trump. Now, that doesn't mean that I agree that Trump should necessarily win the election or should be the person to be elected. No, I just have sympathy to him because of the way I interpret some of the things going on. But being that this guy has been thrown up, and a lot of people say he's a bigot, he's a racist, he's a criminal, he's been dodging the system, gaming the system and everything. Following your argument, wouldn't you now say that 50% or more of Americans have low IQ? You don't have to answer it now. You can put that down. Then when Jago goes at you, then you can address that. Jago, the floor is yours.
Well, I mean, if you wish to answer that, I don't mind. I don't want to necessarily go at you. I really just want to come to what is your fundamental point? Is your fundamental point that we are failing because we have a deficiency of intelligence as a people? And if that deficiency is inbred, is with us, is us. Is that your point?
Well, my point when I was talking, I think I was listing some of the things I think impediments to us as a people, and it has affected aspect of our lives, including governance, right? Our inability to question those in authority, having that intelligence to question them and tell them that enough is enough. Because I can't fathom why we see a clear violation of the normal ways of doing stuff, the standard procedures of governance in Nigeria, and people are not speaking, right? People are not finding ways of governance. When the revolution happened in Tunisia, it was the people that said, you know what, enough is enough, right? Not even there. Now there's a process called the record process in the political. Nobody has ever been recorded in Nigeria. I'm not sure, maybe one or two. But I can tell you that if we are smart enough, people can galvanize people to get to record some of these people, right? So again, that is not me saying. Our data says that we have low IQ, and I'm trying to see a link. Of course, there's an established link between low IQ countries, corruption, underdevelopment, and all those bad indices. These are facts, not me saying it now. Go and look at the list of the most corrupt in the world.
I've seen it. Don't repeat yourself.
Go and look at
you don't have to repeat yourself.
Exactly. So it's not me saying that. So that's a factor.
Okay. A fact as far as you're concerned, me, I don't believe in facts the way you do. Because in my lifetime, I've seen facts change. I've seen them say that this is no more the fact, that this is now the new fact. Whether or not you've experienced that, I don't know. Now, what I want to put to you, my brother, do you know, in terms of your own intelligence and understanding what IQ is, where you have put Nigerians based on your data, this is how it goes, Kim. Let me start from what is normal, what is seen as normal in terms of IQ. It is point system between 90 and 109. That is normal. Below that, between 80 and 89 is considered dull. Below that, 70 to 79 is considered borderline deficient. Under 70 is intellectually deficient. Now, when we go to above the normal, we go to 110 to 119, which is superior. We go then from 120 to 140, which is very superior. And then they go above 140, which is genius. Now, my friends, when we consider our beginnings, or just prior to our beginnings, when we had 3 regions, we took our independence, and education for Nigeria was a big thing. In the West, we were able, fortunately, to educate many for free. In the East, they sweated in order to get education, and they got education. In the North, there was a big issue where most of the South were trying their best to push the North to the formality of education, which is just now taking root. I will put it that way. Now, from our beginnings, we were better than we are now. I think that might be arguable, but I think most people around the platform would agree. From our beginnings, we were better than we are now. Now, in the globe, in this planet that we live on, it is highly manipulated, and it's highly manipulated by data, because the data that is constructed for them. It's constructed for those who use that data, for them to make sure that, yeah, you can say no if you want, but that's up to you, because you can be blindly led. You can be blindly led by whatever Oyinbo give you. I'm not of that ilk. So I will go on to say, my friend, that given this paradigm of intelligence, would you say that Nigeria from its beginning, and somebody like Awolowo or even Zeke, if either of these were actually the leaders of that state properly, would you think, and this is a small question because I haven't finished what I'm saying, do you think that we will be where we are today? Yes or no?
Do I think if we're going to be where we're today, if Zeke and Awolowo did what?
If they were the actual premiers of the country from our independence start, from our independence. Yes, so it's a yes or no question. It's not a big explanation.
I don't know. I don't know.
Sorry, let me help you. Golden
I don't know.
But did you understand what Jago was saying?
No, but the fact, let me tell you something.
No, don't do that because I haven't finished. Please don't do that. I'm asking this question for a particular reason. So please, if you can answer it, I can move on.
I think you're screaming. If you want us to have a very decent...
No, I'm not screaming. This is unfortunately the only way I have to speak. This is my speech pattern.
I was trying to tell you, right? I don't know if you tell me if I knew what could have happened. I don't believe in could have, should have. I'm not a fortune teller, right?
Okay, you've answered. Thank you very much. You've answered me.
Exactly. But one thing I want to say.
No. Let me conclude. Let me conclude where I'm going.
Okay.
Plus, we've given you a lot of time. We've given you a lot of time. You should respect us. What I'm trying to put forward is that if you are basing Nigeria's growth simply on the data that you are picking up today, it doesn't tell us anything. It doesn't tell us the story. It is not a way of extrapolating information. Information in what we're talking about is key. Is key. And then how we use that information is also key. And I'm putting to you, my brother, that Nigeria and Africans and Black people have proved their intelligence. All these data that we don't know necessarily how to read, we're just taking it as a given. But why haven't we done any of our own? Why you're a man of statistics? Why haven't
Okay. That's a good question. Why have we not? You answer me. You say
let me put it to you that in the world today,
So
there
now
is
come
something.
to you after Jago.
Thank you. In the world today, there is something called dumbing down. And the dumbing down is for a reason. Many of us are professionals. And sometimes when we're professionals, our minds become very myopic. Sometimes we need to step away, even from our profession, and have a good observation on what's around us. Now, when I started school in this country, I can tell you for nothing that the education for everyone was very high. And what I mean by that, people that were in comprehensive schools, which are non-primary government schools, their education, when people who went to comprehensive schools of my age in this country, when they write, you can tell that they're well educated. Well educated. Today, if I go to a school and I pick up a document from any of these school leavers, even from private schools, bruh, when they write, it looks like a hog of rubbish. A hog of rubbish. And these are the people that are coming out of universities today. So I really need us to, if we're talking about Nigeria and its development, we really need to have a look around the world that we are living in. It's too easy to go to Google and quickly get information and say, oh, that's the answer, and then move on. But my brother, that's not giving you any real nous of what's going on. Now, I would say to you that when I go to Nigeria, there are a lot of people who are very ignorant, extremely ignorant. But bruh, are they intelligent? Are they intelligent? I'll tell you that they're intelligent, my friend. I'll tell you that they're intelligent because they're living in hell and somehow they're able to survive. All we need to do to pick up ourselves as a group is to make sure that we come to the fore in order to develop our situation. But what we're being given here is that, you know what, we're quite stupid and there's no real way for us to organize ourselves. It's proven that we can't organize ourselves. So let's just forget about it, which is what I'm getting from you, my brother. That's all I'm getting from you.
Oh, yeah, you can't organize yourself. Your country is not organized.
Hear him. He's saying your country.
Yes.
Okay, go to mine.
Yeah.
Go to mine. Hold
that's
on.
the truth. That's the fact.
Go to mine. Hold on a bit.
Almost the most corrupt country in the world. Yeah.
And then what?
Hello, can you hear me?
That's why what I'm saying to him, if you don't mind, Chim, is what he is purporting is for us to give up. That's what you're purporting. You don't understand that's what you're purporting, but that's what you're purporting.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, no, hold on, Goodman. Can you hold that thought for a second?
All right.
It's a very listen. I'm supposed to go somewhere, but as I'm talking to you, since you came up with this, I wanted to hand over to forefathers and leave. Suddenly, I feel like not going for that place anymore. I want to stay here and see this conversation to a logical conclusion. Now, before you go on and complete with what Jacob asked the conversation we're having with him, don't forget I have a question you haven't answered. That's one.
What is that?
Okay, so I said to you, because I want to go to Tone. Tone hasn't said anything. I said to you, following your logic, the logic of this IQ thesis, if I may put it that way, what would you say about the way Americans are going on, with a certain political figure? And I was honest, as much as I know majority don't like him, I have my sentiments towards him. Not because I necessarily agree with everything, because to be honest with you, when it comes to politics, there are a lot of things that go into it. So my question was, seeing that a lot of people back that man, would you say, in the light of the way he's been projected as a criminal, as a lawbreaker, as you name it, would you say 50% or even more of Americans have low IQ? Now, I will add this to it, if you may. I was at the function yesterday, and I was discussing with medical doctors. And we're talking about recent innovations in medical practice that stemmed off the DNA testing, because I asked them if this DNA thing that people are taking, where some white man comes and says, I am 70%, DNA just came out, and I'm shockingly realizing that even though I'm Caucasian, I have 16% African lineage. And I was saying, is this thing correct? And these are two Nigerian doctors. They said yes. And they told me the genesis of this thing, which feeds into this conversation we're having, interestingly, that they were trying to come up with something that would help them narrow the way they treat their own people and segregate us. That was the original intention, where they would be able to say, oh, Mr. Felix, this is the kind of pill you need to solve your problem, and make some arguments that, they can solve theirs and leave us to die. But in the process of doing that research, they discovered that a lot of white people have ancestry DNA from Africa. They originated from Africa, and they refused to go further because they got scared of what they were seeing. So if I'm listening to this whole conversation about our IQ, how come, and Jago has mentioned a few inventions that Africans led, but they don't want to admit that Africans led them. We saw how the former Secretary of HUD in the US, you know who I'm talking about, what's that his name? KJ, remind me, the black guy, the doctor.
A medical doctor?
Yes, the neurosurgeon.
Ben Carson, okay.
Yeah. Exactly. How Ben Carson did something that he's a first. This is a black man, could have easily been in Nigeria. And the Nigerian has done the same thing. Nigerian successfully went into the womb of a woman, corrected the pregnancy, put it back, and the woman gave to birth. So when we're talking this IQ, I want to have very intelligent conversation. And I don't have a problem with your thesis. I don't have a problem. I'm just trying to probe it to see that if this thing is accurate or not. So my own pushback is I want to probe to see to the extent what you're saying can really stand the test of time. So keep that question, because Stone has a question to answer, and I want to satisfy everybody here. And then you can please don't forget to answer this question. Tone, the floor is yours.
Okay, right. I'm going to disagree diametrically with what you placed on the plate, and for us to digest without asking, because I think when it comes to intelligence, you need to question some school of thought, and the school of thought you're presenting to us just because some white guy probably came up with some data, because data is all about is all about in and out, what you put into the data, and then tells me that I, a black person, that this is where you're going to score me, this is where this is the wrong that you're going to place me. I vehemently disagree with that. I vehemently disagree with that. And who is to say that an African and a black person, an African? Okay, you mentioned Nigeria. Let me just come back home. You mentioned Tinubu. Let me just remind you again. Perhaps you've forgotten. Tinubu was not elected. He rigged himself into that place. And now you say, okay, we are stupid. Why did we allow him to rig us? Because people had, I would say, is a neurological injury. We're traumatized. A lot of people that follow Tinubu and all that they're not stupid. We can't say they are stupid, but they've been somehow their path of thinking has been traumatized over time and all that, you know. So will you say that those people are stupid? I don't think that's I don't think that's a fair statement to make. And I'll just put it across the road. So what I'm saying to you, sir, with all due respect, data is good, but data sometimes can be challenged, and I do not buy that that submission that you're placing some certain people or that. Listen, the father of the internet is from my clan. In case you don't know, one of the fathers of the internet that is celebrating in America is from my clan, not even from my town, from my clan. Let me just tell you that the iPhone we have today, a black man was behind it. So what data are what are we talking about? Data can be challenged. You see, and data is about, like in computing, when you put in trash in, you get trash out. And you tell us that we should, just because some people, some group of people have put it together, that it becomes fact and all that. No. When it comes to academia, we need to challenge, and that's why we all went to university or one. We had one form of education, higher education or not. We are trained to challenge a certain school of thought, and that's what we're challenging here. That is not correct, sir. With all due respect, Nigerians are very, very intelligent people. Are they traumatized neurologically? Absolutely, yes. Tinubu did not win that election. Most people that are in the House today did not win. They all rigged themselves into the position. Some governors over the years have been rigging. So it doesn't mean that we're unintelligent. Or you say this the soldiers that have been okay. When we went to Liberia, Nigerian soldiers excelled. Even with the little equipment we had and all that, we were failures. So we can't come and accept data. You tell us that some data says that we're not very smart people. I think that is a very dangerous thing that you're asking us to assimilate and swallow line, hook, and sinker. Thank you.
No sir. Dangerous.
So,
all right, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
all right.
Hold on. Golden man, hold on. Who is that speaking?
Hi, Augustine.
Augustine, okay. Can you make it quickly?
Yeah, so sure. I will just, if you follow Golden Man, the only place I see his contradiction is between people and the system. Because when you are quoting data is a system. So system is also the problem because we don't have the data. It is clear. When you can, the best way to mark people is when you have exactly givens. If you bring the person you are saying has high IQ in the same terrain with the other person, then you be able to examine them and you will see who is higher. If you bring the white people you are looking at having high IQ, bring them in the same place, give them the same training, the same time and examine them and see who will come top.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I go now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Go on.
I think some of you are misunderstanding what I said. Now, actually, I had a list of the things I consider huge factors that have stopped Nigeria from attaining the kind of height it should have attained. And one of which I think was top on my list was IQ, the IQ issue, the emotional intelligence. And never did I say that every American, for instance, is smarter than every Nigerian. I'll be stupid to say that. And when we talk about average, what does average mean? It means that if you collect 20 people's, IQs, divide them by 20, that gives you. It means that there are people who are much higher than the average. There are people who are low. Nigerians who are living in maybe developed countries are smart. I remember what I said. There's what we call theory of multiple intelligences. So when people are smart, they're smart in what? Someone mentioned about people are intelligent. Intelligent in what? That's the question. Now, IQ measures general cognitive ability. You being able to reason, think critically, and do some things that someone who is smart should do, right? So I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying that every American is smarter than every Nigerian. That's not what I'm saying. This report is based on averages, average. So I would actually recommend that everybody goes to take his or her IQ, right? That is what measures intelligence from the cognitive aspect, right? Now, Chim asked a question about, people gearing towards Trump. I know you didn't mention, right? Now, IQ is not just about choosing between A and B. It's about the reasoning behind. They know. Now, remember that in developed countries, they already have a system. It doesn't matter who you have as a president. Things will still work. Some people can give you reasons, hundreds of reasons why they want Trump to be there, because he represents them. If you're talking about being a racist, subtle one, that's, is hidden. There are a lot of Americans who think like Trump. They see him as somebody who represents them. So in that case, are you going to say they are not intelligent? They are smart because they think they want to elect somebody that will represent them. That's their own smartness. It's not as if they're presenting somebody who is a crook and somebody who is not, and the crook doesn't represent them. No, they're saying Trump is their guy. He speaks like them openly. He does everything that they want a president to do, and so on. So we can't just say because they are choosing Trump that they're not smart. Again, I'm not saying that everybody in America is smart. I've seen dumb Americans. Plenty of them, dumber than Nigerians.
But Golden Mind, you see, why I brought that up is because in your initial trying to explain this theory to us, you also used the analysis of the Nigerian election also, where you said, how can you're checking the IQ of the average Nigerian and questioning why they make certain political decisions. You understand why they take certain steps, and to be honest with you, I agree with you. I agree with you when it comes to the issue of, are people crazy? This is me now using local parlance. When I see certain, I'm like, is there something wrong with you? This is me. That is my initial thought process. When I see certain decisions, I'm questioning it. But I have never really questioned IQ because I do not equate those decisions to IQ. I equate those decisions to selfish tendencies. People, pushing certain agendas because of what they think they will benefit. I give you an example. It might be a little bit controversial, but this is the reality of what happened. There were two people, and one person says, because it is Yoruba's turn, and I don't care, I will not vote for Omo Igbo. I am voting for Tinubu. And this person is very intelligent. I can't question his IQ. quite intelligent person. I know him. I know his capacity in the workplace. But he was making that decision because he wanted to protect the tribe. He was feeling more allegiance to the tribe. But I won't question his IQ. That's why I asked you that question. That's why I threw it in that way. So don't forget that I always want to probe and see how, if this your theory, can it stand? Because I'm also into research. And I know that sometimes, even though I work in market research and all those things, I also know there are always agendas behind certain theories that are being thrown out. So that's why I'm trying to see to what extent your theory can stand.
Please speak to him. Well done.
But the floor is back to you. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is, the problem with Nigeria is that this has been a trend that has been happening over the years. Poor choices, and we keep on doing the same thing over and over. That makes people to question your intelligence. If you keep on repeating the same, I can understand, the tribalism, it's there, it has always been there. But if you take away tribalism and go to a typical, I mean, when we talk about this intelligence, let me tell you something, and I've said it so many times. It seems to me that we are incapable of doing the right stuff, right, in Nigeria. Now, this has nothing to do with ethnicity now. You go to different offices, MDAs, and you can see very clearly that the people who are working in that place, that they are incompetent. I've visited a number of offices. The first thing that stares you in the face is that these people are incompetent. And the question I ask myself is, how come people who are supervise these people not know that they are incompetent? How come the elected people who are supposed to supervise not know? Everywhere you go, it's not just at the federal level, at the state and local level. Everywhere you go, you can clearly see that people are incompetent. They're not doing their work. So why is it? Why is intelligence? Because a typical American will come and say, "Okay, this is the problem. Identify a problem. Let's solve it." That's why sometimes our people get mad at these people because they think they're working too hard. They come there, they identify a problem, and they put heads together to solve the problem. That's intelligence. Get yourself properly organized, proper organization, right? We seem not to be able to do that. And the question is why? So the question I ask everybody, why is it that we have not been able to solve the most basic of problems in Nigeria since 1960? Why? If it's not intelligence, can someone tell me why? If it's not an IQ issue, can someone tell me why? We keep on talking about these things every year.
Can I tell you why? I can tell you why, Oga.
Yeah, tell me why.
Okay, thank you. You see that what you asked is one of the questions that some of us have asked, because before I got into all this, I first asked one of my heroes, reading Nigerian history was Chukwuma Nzogu, who I used to have his photograph. One of my heroes those days, and I want to find out. I scouted for all that they had been able to do and where they failed and all that. One of the things I found out that the system had been right from the beginning had been cued to always throw up the wrong people into positions. And just like someone said on this panel earlier on, at the beginning of independence, they also, Chim said that, there's so much of compromise to the fact that those who are not so intelligent amongst us were thrown to the position of leadership, and they were forced, they were kind of favored to always find themselves in that position of leadership. If you go through the Nigerian constitution, you find out that, and I've said this on this panel, for you to run for the president of Nigeria, you must have to be a billionaire, even more than that, because they made it such a way that it's difficult for you to operate without having offices in all the several 74 local governments in Nigeria. That is one. And for you to have offices in 74 local governments in Nigeria, it's a lot of money. It's not going to come easy. And so you find out at the end of the day, those who have perpetually stolen from the system are those who are there and who have their friends. You see, let's take example of the national item. Policies in Nigeria that are thrown up by these same people are thrown up in their own favor, to favor their friends and cronies. And so a national anthem is passed into law because it pleases one man, not because he has discovered that the Nigerian society wants it to be changed. And so from the beginning, they realize that the more important people
Sorry,
are, the
so
more
much.
they are.
Boss, please, can I just say one small thing, please? Small. I discovered this afternoon that changing the Nigerian national anthem was part of the agreement in the confab, in the national conference, confab. That it is not just now, that it has been there during Jonathan's time when they did the confab. I discovered this afternoon that changing the national anthem was part of what they agreed on in the national confab in Jonathan's time, 2014.
Look,
I was
what you're
surprised.
saying is not small thing. This is a big topic here. Say you want to say small thing.
No, hold on, because truly, I was still guilty of this, like insulting Tinubu. That what is wrong with him?
Okay, so
Why
look,
should
So
he
are we
change
applying? Are we
it?
applying the confab?
look,
No,
guys,
hold on.
Look,
Yeah.
I hear you, but
Yeah.
the issue that most Nigerians, at least intelligent Nigerians, are saying is that they don't have a problem with changing anthem. Sorry, can somebody please?
Somebody's mute is extra talk. Jago, is that you?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I thought it is me.
Okay.
All right. So what people are saying is this: this is a country where the people are the sovereign. You represent the sovereign. The people, with the people of Nigeria, are the sovereign. What you should do is, if you want to go and deal with the components of that confab, let Nigerians know that, okay, we have a confab document that's been gathering dust we haven't discussed. We want to discuss it. You can't go into that document, pick one item that suits you, and act like a dictator and throw it at us.
What if it's just one at a time?
You should, even if you are, whether you are dealing with the whole document or you're picking a single line item of it, you need to respect Nigerians and tell Nigerians there is this item of importance. We want to throw it to the National Assembly, but we want to come back to you guys and say, do you agree with what the confab of 2011 or 2012 or whenever it was said? If majority of Nigerians say no, then you hold status quo. If they say yes, then fine. You have not done any of that.
That is a stupid confab recommendation to go
No,
back to
don't go there.
old colonial this thing.
Don't
Old
go there. Let me
colonial
finish.
this thing, colonizer,
KK,
and
we'll come
that
back
is
to
just
you.
a stupid decision.
Okay,
I don't know
but
what's wrong with people like that.
So
I want to
can
even
you
speak to
continue?
this
Yeah, continue,
national
KG,
item that you
continue.
threw in. I'm coming, sir. Now, this same government threw in the Orisanyas report. How far have they implemented that? Have they done anything since the time they threw it in? So now, why go into the document that you are not even thinking of implementing and go and pick out national anthem? It doesn't make any sense. See, so if some people say, well, we don't have intelligent leaders,
I don't know whether you should even grade that document if that is the way it starts from. What kind of mumu people write that kind of document where they were saying, let's go and put the British Woman song as their national anthem when they have 200 million people in the country to write a new song?
Forefather, you know you're biased on this issue, so we will take your opinion.
That is mumu where wear trousers says, let's go and honor a foreigner first. You know how much they paid the foreigner for winning this thing? They paid her £1,000, equivalent to £22,000 today. That's what they paid her when 500 Nigerians entered the listing. They went and gave it to a foreigner. These same useless leaders are the ones that write that confab. I think, see, I've been warning you people. You people think that just because these civilians come together and write this in a constitution, a new constitution, it's going to be any better. This is why if you have useless leaders, they're going to write useless things too. It's not going to make any difference.
Forefather, they only use that to say sorry to England for allowing Prince Charles to come to Nigeria.
But guys, you forget to remember that Ahmadu Bello said on camera that instead of giving a job to an Igbo person, they rather give it out to a foreigner. What does that tell you?
That's Mumu mindset now. Is that not what I'm talking about? This
Exactly.
Mumu mindset
Exactly.
is pervasive in our culture.
It's not today the thing starts. Not today the thing. All
That
this
was
rubbish
where
stuff.
I was going with
Okay,
Golden
let
Man.
KJ finish, please. KJ, go ahead.
I was going there to say that, you see, right from the onset, these things have been occurring, and it's occurring for a purpose. If you go and read the writings of Lord Lugard, he said something very, very interesting. He would rather deal with those who do not know anything, who they can manipulate, than give power to those who will question their authority. I just want to put it mildly. I don't want to quote verbatim what he said. So right from the beginning, they have been cued to always look for the worst of us to make them leaders, so that they can keep perpetuating the same system over and over and over again. I said on this panel, there used to be a electric company called NASCO that was supplying lights, uninterrupted light supply in Plateau State. NASCO is still there, but NASCO is not doing well as it was doing before, because government took over everything, and all of a sudden they ran down that system that was working. So what I'm simply saying is that they run down the system deliberately because they want to give their cronies opportunity to keep doing business. If you listen, there was an interview Dangote granted 2 days ago to one of these foreign districts, and he said that if he knew what he knew now, he would never have gone into doing the industry, the petroleum company he built. Okay, because there are regulations that are trying to kill you. There are things that are trying. Everything is thrown at you, including the kitchen sink, just to make sure you don't succeed. It is deliberate. It is not because we have people who don't know. But those who don't know, people like you and I, and some of us sitting in this panel, will not be given that opportunity because you don't even have the money. Even when you try and borrow money from your friends and get in, they will make sure that at the end of the day, you don't make it. It is deliberate. Look, don't we in this Nigeria, don't we have people like former governor of Cross River State, what's his name, Donald Duke? Don't we have Donald Duke? Is Donald Duke not intelligent? I want to just call a few names who I've seen in the past who have done very well, who are intelligent. You know when you talk to them, you know these guys are highly intelligent. The system never gave them opportunity. It will not. Look, and you see, Dr. Akinemi, the guy who is the president of African, I told him myself, Oga, the day you decide to run for presidency of Nigeria, I will abandon everything I'm doing. I will campaign for you free of charge. Because this is what I work with. He's highly intelligent. But we know. And I asked him, are you going to run? Because when Tini was, I said, sir, will you? He laughed. He didn't say anything to me. But you see, when I went and I spoke to somebody that know him closely, he said he will not do that because he knows that the system will not allow him. They will not throw him up. So nobody wants to go there and mess themselves up. Is it that he doesn't know what to do? If he didn't know what to do, how come African Development Bank is doing what they're doing right now around the world, and every world leader is looking for how to connect with him? We have people, but they will not let them come to the place to make that development that we need. We have people in the north, we have people in the south, we have people in the east who within the space of 6 years can turn Nigeria around. I'm telling you the truth. But those people won't come. They won't give the opportunity. That's what is why we are. It's not because we cannot solve those problems. What is electricity? Is it a new technology? Are they still doing any more research in electricity? Are there anybody doing any research in water, how pipeline water any longer? Don't we have rivers in Nigeria and even underground water? What then with the problem? At least you sitting there now, Oga, I know say in your house you have borehole. It's running. It's running. You have steady water running in your house. If you
don't
alone
have borehole. He lives in the US. How can he have borehole in the US? What are you talking about?
No, in his house now. Of course, he must have house. He have the house in his place now.
Who told you he has a house in Nigeria?
I know now.
Who is that?
Leave outside when he go back.
He's talking to you, Golden Man.
Talking to me?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Golden Man is accusing you.
Me of having borehole.
Yeah, he's accusing you that you have a borehole. And you have a house.
You must have borehole now. You go drink gutter water. You must have borehole.
You don't have to have borehole. You don't have to have borehole. So the point. Let me just chip in something. I just want to And when we say this, we're not trying to say this because when we talk about this IQ, it affects everybody, gets affected, even me. Like I said, this is just the standard. Every fact that affects the entire world, you usually have an institution whose sole responsibility is to give us the data or statistics. For instance, if it has to do with health, the World Health Organization is charged with that responsibility. And we can't just say if World Health Organization comes up today and says that the mortality rate for women is high, and we say we don't believe data, you got to believe in it, unless you have a counter evidence, against what they are churning out. My point is not to denigrate Nigerians, but the reason why that led to me coming to that conclusion is because of my observations over time, right? Just like on the chat session, somebody is accusing Chim that he voted for Buhari, that's why he is not smart, And I've said that, voting for somebody has nothing to do with your intelligence. Is the guidance, right? Very important. So we need to start really think deeper, because we have complained enough in this country, and the more we complain, the more things remain the same, right? I can't just
let me respond to him. When you finish, I will respond.
Yeah, I can't really point to anything that gladdens my heart that somebody's working towards a problem, solving a problem. Because my way of seeing things is that, first of all, we have to identify a problem, and then we need to think about ways of solving the problems. And then get the right people to start solving the problem. And we have end in sight, clear objectives, measurable, right? So you say year 1, this is what you're going to do, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. And at the end of the day, there will be a solution to the problem. How do you explain to anybody that for how many years we have been battling with electricity in Nigeria? How? Corruption, unemployment. How do you explain? The more we try, the worse it gets. I can't seem to understand that, So I don't know. I've said, okay, let's change our political system. How can it be changed when people benefiting from it do not want it changed? They will not like it changed, right? Because I believe that if the National Assembly or the legislature at the federal, states, and even the local governments are doing their work, most of our problems will be solved. But they are not there to change anything. They're just there for their selfish benefits. So I can't tell you for sure this is the magic one needed to fix the problems, because it's deep-rooted in the sense that it's going to take a miracle. My solution is get people who were born in a place where things work, move them to Nigeria. Without work, that's not going to happen, right? Because a lot of Nigerians grow up in a society where the wrong things are the normal things. The wrong things are normal. So they don't even have any idea of how things work or how things should work. That's just a fact.
Okay. Thank you for that. But you seem to be holding on to the individual intelligence quotient.
Sorry, I didn't say individual. Sorry. Let me correct this again. And I've said this so many times, people are not listening. What I mentioned that I send data on is the average IQ for countries. This has nothing to do with individual IQ.
Yes, it is based on individual quotient, intelligence quotient. That's what I was referring to. But you never took on the idea of collective intelligence as a different aspects of intelligence. As a matter of fact,
can you explain to me what you mean by
collective intelligence? I did explain it the first time. I don't know how he missed it.
I think he has frozen, but go ahead, Prophet, and explain it. Maybe
all right.
The Prophet explained it already now. Are we listening? This is what I don't like about this platform.
No, now, Jago, we're learning, but there's no.
No. Prophet said clearly. This is what he said clearly. He said, for any individual, black person, against any individual in the whole planet, a black man will stand up. Then he said collectively, if there are 10 black people against 10 Oyimbos, this is something I've known from a kid. I don't know why we don't understand this. 10 black people against 10 anybody else, we are going to lose. That is the paradigm we are in. That is what he means by collective. Please keep up. I don't like this kind of thing.
No,
Jago, you want to listen to you? Yeah, you're not listening to anybody else. What kind of rubbish is that?
Jaguar, if you watch me, let me say something. Jaguar, if you watch me a lot of time, I don't interrupt people. I hate being interrupted.
So what if you don't interrupt? That's up to you what you do. That's up to you, my friend. All I'm asking you to do is to listen to what people are saying, just as people are listening to you. Give them that respect.
Listen, if you can't listen to me, I won't listen to you. That's the way it works.
But
right?
you didn't hear what forefather said.
No,
I heard it, and everybody on the platform heard it.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Jago, there is nothing wrong in asking for clarification. We're having a conversation. Let's give him the benefit of doubt to say that, okay, maybe perhaps he didn't understand or he didn't hear well. He's asking for others. Can you explain to me what you mean by collective intelligence? It becomes a basis to continue the conversation. I don't want us to, kill this beautiful conversation on those bases.
You are quite right. It is a beautiful conversation, and I didn't mean to kill it. It's only that when you put people's conversation back, forefather could explain it quickly like I did, but he didn't, because what he wanted was a progressive from what his point. And I'm saying if the salient points on this platform are not being listened to by those who are propagating a paradigm, then I think that's quite unfair. I think it's unreasonable. I think it's myopic. I think it's just looking at your own point of view and considering nobody else's. That's what I think. Continue.
Okay. So let me try to explain.
Well, excuse me, before you continue. I think it's very absurd and unacceptable.
There we
when
go.
we come to a place like this and people, that's part of what we're talking about. When we come to a place like this,
I asked you a question, my friend. I asked you a simple question.
You're being rude.
Of logic. I'm going to do it all the time as long as you talk rubbish. I put something to you and you couldn't answer it, and yet you're speaking about intelligence. Yeah, especially go away, arsehole. I didn't mean that to happen, but you see, if you can't,
Jago,
my brother.
I know you are on my side, but this one you've driven me.
I know how you're taking it, but you see, reasonably, the person who is propagating this, he has been given the floor and he's been given a lot of respect. We are focusing this whole program on him. Now, whilst we're doing that, that is giving that guy a lot of respect. If he is not taking that respect on board and he just wants to throw out some kind of blame against me, I think that, who is he? Who is that kind of person? It is a slap in the face, my friend. If you can't stand up here, then go away, arsehole. I haven't got no time.
Please, let's not be swearing
now.
No,
I just can't do it, bro. I'm sorry. Maybe you should take me off. But I've been patient and listening. And in my patience and listening, I'm listening to everybody's suppositions. And whilst I'm doing that, I expect anyone else here to be given that level of respect. If you're not interested in what other people are saying, as he's gone, he should do that. He should do that.
You see how Chim is doing, Mr. Nice Guy. Don't worry. Yes, Mr. Nice Guy will evaporate soon. Don't worry. Keep doing Mr. Nice Guy.
I think Chim's been doing very well. I think what Chim did since he's been operating this thing, and I know it's not easy, but he reasonably looked at what that guy said and he said, you know what, that's quite interesting. And I think it was interesting for everybody. We're talking about intelligence and IQ. I put to the brother a question. My friend, between Zeke and Awolowo, if they led the country from its beginning, do you think that we'll be where we are now? He said, I'm not into this and that. He only wants raw data. I just carried on because that kind of paradigm shows me your intelligence. It shows me that your thinking is warped or singular, myopic. That's what it shows me. I don't know why we can't quickly come to understanding. We like sword fencing a lot, but you see, as Tone put it, the thinking that he was coming from was rather dangerous because he wasn't offering solutions. You don't see what he was offering was, you know what, black people, we're all stupid, and bruh, that's a slap in the face kind of comment. You need a slap in the face. Wake you up. I'm sorry.
Golden Mind, please, if you can come back so that we can carry on with the discussion.
So we can carry on back
I'm a
within
bit surprised that I didn't hear that point, given that he's talking about this topic strongly. He
Okay,
should have
okay,
listened to the point that I
Forefather,
made.
we are not liking topic. Let's move on, please.
You see,
I
this
think
one,
that
KJ doesn't understand anything I said. If I ask KJ now, what did I say? He doesn't
I
do.
understand what you said. You
This,
said go,
the,
if he's carrying you, let him come back. We're having a
you
very
see, he didn't understand what I said. You see what I mean? It's only
you want
Jagun that
I know go
understood the concept that I described.
I get low IQ. That's the problem. That's what they're trying to explain. So
Oh my God. Oh my God, man. Oh my God.
You can be arrested.
Guys, I have an appointment with somebody. I literally, even though I haven't called him to tell him I was canceling, that conversation really got me, and I wanted us to really. I was going to apologize to the person, but I need to run now to go and see if you guys don't mind.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Golden Mind, please return so that we can finish the conversation. And I really think that if he missed it, it's important that he understands this aspect of intelligence, because that way he can move forward using the new paradigm. Because we have been in conversation where people talk about IQ. On Africans who have low IQ, this, that. It doesn't matter. I've seen people with lower IQ,
It's
but they
not
are more
going to change.
organized.
It's not going to change
Hmm?
mindset. You say I've been discussing that for 10 years now. And each time he presents it, people come against it. I first came in contact with people who reason that way. One of my lecturers called Sani Mohammed. And he was the one who proposed. He wrote a paper to the college board. I was a student, but because I had plenty lecturers who were my lecturers, they invited me to that I was about the one or two students in that college board when he did the presentation. And the same thing that he said was what the guy was presenting, that we have black people, we have less IQ, we can't reason, and that he has been able to narrow it down to the fact that there was too much sun over Africa. So he's trying our ability to think and reason properly. Okay,
That's
and the
a Mumu
lecturers,
guy. That's a
the
Mumu person.
lecturers tore his paper to pieces. In fact, they marked it like you mark it. They marked it for him. They in a line that
He said his son.
yes, and they gave
That's
it to him.
crazy.
I told him to go back and go and read that. They now know that he didn't go to school. So that we have people who think that because, and these people forget that the DNA of a white woman cannot produce a black person. The only woman that can produce a white person is the black woman. So whatever DNA that IQ you seem to be carrying now, if you go far away down the lineage, you find out that same person came from the black woman. These are simple facts. And this data, they don't see it. They don't see this data to quote it. They don't see
You
the data
see,
to quote it.
let me share something, because we're going to be rounding up soon. We're not going to go on long, at most 30 minutes maybe. While we're talking, after I made that submission, because I already knew about the concept of this thing, collective intelligence, group dynamics, and stuff like that. So I went and checked which one is more consequential, which I already know. The collective one is actually more consequential. So, but I went and put it in artificial intelligence, and he actually said that the collective intelligence actually has more impact on the societal level. This is something that has been demonstrated so many times, that you can see the same Nigerian person, a Nigerian man, and let's say Filipino. They have the same level of education, and go and check them 5 years time. Chances are that Filipino person will be doing better, because as a group, our people our people are grounded down. We don't reach our peak of output, and that is a problem. And when I wish if he's listening, he should listen to this aspect. He should also look into a Golden Mind, look into collective intelligence. That's when you still really start understanding what is happening to our people and why we are where we are. It's not something that is just simple to say, oh yeah, we are not very intelligent, our leaders are corrupt. It's all tied. It's like something that you think is happening individually. It's not how it works. Society doesn't work like that. It's a group thing. The history and the way the people respond. And this is why some countries you have what they call false flag operations. Why do you think they do that? They try to judge the population as a whole into a war footing. and a defensive Putin or a Putin that unites the people. Like now, I was having a conversation with somebody about America the other day, and the person said something about America, that there is no way America, that the way the world is coming right now, America is going to go into this and go and do this war and all that. I said, yes, they're going to go and do that, because when I told you now that America could go into a civil war if Trump was elected, he just instinctively, he said no, that they are going to go to the war. I said, because if they don't go to the war, America is going to start looking inward and they will attack each other. And that is how nations behave. Sometimes you see kings, they will declare a war when they don't even need the war, just because they fear that their people are turning on themselves and they want to fight each other. So we as a people, we have not produced characters that are able to lead us in a direction that galvanizes the people under one umbrella, either to build something, either to shake our backside, whatever you would like, something that unites the people strongly. And this is why I don't like what Tinubu did with the anthem, because this is one other aspect that would have enabled the Nigerians to come together. If he says all the geopolitical regions or all groups in the country come together, write a song for Nigerian anthem, the new one. Man, those people that wrote their 2014 so-called constitution reform, they are completely someone. If this is their suggestion about the anthem, don't bother with the other documents. They are completely almost useless. They don't have vision. They are not the kind of people that should be writing your documents at all. So that's my take on that constitution. Just for that, if that sample you take from it and they go back to, they say let's go back to this thing, a white woman's national anthem, that ruins all their work to me. It makes it so compromised.
Forefather, the reason why he didn't give it to them is that the video will come and sing, then go big it, then go away. That's the national anthem. So he didn't want that. That's why.
What do you mean? We have a lot of traditional songs. You have a lot of beautiful ones.
He didn't want it to sound modern. He didn't want it to sound modern.
We have a lot of traditional songs. You know, we can infuse our own character into our songs. That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, they didn't want the record to produce.
Thank you. Forefather, I didn't want to go too far away. It may have been a bit of an outburst that I made, but I didn't want to get off the subject. I wanted to stay on the subject. I just thought everybody was focused on the subject, and I thought we were having a good conversation. You know, when somebody leads by castigating, or because he was leading by castigating me, I don't even want to talk about him. I really want to talk about what I had in mind. You see, I don't know if any of us followed the rise of China over the last 30 years and how Europe and the West were looking at China. They never believed that China could get to where they were. They never believed it. They used to look at, they used to say, there was a big documentary I watched, it was about 3 hours long. It went really deep. This is a long time ago I watched this, and it was speaking about the development of Chinese companies. And they said family-run businesses are excellent. And then businesses that come up to about 100 employees, they're very good. But businesses that are over 2,000 and more employees, the Chinese can't really do it. They're not up to it. This is what they were putting to them. Now there are Chinese companies that are bigger. We don't even know these companies, much bigger than any company in the West, really and truly. Different kind of companies. If you go to China and you see what they're doing, you'll know that they are far ahead of the rest of the world. Far ahead.
Yeah,
the kind
they're
of
developing faster.
Sorry?
I said they are developing faster.
Yes, the kind of infrastructure they're putting in, the amounts of people that they've drawn out of poverty, 800 million people out of poverty. The world didn't believe what the Chinese did. They were calling them all kinds of names.
Yeah.
You understand? But you see, I want now to move on just to understand that. I saw something the other day, and they was breaking down what Nigeria should be doing that China has done. And when I looked at this, I was flabbergasted by the suggestions. But for me, the suggestions were real. What they were saying that China's real growth was in espionage and stealing of technology, of stealing of information, stealing of what they will call copyright. They just did not care. They broke down what they needed for their society. Stealing.
Mhm.
Now, what they put to her is that Nigeria should be doing this instead of 419. This was
Exactly.
an Oyinbo guy speaking. It wasn't one of us. It was an Oyinbo
Mhm.
guy telling that the power in Nigeria is so much. The Nigerians who are running around the world doing so much, if they did what the Chinese did, which was to focus management and organization. If we did this, we're not looking at anybody. Do you think China is looking at somebody else's rules? China has witnessed that the West has stolen everything from the world. Why am I now, Chinese, going to pay for it? The thing that you stole, you're going to sell me. You see, our problem is not what this guy was saying. Our problem is that we are not organized. Our problem is that we don't focus. Our problem is that we bow too low for the Oyinbo, which is what people do when they bring up data that means nothing to me or you. You understand? What does that data mean? Who brought that data? Who put that there? For what reason? Nobody's asking these questions. They're just saying, look at this, and that's how bad we are. And I'm saying I reject all of that because
Yeah, but
I
how
know
do
who
we
I.
break the spell though? That is at the end. We need to break that spell. How do we
Well,
galvanize people?
I think that's a more intelligent question.
Now,
In terms of trying, you see, my feeling is, I put to you, I think KJ underlined it. I said that Nigeria can be on his feet within 5 years, not with the people that are there now, not with the polity as it is. No, the way we do it. I know that this may be offensive to many, but the way we do it is regional. We have to be regional. I don't want to use the word tribal, but we almost have to be tribal. But it doesn't mean that the tribes can't shake hands. Me, man, I've lived with Igbos since I was young. Not today or yesterday. I lived with Mr. Abakaba, Ogo Abakoba. This man, it wasn't easy. I used to come back from school late. He said to me, Soji, I think you want to challenge me. By the time he said those kinds of words, you have to re-register yourself and know how to interact with such a person. The house was a lovely house. Today, I go to see that man more than his own children. The way that man values me, he's my uncle, for goodness sake. What's the matter? What's the matter? But would he step off being an Igbo man just to become my uncle? No, why should he? Should I stop being Yoruba to not be his nephew?
you are very correct. You see, today I have uncles who are Idomas. I wish John Abba was there. I have people who are closer to me than my own blood brothers. Okay, and they are not Igbos. They are Idomas. They are Tiv people. Okay, they are Hausa people. These are people that if I pick up my phone and I say this is a situation, they will say whatever it takes, we are there. So it's not about the Nigerian people, the ordinary people in the streets. It is the leadership that have refused the people to develop. Now, here on this panel, I said, if you are a true Nigerian leader, let me give you an example of Niger Delta. And you go to Niger Delta and you discover modular refineries that these young people have crafted, and they are refining their own oil in that crude way. If I was a leader, I will say to them, bring these boys, let us sit down and discuss. What is this thing that you have done? How did you do it? Can you do this? You turn them around for development. You use those modular refineries. You modify whatever you need to modify and allow them run it. You charge them for it. Now, you go to Aba, you go to Onitsha, where they craft engines and all that. You give them modern equipment and say, look, this is what we want. Between this time and this time, we want a complete knockdown of this set of engines. Can you do it? Give them that task. Come to Benue. Ask them, what do you need? We need every land in Benue to be cultivated. Every land, every piece of land in Benue, in Niger State, we need to take it over. We need to plant on it. And you already, right now, without even doing that, you have plenty of, in the seasons of fruits. is everywhere in Benue. Everything grows, everything germinates, everything.
See,
You put.
KJ, do
I'm
you
coming,
see
sir.
the comment?
What's the
So,
comment?
yeah, what is he saying is that forget leadership, KJ. Are they not Nigerians? You see, what you are describing is solutions from the point
No,
of
no. You see,
people
let me
that
tell
have
you,
the
sir.
right mindset. How do you
I'm coming.
displace the one that
I'm
have the
coming.
wrong mindset?
You have leaders who can do that in Nigeria. You have people. It's not everybody that's corrupted. It's not everybody that's corrupted. The Nigerian leader. Let me tell you. You know the reason. One of the reasons why the current leadership in the East don't want Nnamdi Kanu, because they know that when if he's released, all of them will become irrelevant. They know that. They know that. So we have
Depends
people.
on how.
No, because they will not allow you and I to come to the place of using our mind. Do you know what Nnamdi Kanu was telling the Igbo people? It is not the oil. We don't want the oil. We'll give the oil for free of charge. It is brain power. We'll use our brain power to develop our place. That is where the world is going. It's
That wasn't
intellectual.
all he was telling them. That is the problem. If that
Forget,
was all he
forget
was telling
whatever
them,
you don't have.
we're
I'm
not
not
going to
going to
be
that
here
place
now, are
now.
we?
No. You see, you are taking me away from what I'm dealing with. I'm telling
Go
you
ahead.
what he's talking about. This is his major point. That
Mm.
the people, the ability to develop the land, the people are not being used. Before Nigeria got to this point, is it not Benue and Plateau that produces almost every kind of movie, drama we watch in TV? Cockroach, Ado, and the rest of them. There's something son that had all that. So we have artists, we have people who are able to use their hands and their head to create things in Plateau State. You can turn that to a film hub because it has good terrain. Now, when you put in a film hub in that place, even the peasants in the street will have work because they will be, you see, when you have a film, when they are shooting a large film, everybody in the city is employed because in fact, every day you must find something to do. Once you can engage the people in lucrative business, the economy will pick up. People will be happy to pay tax. People will be happy to listen to you. You are taxing people who are hungry, not doing anything, and you are continuously doing it over and over. Look at do you need anybody to tell you that we can go back to cocoa in the West?
Hmm.
Do you need anybody to tell you that we can go back to cocoa in the West? What stops us from producing cocoa again?
God alone knows.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying now. You already know it, but why do you think these ones are not doing it? That's the question.
No.
Yes,
Wait. Calm down, guys. Calm down. I just want to get to more of what I was trying to say. I don't know if you're
Sorry. Let's respect Augustine. I don't know. Let's respect him. He hasn't said anything for.
it's just that I didn't finish what I was saying, but carry on, Augustine.
Welcome, Augustine. I don't know you. I shouldn't be saying welcome. You've been here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes. So let me just continue from where KJ. But personally, I'm seeing fundamental stuff. And what is this fundamental? We should have honest and sincere purpose. We should ask ourselves, what is our purpose? Forefather, to be candid with you, if you ask me to say my opinion about you, I will see you more like a Nnamdi Kanu, because you are so optimistic in your opinion and you feel that you have a direction, and whatever that distracts your direction, you come so strongly to kick against that. So these are similarities I see you, but because your patriotism towards Nigeria, you feel that when he comes so strong that way, he's giving a wrong impression to your own outlook. This is just a side conversation. But what I'm trying to say here is we need to come together as a people, and this coming together should be piloted by our leaders, because it is leadership that dictates the tone. Okay, let me give you an example of what happened in where I work. We had 2 infant deaths back to back. Because this death happened, we were all called to go and provide debriefing to all the staff on that unit, knowing fully well that they are traumatized. And we went to them, opened a conversation with them, tried to let them have opportunity to air up. But if such a thing happens in Nigeria, we come on those people and traumatize them the more. So there should be, there is nothing wrong with citizens suffering. There's nothing wrong with citizens holding their purchasing power. If you convince them and they see you doing the same thing, that you are going in a direction that will help them tomorrow. People go to bank and put their money and go hungry because they know that that money will save them tomorrow. But when you have leadership that is not coherent, that is directionless, of no purpose, you see that we've not started. So as a country, we really need to come back and have a conversation and decide on what we want.
Yeah, thank you. I think that makes sense. Jago, please go ahead.
Thank you. It does make sense. In terms of togetherness and moving forward. There are a lot of people in the comment section, and you know me, I don't always argue about the comment section. I can deal with them myself. But when you look at the comment section and what people say, especially about me, because I'm different as a Nigerian, they know that I hold myself as a Nigerian, but because I'm different and I'm not like any other kind of person, they just abuse haplessly. They tell me I'm a British man. He's been in England too long. That's why he's so rude. If there were more Nigerians like me, you wouldn't have the Nigeria that you have today. I can guarantee you idiots that. Okay, so I'm moving on. You see, I don't know if you've understood, in terms of this thing that we call intelligence, the heart has been found over the last 5 years. I don't know if you follow this science. The heart has been found to have stronger brain cells than the brain itself. I don't know, have you heard that?
No, I haven't.
Now, this is where the emotional intelligence comes from. Do you know also they have found brain cells in the stomach? You know, my grandmother used to say when she wasn't happy, she would say, my belly not good, you know good, my stomach you know good. And this is old. That's my grandmother. Then I read in the monthly scientific journals that I get that there are brain cells in the belly. You see, there are things that we kind of know intrinsically, what they call it, a gut feeling. I've got a gut feeling. These things come from somewhere for the science now to say the brain cells in the heart are stronger than the brain cells in the mind. This is where the relationship between the mind and the heart is a reality. They speak about it in the good books. Because what they ask you is to think, but how you make decisions? You make it with your heart. And that's how they judge who it is that you actually are. That's how I wanted to just round up the thing between what the Chinese have done in terms of breaking through the glass ceiling of family businesses into conglomerates that can organize throughout the world. And then what they actually did in making sure that the science that they were bringing in was real science from the people who have it. And fundamentally, how do we make decisions? We honestly, many of us think that we are, people say, that's why I look at data, or I'm using my brain, where you're being emotional. All these things, we're a human body, and that human body is one, and it consists of all its parts. The Nigerians in the comment section that don't understand who I am, the difference that I have is so much for them that they can't encompass me. Imagine, how are you going to encompass another tribe when that's your thinking? How do you do it? When somebody like me, who is of whatever, you can't encompass me as a Nigerian, but to say, this guy is too rude. I know that's how I am. I am bloody rude, and I make sure I'm rude because I don't like idiocy. But you people that want to be polite in the face of corruption and idiocy, look, it's led you outside of the country. Me, I didn't come to this country of choice, one. And secondly, my parents didn't come here because they were desperate. They didn't come here because they were desperate. You understand? They've been here since the 60s and since the 50s. My great-grand uncle brought them here from the 1920s. You don't know who I am, but you're speaking your rubbish. That's how I deal with the comment section. Where is
KJ.
No, not KJ. The other brother that likes to complain about it. So that's how we deal with comment section, or you just castigate them. They think they can have. They're there. This brother. Rubbish. You lot in the comment section who are extremely disagreeable. You are a pile of doo-doos. Not even my doo-doos.
Jago, please,
castigate them. What do you mean?
You are not taking on this thing. Let me just give credence to the brain, this thing that you talked about. So that we take your attention away from the so the brain cells, he says that it does have brain cells. It's called, so some of the brain cells that are in the heart is called intrinsic cardiac nervous system. The heart contains a complex network of neurons, neurotransmitters, and proteins that can function independently of central nervous system. That's interesting. This system can sense, process information, and make decisions independently. That is quite interesting. That's quite a bit. And the stomach one, that one I've not checked. We need to check that stomach one. And the one regarding IQ, this thing. These are the things that the IQ test that Golden Mind is referring to doesn't measure. It doesn't measure these things. It doesn't measure emotional intelligence. It doesn't measure creativity. It doesn't measure practical intelligence. It doesn't measure interpersonal skills. It doesn't measure motivation, self-awareness, adaptability, moral and ethical reasoning, wisdom, cultural and social awareness, physical skills, artistic talent. So those are quite limited measurements. And regarding collective intelligence, while you guys are talking, I did more research on that, and in the end, look at what he says about collective intelligence. Very little downsides really, and he went on to say balancing both aspects, both individual IQ and collective intelligence have significant roles to play in social progress. High IQ individuals can drive innovation and provide leadership, while collective intelligence ensures that a wide range of perspective and skills are integrated into decision-making processes. Greater consequences of collective intelligence. While individual IQ is important, collective intelligence often has more consequential impact on a society. That is the point I was making earlier on, and that he didn't pay attention to. If he had done that, maybe he wouldn't have been having that 10-year.
My own take on this Goldman stuff, right? Look, I think when he spoke that first time, because that was the last time I spoke, I tried to, make him understand that, look, what we are saying is the same, right? But he was trying to say to, as I would call it, to isolate his own thoughts, where he's coming from. Like, no, Nigerians are unintelligent people. Their IQ is low. You start others trying to say, like, no, we are intelligent. Sometimes we don't really show this intelligence because of we don't really come together. So because we don't come together and we don't work with each other, nothing works. You feel the IQ is low or we don't have IQ. You understand? But if these people individually can excel, like somebody coming with a promising certificate from Nigeria or somebody schooling certificate from Nigeria goes to America and outshine the people that had foundational qualification from America, that means to tell you that these people are coming from Nigeria are extraordinarily intelligent. Their IQ is very, very high. You understand? So, but where it's coming from, because things do not work because of the failure of our leaders, he thinks our IQ is low. You understand? So I try to tell them, look, what you are seeing or experiencing is not low IQ, it's not coming together. And because of that, things don't work well. So you think, because it does not work, the IQ is low. No, you understand? So I think he should have maybe focus on the not coming togetherness of Nigeria, not the IQ. Because if you say Nigeria is an IQ, that means it's just like we'll just be Dundee for the full country. Nobody did do anything. You understand? So I think that was where I tried to give him heads up, but he was trying to stick on what he has believed already. Or what somebody has convinced him to believe that Nigerians are unintelligent people, the IQ is low, and this and that. Hence, where we are today, things are not working for Nigerians. You understand?
Sorry, I know everyone wants to come in, but Loco, what you're saying that was why he read a research, which is okay. And that was why I was talking about improving your research. And what forefathers said about collective intelligence is where he would have known that his research needed to be added. Because what constitutes collective intelligence? It is the system. When people with high IQ builds up a collective, a system that will make the coming together of many people with high IQs to be able to build collective intelligence. So it is the lack of system that you won't be able to pinpoint collective intelligence in our area, because those who take the position of leadership have failed to build the system. Over here, you see how the magnet school, they collect people from childhood and they tailor them towards a direction. And these people, it was so in Nigeria before. When people that comes out with first class are automatically hired into high institutions, into civil servants. And what do? They go there to deepen and widen the horizon. Just to add to what the difference in what his opinion is that we are done. Nothing can be remedied. When we are telling him that we can be remedied.
I know, and the funniest is like we are not dumb, like because the lack of togetherness is not bringing results. So he's basing that on low IQ of Nigerians that we are dumb. No, you should have like, oh, these guys are intelligent, these guys have IQ, these guys are smart people. But it's like the problem of not producing any results is the lack of coming individualness. Yeah,
it's
you understand?
frustrating.
You understand? You're not coming together. You understand? That is where is probably maybe the way he's trying to put it, or where he's missing the point.
That's right. Where I want to put in, because you see, Nigerians are frustrated. We're all very frustrated with Nigeria and with the existence as we are as Nigerians all over the world. We're frustrated, but within our frustration, we still got to take our time. We can't launch here and there because that's what we've been doing based on frustration. So when he brings up the point of the data, it is frustration that's telling him that's real. Simple. And he wants us to go from that paradigm. But what was frustrating me with him was that he was not propagating a solution. So when I look at his logic and I take it down to his bare minimum, he's really telling me that as a Black Nigerian, we should give up. We should hand our society and our country back to people that can actually run it. And I can't follow that. How am I supposed to follow that? The fact that he's not on the line right now, to me, shows his commitment to what he says, and it shows his commitment to the focus on what Nigeria and sharing of the information. I didn't ask him to leave. Nobody took him off the panel. And that's what they need to do to me to leave. They need to take me off, bro. Because I'm staying here propagating what I think to be real. Very simple.
I must say, Jago, you do have a level of comprehension that is quite, we don't reach the same conclusion sometimes, but you do have some comprehension, because I may be surprised that he didn't pick up on what I said earlier on while you did, and you are not the one even making the major argument. That is surprising.
That was Jago's.
He's a proponent. He's a proponent of Nietzsche. Nietzsche said that the black do not have a soul. So he's a proponent of Nietzsche.
Nietzsche. I like Nietzsche, but I think that's a misunderstanding of Nietzsche. Nietzsche is a German, isn't he? Was it not? And Nietzsche, you don't have German now.
He is.
Yeah.
That never left the shores of Germany.
Yeah.
And he was there deciding for Africans.
Yeah, Nietzsche is smart in his own way, but he does have a lot of blind spots now. He hasn't left Germany, as you said. AY. So
you will not let me speak now after you tell me it's time up. Everybody.
No, we are going to go backstage soon now.
AY, you've become somebody else, though. I'm telling you. AY used to be very precise, but these days, he's joking everybody.
You see how Local P is looking at me with one eye.
He's been having a go at Passat for so long. He's turning into Passat.
Passat is scared of me now. If he say, hey, remove AY before I come in. Remove AY. He's here.
Oh
He's
my-
here to see me, man. I hope, I pray he come around.
he
Good
was really
discussion
cross
so
with me
far.
today, man.
But the reason I'm coming here, Jaguar, I'm actually coming for you, man.
Come
You are
for
my
me,
man
bro.
any
I'm
day.
here. Thank
You
you.
are
How
my
are you,
man
sir?
any day. But when it's time to hit on you, you know I don't waste my time.
Go
You
for
know,
it.
like I understand. Just like Fafada said, Jago definitely is one of the smartest here. We learned a lot from him. But you see, your mode of discussion sometimes is very problematic to me, to be honest. Like the
Okay.
kind of words you use. I know I've spoken to you on this. You say, oh, that's the way you know how to talk. I don't believe that's the way you know how to talk. Because if you're speaking with white people, I'm not sure you're going to speak like that. If you speak it with non-Nigeria, I'm not sure you're going to speak like that. You need to keep the tone down. You know, we are just discussing collective intelligence here. Collective intelligence involve listening to your opponent, somebody you are having discussion with. You should be able to criticize your whole argument. Like if Austin said, tell me something like, I have like what's it called? I have a plan. Austin give me a reason to say, no, this is the best plan. I should be able to look at it and say, oh, I think that's the best idea. Oh, let me incorporate it to what I'm doing. Collective intelligence does not really mean the people involved have to have IQ. The IQ has to be like extremely high. It just involves people coming together to build. Input of people, you can never underrate it, even if it's little. It's just like you try to build something. People have different skills. They come together. That is how the idea works. So we don't have it. The reason I think we don't have it, if you look at Nigeria, right, we have a lot of things that are drawing us back in terms of collective intelligence. One of them is it could be age, like the typical Nigeria cultural system. No matter what you know, you will see an head that telling you, "Shut up! Who are you? You know nothing." I'm telling you this. The opportunity we have, your brains in Nigeria that they will not give some opportunity, never. But you will come to a country, a foreign country, you will have the same opportunity to get involved and contribute to the system. So when we discuss collective intelligence, it's a lot. We can't work together because apart from that issue of age, we have problem of I know more than you. I have more degrees. We have problem of evil tribe. My tribe is bigger, is better than yours. Keep quiet. Different problem. They cut across board. When they talking about collective intelligence, is people sitting down and looking at the issue and focus on the issue and have a discussion, be able to make a convincing argument like in 200 years to come, we need to be here. We have to build this. We have to do this to get this. We have to really face the issue and try to solve the problem. We don't really have it. So I tell my friend this, right? I will sit in a meeting with white people for 8 hours. There is no single argument. But with black people, you can't sit for 30 minutes without argument.
And really rough.
Each time I go for such meeting, when I leave the meeting, I'm telling my friend, like, why are we like that? And that is just the truth.
Bros, can I quickly come in for 2 seconds? I'll step back out.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. You see, you're very right, and I can take what you're saying on board in terms of my conversational skill level. My conversational skill, I like to be peaceful, believe it or not. But my name is Jagun, and it's not a playtime name. Because I can't suffer fools, and I haven't got time to waste. And when these things combine, bruh, you're going to feel me. You're going to feel, whoever you are, you will feel who I am. I can't suffer fools. Now, I'm not saying that my man there was a fool. No, I'm saying that as he was speaking of intelligence and he was not used, because Mio, you don't know. I listen more than I speak. You just don't understand. Me, I'm a skilled salesperson. Skilled. I know how to sell ice to an Eskimo. Believe me. And you know how? I do more listening. When I do the listening, I know where all the gaps are in your argument. All the gaps, I know where they are. And I will come and smash you. I will come and smash you with your living gaps all over the place. You understand? I'm too old to waste time. Believe me. I'm not saying I can't change. I like, just like you said, there are meetings that we have with our Oyubo, where the meeting, and in that meeting room, there's a level of sophistication, a level of decorum, and a level of intelligence that goes on. But do you think that you could be an idiot in that room? You cannot be an idiot in that room. They'll sling you out. From the top floor, they'll throw you out the window. You understand? Boardroom, the street is not where a bad man is. The boardroom, I discovered, that's where the bad man is. That's where the bad man is. And if you don't know the language of the bad man, you're in trouble. You're in desperate trouble. So Mio, my brother, let me let you know, I have experienced the conversation of the true bad men of this earth. You understand? So when I come across idiots, bro, they're going to get their neck cut. Simple. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Jago. Well, I think I will see we need to have some level of peace, you know, so we can understand each other. Because me, specifically, like sometimes I just want to listen and learn from people, man. Well, I mean, when we listen, we'll learn from each other. We'll understand each other better. I just love that opportunity, like when people are like Master coming here, because a lot of us, they are not used to the Northern system. They try to break things down for us. People from the East, since I start coming from this to this panel, I've learned a lot from the people from the East, even from the Yoruba, every region. I know a lot of things about Nigeria across board, but I'm still learning. It's a process. We have to be patient to learn from each other, to look for a way to get this idiot out of power. Like I'm actually tired of this government. Like I just want anything that is gonna make Nigeria better for us to live in. I'm all for it, man.
Ewa, I want to ask you a question. Sorry.
Thank you, AY.
You know, what led to the conversation is the problem the people or the system? And from when forefather mentioned collective intelligence, I read something about it, and you are speaking on that. And can collective intelligence be disassociated from the system?
Yes,
Yeah, it can be
disassociated from the system. So it's collective. We are not. So you can refer it to the system. We can refer to collective intelligence to us here, just 6 of us. Are we able to have a proper discussion and come out with something tangible without killing ourselves? Like really have like intellectual discussion. Like we will bring something out of that discussion. It doesn't have to be like Nigeria as a country. It can be like even within family, within your family unit, collective intelligence. Oh, how do we make this family better? How do we make people get education? It could be anything. So it's not nation specific.
When you talk about the analogy you're giving now, I see it as a system. Remember when we started this platform? At a point we were like, this is not the best way to go. We sat down. Some people were appointed to say, make us a policy that will guide us. And since then, we have been developing on that. Is that not correct?
Yeah, forefather and others, they still developing the security plan for us.
Yeah, are you finished with your submission?
Yeah, I'm done. You can go ahead.
Spiritual, please go ahead.
No, I'm listening for now. Interesting conversation.
All right.
I'm listening.
Yeah, who else? I think we're gonna be rounding up soon. So let's just use, if anybody wants to say shout out, we're gonna have our week coming on soon, and we are not gonna be on for at least tomorrow, next tomorrow, maybe till Wednesday or Thursday. So if anybody wants to say something, they can say it now with the opportunity they have before I close out.
Can I just ask, what is with our man Rudolph?
He's indisposed at the moment, and I think it's up to him to tell. That's what they said I should say to people, so he can let everyone know. But he should be on next week, I think.
Father, when you use that word in America, it means a different thing.
All right, I'll go. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, this is Ndoko.
What do you want me to say?
Loco never sleep.
I thought you were raising your hand. You wanted to say something.
No. I was just scratching my finger. I was scratching my finger.
Okay, everybody has finished, so that I'll play the music.
So on a final note, for those who I had one of my good friend here. I don't want to call his name. Who says he's tired of the government?
You want my trouble again?
I just want to advise him, before I go now. Please don't be tired yet. We still have 3 more years to go, and after that, under 4 years. So please enjoy the ride. It's not time to be tired. God will bless us as we'll keep praying. Now they've changed national anthem. We are praying also that they will change the color of the flag so that everything will line up. Eventually, probably the name of Nigeria. So please,
I see the funniest thing, even the national anthem, even the sound. Have you heard the sound, the tone of the word like
one that use
white lady's voice.
Bro, you are what's my man? I forgot. My man, you are very correct. When I listen to it, I've never really spoken about this situation.
Nothing.
No, it's not that. It's a hymn.
It sounds like
Anglican. It's Anglican. When I listen, it's a pure Anglican church hymn, which is itself not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not us. Yeah. It's not ours. And I don't really want to speak on this issue because I think it's so weak in the whole polity. But it is us. And I can guarantee you, as that guy comes out, the thing will change. Somebody sensible will come in there and change it.
I'll remove it.
To be honest
it won't stay like that.
For me,
I don't think so.
For me, I've not listened to the item.
Sorry,
I've not listened to the item. But the thing is, I'm just pissed. Like I don't think item is our problem. It's the least of our problem.
Yeah.
Like
so
it shows.
It's not the least of your problem. Why would you say that? It's not the least.
It's not even among the problems. It's not among the problems.
Shows on seriousness in the part of this government. A big on seriousness.
I have a question.
If you measure empirically what it does, it may not matter as much, but it's a symbolic meaning of it signals to you that this is the mindset of your leaders. That they can't even give your own people the chance to write their own anthem. What else are they not going to give you? They are not going to give you anything else. They cannot give you
that goes a long way to define what we have been talking about here about IQ. It goes a long way to define that. So, KK, I don't know. Have anyone heard about the strike tomorrow? Have they resolved the issue?
No, they were unable. They were unable to resolve it.
Wow, so the strike is going on.
Yeah.
Look, as the information I have this evening, they have not, but they are still in discussion. And I don't take anything away from Labour. The Ghana must go. It's not big enough. Once it's big enough, it will be resolved this night. I'm telling you. So don't be surprised tomorrow morning. They will just tell them to stay, and they are still discussing.
I'm happy you're the one saying this. If AY says this, you will come after him.
No, how much are they even requesting? What's the
Labour
now? How much are they requesting?
I think it's 600,000, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
600,000
to 490.
Okay, they've gone down. Okay.
Yes.
If you ask me, maybe 90 somewhere to peg it there, because anything more than that, the inflation will just go out of control.
No, what they are looking for is around between 130 and 150.
Father, nobody will give them 100.
Inflation will go up.
Nobody
And
will
then
give them 100.
you will lose the money. That there's no point increasing it because you will lose the money anyway. Because inflation will just go up and you use on the other 50 again.
Nobody will give them 100. Nobody will give them 100.
No, they will not get 100. I'm sure the highest they will get, maybe like 75.
75. They will be very generous. Of which we take some state governors, it will take them like 5 years before they pay it.
Do you hold on? Do you know some state governors are not still paying the minimum wage of 35 as we speak? 35. They are not still paying till today.
And nobody's holding them accountable.
Yeah.
Who will hold them accountable? Who are supposed to hold them accountable are collecting Ghana must go. Is it when they're collecting Ghana must go, you hold them accountable?
I say the charge to the diaspora is to start coming up with an ideology that is going to displace these people. I don't think there's any hope that democracy in Nigeria is going to transform the country automatically one day. It's not going to happen. Because if you look at the way they change the national anthem, they are all in cahoots. Every single party. So it tells you that if you want to change the system, you have to come up with a new ideology that displaces these people. I recommend a more advanced democratic system, a direct democratic system. That's what they call it, where you empower the people.
The only way you can hold them accountable is when there is production. If there is production and they don't have anybody in the civil service, they will increase the salary to get
why would they get you production when it doesn't give them what they want?
So that's the point, because you can't just imagine over here you don't pay somebody salary afterward, you will not see anybody in your company.
Yeah. Are you sure?
I think if I may, I think what Forefather has just said, I think it really needs to be underlined. I don't want us to miss out on any nugget that we might be able to grab on this platform. What Forefather just said, he spoke about the diaspora, looking at an ideology of how we can get these people out before the next time. And somehow we have got to stay on that paradigm. Otherwise, this will be just a talking shop. I tell you, we've got work to do. I don't see how we're seeing it, but it doesn't matter where we are as individuals on this platform, where we're educating ourselves, where we're sharing information and all the rest. I think when we go back into our own corners, I'll speak for myself. I'm working on making sure that change can come. I don't know about anybody else, but what I'm gaining from here is that I know that there are others similar to myself who are thinking about the country's well-being. And if that's what we're doing, we know that the country is not well at the moment. So I think we're the doctors or the medicine givers. So I like that to be underlined. That's all. Sorry.
I think Oga Alexander said he's going to give this thing, Dr. Damages, some money for me. When he get that money, what I'm going to do, I talked about that thing where we will get somebody to make some kind of presentation or something like that. I think I will ask Dr. Damages, we should put it towards that. And this is one of those things, because I think you have to start doing something. You have to start pushing something forward. And
you want to
see this guy. I speak the truth. So now you smile. Now you come alive. I speak the truth.
Yeah, because I always listen, but it's like it's really a lot of fantasy on the show. Like, you want an advanced democracy, and then Austin on the right wants production. How are you going to get it when the people on the ground don't even understand their own rights?
But that is the point. When I say I want to advance it, what do you think I want to do? I want to sensitize people about these things.
How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that, though?
But I just said I was going to do something with the funds that I'm going to get to do.
So you're going to give a bunch of semi-literates, and this is not to insult them, semi-literates or poorly educated people, hungry people, completely illiterates, unskilled, you're going to give them paperwork to read. That's how
No,
you're
no,
gonna
that's not what I said. You don't know what it is.
advance.
I didn't state what I'm gonna do with it, but it's something that is gonna be along the line of sensitizing people.
All right, so you have the
But do you
floor.
think that
Tell
description of
us.
him
You
in Nigeria is correct?
feel free to tell us what you're gonna do with
When
the
he's ready.
paperwork once you print it up.
When it's time, at the moment I shouldn't have even said anything. When it's time, then I'll listen. When it's done, really, I don't even care about when it's time.
Forefathers, you're gonna print. Listen, this is the
You think I'm
problem.
going to print leaflets and stuff?
If you print something, if you're gonna make a
Oh my God.
presentation, if you're gonna make a presentation and you're gonna print something, obviously you want the person, the recipient, to read it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is your proposition. We're gonna change this with paperwork.
Hmm? Who told you that? That's not what I said.
So what's the alternative to
Oh,
what you said?
so see,
Let's
let
pretend
me
I'm
say
one
this.
let's pretend I'm one of the people on the ground that you
Mm.
want to make this presentation for. How do you intend to change the government? How do you intend to give me that paperwork to change the system and get this advanced democracy we've been spouting you've been spouting and propagating on here?
Okay, the idea is to show them a different way of doing things, a better way of doing things, and let them know that this is the future that they should be heading towards. And it has to be convincing, obviously. And it's not like I've crafted it completely out, but that is what new ideologies do. If you don't meet the threshold of trying to show people a better way of life, if you don't meet the threshold of being convincing and actually being on the ground too, so that it's something that they can feel, they're not going to sign up to it. And it has to involve things that transform their lives, even without a lot of funds. Just rules change, it transforms their lives, and
How
that
are
is
you
the kind
gonna
of
do it, forefathers? You still
see.
haven't said anything.
Why would I tell you how I'm going to do it? This is public this thing, and with enemies of progress everywhere. I think I'm ready to tell you publicly here. I'm not going to tell you that, but I'm just telling you. Let me give you a matrix. Let me give you a matrix. Like, you know how the Bolsheviks were able to transform the system.
I'll forget the
So,
Bolsheviks. Tell me as a
oh, what is the matter
Nigerian.
with you now? I'm giving you a good idea. If you know
No,
what the
because
Bolsheviks are, then you
forefathers,
have
me
to
and you
understand
have
what I'm
done
saying.
this a lot of times. You will start talking about the 4 O's and all kinds of things.
No,
And
I'm not
then
talking about the four.
tell me as a Nigerian
Why would
that
I tell you?
is
I just told you I'm not going to tell you. Why are you asking again?
so that me okay. So why I always be quiet and ask these questions because I want to dig into the mind of the person I'm talking to. And I'm gonna mention your favorite boy that you don't like me talking about, Peter B. Okay. So one of the reasons again. So one of the reasons I did not like his manner of politicism is the fact that when you asked him, where is your manifesto? What are your plans? I don't have to say it. The people that had manifesto before, what did they say? Until like 60 days to the election, then he runs out with a manifesto. And you're doing the same thing. Just believe me, trust me. But what is your plan? This advanced democracy, pretend I don't know how to read, pretend I'm the average Nigerian that is semi-literate. How are you going to sell it to them?
Did I say I was creating a manifesto in the first place?
No, you said the presentation. That's why I said pretend. I used him as an example. So
And I
pretend.
also told you I wasn't going to tell you. What makes you think all this roundabout way of doing it is going to get me there?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So that means it's just a bunch of fantasies at this
Of
point.
course, it's fantasy. You know, you can say as you please. If it's fantasy, so be it. But I'm still going to do it anyway. That's the beauty of it. Now, I don't need you to validate whatever I'm going to do. And besides, it's not important. What is important is I'm going to do what I can. And that is all we can all do, isn't it? The little money I get, I'm going to throw it there. And if I be my own channel was making money, I'm going to throw it there because I don't need the money for myself. It's not exactly a lot. But
Forefather, do you imagine how much these guys spend to sustain what is obtainable in Nigeria today?
sorry, I didn't get that.
Do you imagine the amount of money they spend to sustain what is going on in
Ah,
Nigeria?
A lot. Too. They have
So
money.
how much do you think that you can make to change it?
You'll be surprised. Sometimes it's asymmetric. That's what they call it. You have a situation where you have asymmetric warfare. Sometimes your messaging can be, it will amplify itself. You know how Trump can make a lot of noise and he gets a lot of media coverage that money cannot buy.
So,
That's the kind of
so,
technique.
so the problem we have, if you look at leadership, almost all the guys there are those that have studied abroad, people that were like us, speaking the way we were speaking. And they are consciously aware of what you're thinking at this point. And they
Yeah,
are comfortable with the way the system is.
yeah, it's true. They're comfortable, but not everybody's comfortable. Especially in the case, the most of the poorer people are definitely don't like what they are doing,
No, I
what their
mean
life
people
is
in
right now.
leadership. I'm not talking about Nigerians.
Oh no, let them, the leadership there, let them do their thing. It's
And that's what I'm saying. The leadership, almost all of them studied or worked abroad. At least 70 is okay, let me use 60.
Yeah, I know. I hear what you are saying. I've met them. I got educated with them. Fellow Nigerians that are looking forward to go to Nigeria and make money for themselves without not thinking about what they are going to contribute necessarily. So I know Nigerians are like that. However, there are a lot of people that don't think like that. Most people on the planet don't think like that. And on the ground, the poorer people, they are the ones that are going to help change the system, because if you spell out a different path for them, and this is why that way is good. It doesn't matter what leader it is. Once the ideology takes root, the others can talk all the nonsense they want to talk. It's not going to matter. You take one
Do
leader out, the
you
rest is going to carry on.
do you think you have a better, okay, for all intents and purposes, you would say you and Shawori, for example, lean towards this, you have the same ideas, right or wrong?
Not as entirely the same.
No, not entirely. I said for like to a large extent. You want better governance, you want accountability, right? You want leaner governments to at
I
least
didn't
in
say I
that
want
regard,
linear
right?
government. We are
Huh?
quite different in some ways. I didn't say I don't want linear governments
Okay, so you
necessarily.
want to blow that government. Okay, beautiful. So, but you want
I want a government that
accountability.
works.
You want something that works. All right. We all want something that works. So let's say, do you think you have better oratory
Hold on.
skills?
You are literally taking me where I'm not going.
No, I'm trying to
How can
ask you
you equate
because
me and Shori? I've not even slept in the prison
no,
cell one day.
forget about him now.
Oh,
Forget about him.
no. I'm talking. What are you talking about? You are equating me where I don't belong. I'm talking
Okay,
about just doing something small.
all right. So forget about him. You don't forget about him. You want a better government. You want accountability. Okay. So all I'm saying is, do you think you have better oratory skills than he does? Would you say you have better oratory skills than he does? You've heard him speak.
I even have oratory skills.
Exactly. So if you don't think you
I
even
don't know why
have
you are saying
that,
that.
my point in asking all of this is, how do you think you're gonna just go on the ground and just say, "Oh, I have this ideology. I just want to give to the people," and then there's people like Shori that have been trying to do this for the last maybe 30 years, and they still ain't succeeded. But you think you're gonna go there with a bunch of written presentations and papers, and I'm just gonna go there and do what is what I'm still trying to find out.
Maybe, who knows? Maybe mine is going to be very compelling. And who knows? Maybe during the time of show, where things were looking up, so people were not paying attention to him. Just maybe, there's always a time for everything. Sometimes the right person might be in the right place at the wrong time. But sometimes somebody maybe slightly less might be at the right place at the right time and they succeed. It's just life.
You
I'm going to do
talking
what I
of
can.
real round. You should become a politician
I
for
told
Nigeria.
you now. You think you can get some from me when I told you
No,
I'm not going to
because
tell you?
you're saying a lot of things without saying anything at all.
I don't
And
have to be a politician to have ways of explaining stuff to you in that don't
but
give
if
you
you
the
keep
information you
using
have.
words like ideology and you're gonna make presentations, again, this is why I had a problem with Peter. Just if you have something and you claim you do have something, at least lay it on the ground. But it's like a lot of suppositions and building castles in the air. And
I
if
don't know
someone
why.
challenges it, I mean, you have a good nature. You don't get mad when someone asks for your input or challenges it. Like typical Nigerians, if they say all these things and then you challenge it or ask them, and then their ego gets involved and they get mad. But someone like me, I always want, like, you say something, I want to buy into the idea or maybe not buy into it. But you're saying a lot of nothing.
Oh,
I
is it
speak,
not
I
good
speak
enough
the
for
truth.
you?
Sorry,
Yes,
can I
Go
get?
ahead.
I speak the truth. You said who was your candidate during the last election?
Nobody.
Okay,
I didn't
but
like any of them.
you were
But if
just
I was to
against.
choose,
Okay,
but let me clarify, nobody, I didn't like any of them. But if I was to choose in the midst of all the horror show that it was, I think the right man, as bad as he is who Nigeria has in power right now. But I think the rest, they were all disasters
who?
to start off with.
Tinubu?
The president, yeah, right now, yeah.
Okay, okay, that
You
makes
know,
sense.
that judgment is very flawed now.
That makes
No,
sense.
no, but they're all a disaster. Why does that make sense to you?
I said that makes sense. I didn't say
Yeah,
it didn't make. It
no,
makes sense.
I did say that. I said, why
Yeah,
does it make sense when you use that? What makes sense about that?
yeah. So when you said you don't like P2B, I was like, who do you like among them? I
I didn't
didn't want
say
to
I didn't
accuse you.
like him. I said I didn't like the fact that he never
Oh no,
stated his position.
when I mean Africans, when men say we don't like a man, I know you don't. If it is in the West, if you are a white, I would be thinking the way you just thought now. So when I say you don't like him, I mean the character. It's not about the face.
No, not his character. I
Not the
don't.
about what he represents in the election. It's
Yeah,
about the election.
how
Yeah,
he
so that's what
presented
I understand.
himself as a
Yeah,
politician.
not about himself, not
No,
but about
no,
what he represents.
no,
Yeah.
no. Mhm.
So I got that.
So, but why does it make sense that I would say of the three, I chose, I would have chose Tinubu, even though I said they was all disasters. Why does that make sense to you?
It makes sense to me because if I don't choose Obi, and because I know it's not Sowore, you will choose. So if I don't choose Obi or Sowore, then I don't see anyone to choose. So for you,
Why wouldn't it be Atiku or Kwankwaso or the others?
it is obvious that Atiku, I won't choose Atiku because I
No,
believe.
me.
Okay, you.
Yeah, we're talking about me.
Oh, I mean, I don't know because I wasn't surprised when you hate what Obi represent. That I wasn't surprised that you would like what Tinubu
But
represent.
hate is a strong word. I never said
I
said
don't
I
like. What's the
hated them.
opposite of I don't like?
Huh?
What is the opposite of I don't like?
Like.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
Dislike
don't
is
like something, it's like.
no,
The opposite is like.
It's like now. It's like.
It's not hate. I don't hate him. Why would I hate him?
But where you did.
Englishman is here.
Oh my God!
This is the problem. This is what
The video is tiny corner.
yeah. It's I don't hate him. I just
Not is negating. Not is negating.
negating what?
When you say it is, what is the opposite of like?
It is
Dislike,
don't
Nashville.
like.
Hey,
Dislike.
I see Augustine looking forward to it. Augustine wanted to hear it.
This is Augustine. This is the problem. I think Nigerians always have. Okay, that is why it is usually a all or nothing with them when it comes to discussions. This is why jealousy is prevalent, envy is prevalent, and they can just dislike you based. And I'm not talking about you because we're having a good conversation.
Yeah,
but they can just dislike you based on if they think you are different. If they think, for example, you are coming to steal their shine, because sometimes in settings like this, some people take it as competition. So ego gets involved, anger gets involved. They decide to attack you based on your positions. There's no reason. That's why they think if you are against me, if you're not for me, you have to be against me. That is not necessarily true. Just like the brother AY was rightfully saying earlier, and me and forefathers, you see, me and forefathers always go at it. But one thing you're gonna give forefathers, and he'll never get mad. He'll never get personal. Same with AY. AY, you hear him. I don't agree with everything he says. I lean to a lot of what he says, but he's not gonna go at you. So I don't hate him.
So
there was no
I
point
speak
to
the
think I
truth.
hate him.
So I'm using a dictionary. It said, what is the opposite of like? Dislike. Second one is hate. The third one is despise. So I don't know what you're
Context. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
You're using it. I speak English perfectly, and I was an English major. So context also matters. Okay. In this instance, I dislike what he stood for politically. I do not hate him. Hate is extreme. The way you brought it to say I hate him would sound crazy to anybody.
So you hate what he represents politically?
No, I dislike. I do not agree with what he stands for politically. Just because I dislike your stance does not mean I hate you. Hate is strong.
Hate language. Hate is just so strong.
Hate is extreme.
You gotta look the context. The language
is extreme. I don't agree with you does not necessarily mean I hate you or I despise you.
So you are making a shift. I get what you're saying. You're making a shift. We've been able to deal that not his person, not his character. We're talking about the ideology. If I dislike an ideology, it is the dictionary is giving me more words to be used in the same context. After dislike, the next thing is hate.
No, it doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that, brother.
So there is hold on. In English language, there is so called closest in meaning, right? Even apart from that, English also have denotative and connotative meaning of a word. A word can have multiple meanings. In this context, he say like and dislike. It's not hate. Hate is an extreme word. So you can't use hate here, to be honest.
Okay.
I stand with what he's saying.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What I said about
Jagu, your people are looking for you in the comment section.
What I said about Peter Obi, do you like it or not?
Is that what you said?
Yeah, about Peter Obi. Do you like it or not?
I don't.
Okay, but do you dislike it?
I disliked it.
Okay, so if you dislike what I said, and I obviously am not on your side either, so I dislike what you said. Do you think I hate you?
No, what I said.
No, it's a question, Augustine. Do you think I hate you?
No.
Do you think I hated what you said?
Yes.
Why would you think I hated what you said?
I don't know this.
Exactly, because I cannot hate what you said because we are not at loggerheads. We're discussing, so I disliked what you said. You dislike what I said. You don't agree with what I said. You disagree with what I said. It doesn't automatically transmute into the level of hate. Hate is extreme. Hate is I want to hang you to
Forefather, can I ask, where are we taking this conversation? What's this all about?
I think the conversation is basically now to leave this place.
This conversation is about one individual who's talking about himself. Rubbish. What's this got to do with our politics? If you've got something to teach. Coming here to argue is wasting of everyone's time about this and that. Rubbish. Why are we listening to this? What's this got to do with Nigeria?
I try to let
dump the brother. Dump him. He's a fucking arsehole. About telling people about their personality.
Easy now. Jack, take it easy with all this work.
Can't say.
Jagun, I will take you
complete-
backstage if you do that again. Don't do that, please. It's not
I
nice.
have to do it, man. I was patient, and I was thinking, where is this conversation going? What's this got to do with anything?
Okay.
How is it
let
interesting?
me bring up a conversation.
Okay, don't bring another
Fucking
one.
rubbish.
I'm going to round up now. This is a cue to go backstage. You can swear all you want if you're backstage.
Why should it be a cue to go backstage? So far, listen.
It's 6 hours. We are going backstage.
But if
my man just wants to argue. He wants to argue with someone.
We're going to go backstage.
That's what all he does. He comes here, he stays silent, and he waits for an opportunity to come in and argue with someone. It's rubbish.
Anybody that
He's got nothing to say. Forefather, this man here has
hold on. Anybody that wants to come backstage, you don't interrupt me, please. Anybody that wants to come backstage can come and join us. Gentlemen, the weekend is over. The work week is about to commence. And we should focus our mind.
Give 1 second. So Augustine, that is wait, hold up, Augustine. That is an example of hate.
That is not
hate. That's an example. No, but that's true. That's someone that you can't be defending. Hold up.
When don't gaslight him when he's not here. Hold on. Let me carry on. I need to round up the tasting. It's not nice.
But that's the fact.
It's not hate.
But that's the fact.
You are pushing it too far now. Just as Augustine wanted to force you to say you hate.
No. But me and Augustine had a good discussion. Me and you had a good discussion. Me and him had a good discussion. So I'm trying to explain, when someone does not just dislike you or your position, they just hate you. That is an example. That is it. That's
not hate. He doesn't hate you.
That is hate. It does. From the very first day I came on, he was the first person attacking me. Very first day. Remember that?
I didn't know that.
Okay, the very first day.
Can we discuss South Africa election in 10 minutes?
No, because it's going to go 30 minutes. Sorry. I'm sorry. We can discuss it backstage. We have to go. The week is about to start.
Session people to listen. They got.
Yeah, it would have been nice. It would have been nice.
Okay. You guys, sorry.
We don't have the
sorry, guys.
Yeah, you see, so they're even asking that I should end the show.
Wait, can you bring Jagu before you end the show?
Yeah, let me bring it back. I think it's calmed down now.
I'm calm, bro. I'm calm. But can I just say this in my own defense? My man, I speak whatever. I don't have any hate against you. There's a way that you behave that I've been observing. I've spoken to you many times. I've even apologized to you directly, and you said, cool. And I know what I've done. I know the relationship between myself and yourself. I've heard you commend me. I've heard you bring me down. That's not a problem. My issue is, if somebody as intelligent as yourself, who has a lot of information, and you're not, somehow I don't see you sharing your information. What I do see you doing, however, is being extremely divisive in you coming on this show. When you come on this show, you wait. You're there silent with your American aspects, and then you come on with creepy questions that really don't lead us to a full conversation that includes all of the panel. What you like to do, you like to pick on one person and go between you and him and take the show away from the rest of us. And I don't appreciate it. That's the accuracy. If you want to know who it is I am, I'm not afraid to speak to you about anything, but I do avoid you because I don't think that you're coming with anything frugal. I don't believe that you're coming with any heart. I don't.
No, it's okay. Let him talk. You can't do that.
I hope you heard what I said. All it is, I hope.
All right, so let me. He just responded. He just said things about me. So I'm not here to compete, okay? And I'm not here to make friends, and I'm not here to feel like I want to be the smartest guy in the class. What I come here to do is learn. All right. So each time it seems with Jagan like someone is taking the shine off of you because you want to be the central character.
Nah, man, that's not me. That's just disingenuous.
I don't want to argue.
I'm not arguing either, but I'm not going to allow you to say things. No, bro. I'm not going to allow you to say things that aren't true.
you feel like someone is taking the sign when
all
it
right,
feels
all
like
right. All
when
you
it
just
feels like someone
this is what you're here for.
Let
This
me
is what you're here for.
finish. I did not attack anybody. I had
don't
a
have
good
to respond.
I had a good conversation with forefathers. I was having another one with Augustine, but because you always want to be the central character.
Always. Okay, it's always.
If this is your life, this is not my
Bro,
life. This show is not my life. So if this is your life, feel free and enjoy
all connotations. All
I'm not saying
connotations. None of it means anything. None of what you said means anything. I spoke to you.
Jagon, let's end this now. It's not fair on
Okay,
AY now.
I'm going to be as polite as I can, forefather, if I may. If I may, without putting.
You know we can be able to take it. You are strong enough as a man. You can.
Yeah, look. He's talking about hate. He's a funny man.
You know, AY wanted to say something about South African politics. If you have anything to share with the viewers, you can share. Nobody will ask you any questions, and nobody is meant to. So, just give us a breakdown of what you see happening.
What is actually interesting about South Africa, I wanted to share, right? We see a country where there is the power is with the people. ANC, they've been misbehaving. Unemployment is high in South Africa. This is the first time for 30 years they were unable to score 50% of the vote. Right now, they are forced to form a coalition government. Again, what this does is who they're going to form coalition with. If it's DA, if it's EFF, if it's MK Party is the party of the Jacob Zuma. So whoever they form a coalition with, these people are going to give their terms. Listen, you guys have to work for the people. That's the only way we can give you support. It just baffles me. If we want to fix anything in Nigeria today, that free and fair election must be on board. Senegal did it recently. This is what we call revolution. We should stop fighting for individuals. Nigerians need to actually look at, let's have a system that is working so that system will bring the best out of us to go into these positions. After 4 years, they are not performing. The people have the power. We kick them out straight up. We get fresh people in. This is going to be like a big change for Nigeria. It's going to be a starting point. Trust me. When the governors knows that the people have the power, trust me, they will sit up. I don't know how we're going to achieve this, but Nigeria need a free and fair election. If they want to keep practicing this democracy, we need a system where politicians will not be able to rig the system into office and do what they like, thinking that their money will buy the vote for them to get into power again. We need to learn from these people. We need to learn from South Africa. We need to learn from Senegal. We just need to clean up this system. Otherwise, what you see in Nigeria, I have classmates now that some of them are contesting elections. When I look at them, I say, whoa, some of these people, they have nothing to offer. These people, they can't be in that office and still be leading Nigeria. They don't understand this. They don't know what is going on around the world. They don't know. Some of them don't even know what to do. Some of our governors, they don't know what to do. So all they do is just steal the money and allow the people to suffer. So this is one point I wanted to just bring up to the people. We need to seriously take along this line. Thank you.
Thank you. And gentlemen,
apparently there's somebody called Adana. She wants to come on. Okay.
Yeah, I've sent it. The week is about to start. I hope you all have a fruitful week ahead. And thank you for coming to spend precious time over this weekend with us. Jagon, you've been doing very long, sessions almost throughout the whole streams from mine. Electricity, everybody, you are on there. I speak the truth. we appreciate you. I do like your you know, when you ask question one-on-one, it does.
Only haters will not like when I ask
Hey,
questions.
you see this guy. You see this guy. You know, you don't need any encouragement. You don't need any encouragement.
I'm telling you, only haters will not. Only haters. And guess
Can
what?
we let it go?
No matter how you try, I don't like Peter Obi. I don't like his
Can we let it
stance.
go? Can we let it go, please?
Damn,
wow.
I don't like his stance.
AY, thank you for coming to spend time with us. I really appreciate you. And you know, I must say that is my guilty pleasure to watch you play Pansat sometimes. But I don't know whether it's always a good thing. What can I say?
You are Jago. You are Jago. Jago will just be smiling in the background.
What can I say? But Pansat, you know, if you're listening, it's not intentional. It's just one of those things. Pansat gives as much as he gets. And
Jago is our man, man. Pasa is our man. Pasa, come to the backstage.
Loco, thank you for me catching you here today.
Don't
you know,
mind this Loco. Don't mind him.
Loco abandoned me. He abandoned me in cold violation. You know, he got upset one day. We were on stream and
you
he
see
would
his
let
face.
it go.
How he strong his face, like saying he do this smile today.
We don't feel fight again that we get past it, Loco.
I know. You see the funniest thing. I think 2 weeks after then, Osita Dima said the same thing I was trying to achieve, but because you weren't smart or patient enough to know where I was going to, you were attacking. AY with the big nose, the support. I look at it, I like, man.
You see, it's something that me that was protecting you, me that was telling Papa that leave Loco P alone, leave Loco P alone.
It's good now. It's good.
See, sometimes, yeah, it's true. Even all that was true. We have our, you know, we are not perfect people. We come together and get on with it, you know, because we are here for a reason. We want to spend time with each other, try to solve problems.
This is some people's life, man, and they think this is their time to shine, you know. So people, when you start talking, this is their
continue, bro. Continue your pontification if it helps you. You hear me? As I said, this is why you come to the show. You come to the show to disturb the conversation, not to add to it.
I must say, Django does pay attention to questions quite a lot. Let me acknowledge Auguste for joining us. I forgot because he was.
Why do you gotta let people eat and do drugs on this show?
Can we?
What's that got to do with you? Why am I in your house? I'm not in your house.
Oh my God! Okay, he's not doing that now. Is he doing that now? He's not doing that now.
He's just bringing up things from where he wants. This is where you know that someone is collecting information against someone.
I didn't say that. When did I mention anybody's name?
Don't do that. Don't do that, please. Don't do that.
Don't do what? I'm trying
to acknowledge panelists, and you are disrupting. It's not nice. Let me acknowledge Augustine, and he's been the most patient here. He's very, you know, he waits for his turn and all the rest. He doesn't have to, but he does. I appreciate the time you come to spend. And Augustine is a philosopher, maybe because he's a religious man. He does engage with ideas and he wants to understand. And I really appreciate that. Thank you for joining. And something people don't notice much. And whenever we are talking about philosophical stuff, he comes in. It's not only when you measure P2B, he comes in. So because he wants to engage on serious topics too. And I really appreciate that for joining us. And the chat, you know, let me see. Fumi O, thank you. I see you there, Fumi O. Mark Eneli, I see you there too. Nwachuku, thank you for joining us. Hez 969, I see you there.
Olua
Aja, yeah. Ola.
You can't pronounce your tribal name.
That's a tricky one. Ola Olu. Okay.
Ola. You can't pronounce your tribal name.
Yeah, because it's not like that. He comes in a different way. Ola Olu Ajayi. It's like they put two names together. You know, Ola Olu. I am Destiny. Thank you for joining us. I see you there, Ken Riba, and Adama. I see you there, Adama Soji, Adamo. That is AKA Jagun. It's on the panel and it's on the chat. You know, it's populating everywhere. What I think I've said in Wachuku already. Who else is there that is new that I've not said before? One Nigeria, I see you there. Spy Man, I see you there. Spy Man, and I think Chai was around too. I think I can remember that. And let me acknowledge the one donation today. I think in Nigerians you have to remind them to donate. You know. So that they can remember. Yesterday, when I reminded them, they donated a lot. So thank you for the donations, and I really do appreciate it. And till next week, I hope you all have a very, very productive week ahead, and hope that we have offered you something that at least will aid your decision making, because all this stuff is not for nothing. Jagu taught us that the heart has brain cells. Just in case. Till next time, we will see you guys. Let me play you guys out on.
Before you go, when we go backstage, are you staying, Forefather? Because I think that might be.
Yeah,
at least for half an hour to an hour.
Yeah, I'll just hang around briefly. All right, let me play us out.
Why, if he stays, you're not gonna feel mad like he's taking your son. You know, cry about it.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio. If you bunye lo panumo, Ulaga ni piazu, Mama ulaga doni piazu, Abawa wilochio, Kona wazia. Onyo matsuru biko, abamba waturu, Ibia unyene gana mo, Ulaga doni piazu, Abamba wilochilo, Mazi wake up, Odogu no kwere, Onyoma niga dele mo, Mazi di piazi, Ibu go with the melody. You got to know where you're from. Odogu nachalano. Is he one them nigga dele? Olagado ni piazu, Mama wilochilo. Say, Onyama Sorry, Ibia wuya no panamo, Bulaga no ne piazu, Mama wilochilo, Odogu kenenu bi kitchen,